and I'm alive. Welcome to Collectco. 6:34 p.m. We're right on time. Craig Sweden might say otherwise, but I'm here. You're here. We're all here. Welcome to the machine. So welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. Right on time, like I said. Craig Sweden might say otherwise, but we are on time. What does the definition of on time mean? Paul's favorite guitarist? Probably David Gilmour. Yeah. I'm going to say David Gilmour. No. I'm going to pick for you. I mean, I love David Gilmour. He's up there. That's a tough decision. I mean, that's like asking, you know, pick your favorite Subway chocolate chip cookie. You got 3 of them laid out there, and it's like, I got to pick between 3. They're all the same, or they're all great. Yeah. Favorite soloist, Gilmour. He's probably the most melodic. Yeah. Wow. Hendrix. too generic. All right. Miami or Indiana? That's everybody's already throwing us some hard questions tonight. I'm gonna say I hope Indiana wins. Yeah, I've got my Indiana hat on right now. Signed Chevy Chase Funko, 175. All right, this is the leftovers, everybody, from our incredible coin sale last night. I can only think of one other sale. I can't share the exact numbers with you, but I'll just tell you this: I can only think of one other sale that was close to that same number, and that was the night we had all the autographs. That's the night we had the Neil Young autographs, the Robert Plant autograph, all the Dale Pittsburgh high-end autographs. Last night was probably the 1 or 2. It's within probably $1,000, give or take. So last night was either number 1 or number 2 highest grossing shows we've ever had. So thanks to all our customers, some people spent some serious money last night investing in silver and choosing Collectco to buy it because it was at insane prices. And the market's up again today. And for any of those that's interested, we can't spend a lot of time because I'm clearing all this off, and then we're going to start showing records. I've already got a shelf cleared off. It's going to go right over here. But if anybody's interested in investing in silver, we've got it at probably the best, not probably, for bullion, we have it at the best prices. No probably about it. So Van Halen signs are $59.99. So I've got 10-ounce bars. I've got 5-ounce bars. I'm going to get all this off the table, though. If you want to invest in silver, the statues are Spider-Man, Batman, and Iron Man. But, yeah, we got all kinds of bullion. I got to take inventory on it tonight because I got to adjust our books. So I'm going to stack different collections all over here together and keep all this together. And if anybody wants a quote on anything, let me know, because we had a successful week overall, because throughout the week we've been mixing in silver bullion, you know, and it's an air horn like nothing. We had 14. Gosh, what did we have? I didn't even come back here. Last night I was going to come back here and reorganize all these, and I was just like, I have other stuff to do. And I should have, so I could have went ahead and cleared all this off. But, you know, I decided, you know, I'm going to stack all this silver I could put it back in our foot locker because I got to put it back in the safe, but shipping is behind. I told Ed I'm going to step into probably a press pool tonight of a lot of questions because they're just now shipping last Tuesday's order. So, or people that paid last Tuesday. So people that paid 1 week ago tomorrow, or 1 week ago tomorrow, they're just now shipping your order. So we're right at, tomorrow will be 7 days back. So tomorrow will be 7 days back. Danny at 625 on all quarters. 625 on all quarters. Let me see what you got going on. 625 on all quarters. Their shipping's 1 week back, and invoicing's been a headache, even though we still went with Square. Even though we still went with Square, it's been a headache. There's a lot of problems. So, Danny, 625. Where were we? I can't remember where we ended up last night. We might go ahead and have our first air horn tonight. Let's see here. Let me pull up my... I wrote down some prices last night that I could mail this stuff in and cash it out. So, let's see what's going on here. I can't remember. All right, the artist on these, I can't make out his signature. Here, I'll show it to you. There's his signature. These are $135. I've had some of these for a while. As they get closer and closer to spot, they're starting to become a great deal. You know, spot should be at $94 an ounce. These are $135. I've had them at $135 since October and November. I hadn't raised the price. So I've got Predator, I got Master Chief Halo, I've got Batman, Spider-Man, and Iron Man, and they're 1 ounce silver, which, like I said, is starting to get closer and closer to a great price on those. So I'm not pricing in the bars right now because that's going to be too complicated. But as I'm taking some of this off the table, here we go. Are we low on vinyl? No, we're opposite. We have the most vinyl we've ever had. Okay, so 1 ounce. This is the leftover stuff from last night. I'm just clearing it off the board. I got to get coins off. Everybody's going to start saying, well, Coletco's not selling records anymore. I had a couple people say that last night. They're like, well, are you going to stop selling records now because you're doing coins? Oh, gosh. The narrative is going to turn quickly. 1 ounce copper bullets are $5. 1 ounce copper bullets are $5. You got to change the narrative quickly. He'll be going around. Coletco has stopped selling records. They're just now doing coins. Oh, gosh. We have Anthony Correa wants the Iron Man figure. This is so to Anthony Correa. Thank you, $135. So I've got another Iron Man, Spider-Man, Batman, Halo, and Predator. Okay. Let's go right over here. I'm going to start putting this stuff right here. That's our first sale of the night. Iron Man 135, copper, and Scott Dwallow wants 5 copper bullets. We have 2, 4, 5. There we go. 2, 4, 5. 5 copper bullets sold for $25. Let's get some more of these off the table. Tracy Songer also wants 5. Let me get those over here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are sold to Spin Cycle, which that's Tracy Songer. Tracy, they didn't know Spin Cycle was Tracy Songer, so I've had to do that. All right, let's do this. We've been selling, I actually started selling coins on Facebook before we did records. So our very first live stream back in 2019 was me selling coins. So the first live stream I did 2019 was coins. I did find 5 more prospectors, by the way. Let's see. Let's go over here. Let me get this off the table. And Ed, there was no new vinyl, right? No new vinyl tonight. It's MLK Day. The mail UPS, it was supposed to come FedEx, but they didn't do it right, and it doesn't look like we're getting it today, obviously. So over here we have Yeah, Prospectors at $95. Prospectors at $95. Okay. Prospectors at $95. Shipping is 1 week behind. Okay, there's that and there's that. The Van Halen light's $59.99. Okay, and then we got 95 on Prospectors. 1, 2, 3. I got 5 right now. Anthony Correa wants 1, and David Tate. Let's see. Danny Thomason gets 78 quarters at $16.25. All right, so Danny Thomason gets 78 quarters at 16 at hold on one second here. The quarters are 16 quarters are $16.90 each. $16.90 each. You know better than that. Quarters are $16.90 each. $16.90 each are the quarters. Danny's trying to pull a slick one. We have Prospectors. We have 1 for Anthony Correa, $95. We got 3 for Danny Thomason, and I have 1 more left if David Tate, if you want it, okay? So 1 for Anthony Correa, 3 for Danny Thomason, and then there's 1 left if anybody wants it, okay? Maybe David Tate. All right, let me get some more of this off. Okay. All right, there's that. Let me get these off here. Okay. Okay. I'm going to stop showing stuff so I can clear the board off faster. I could probably easily sell everything on here. This is $4,700, the 1 ounce gold. You need that to go with your bar. TSO Houston bought the big 100 ounce bar last night. You need the 1 ounce gold now. Tracy wants the rest of the copper bullet, so give that second Prospector to him and then sell these to Tracy for 5 and 5. Thank you on that. Those are done. And I wish I could clone myself. TSO Houston also takes the gold. Great decision. That's $400 below market price right now. So we need an air horn. What a way to start the show. Sold $4,700. You can send me a bank wire. You're going to pay ACH on that, right? You're going to pay ACH on that, I hope. $4,700. That's a good way to start the show. That's sold to TSO Houston. $4,700 on the 1 ounce gold. If anybody wants quarters, I've got all these at melt price. So I've got quarters at just 3 cents over melt. There's 78 of them, if anybody wants a price. Just FYI, okay? I wish I could clone myself. If I could clone myself, I'd go up front and carry this table, and we'd have a simultaneous live sale, and we would literally sell twice as much tonight, but I have yet to find a clone or clone myself. So let's see. The 100 gram Scottsdale stackers are $305 each. These are also 100 gram. They're $305.50. 5 ounce bars. Everything's 95 per ounce right now. 95 per ounce. That's on the Scottsdales, the 5 ounce bars. So there's that. So 95 per ounce on any bar. I've got 100 gram bars. I've got 100 gram bars. I've got 5 ounce bars, 3 ounce bars. And then here's the rest of the statues. Batman, Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Predator. They're $135. There's Batman. They're 1 ounce silver, $135. Okay, there's that. How much is copper on the market? Well, copper in forms of rounds retail for like $5 an ounce. So copper rounds carry a huge premium right now. Copper, pure industrial copper by the pound is like $6. But if you polish it, or if it's been manufactured into a nice polished round or an item, the retail copper on an ounce is about $5 and $6 right now. $5 and $6 on a retail ounce. Industrial pound is like $6, like in a pure just bar. So, but people are collecting copper rounds now because they can't afford silver or gold. And so copper is, I'm being told, the new Bitcoin. It's trading for huge premiums over, you know, actual pounds. There's a kilo. There's a kilo of silver. That is $1,054.35. Here's another gold item. There's a 1 gram SpongeBob. I sold one of those last night. I got one more. So 400 on SpongeBob. I have no bullets left. They're all sold out. All copper is gone. Tanner bought everything else we had in stock. We had about 100 other ounces last night, and Tanner went ahead and bought it all. You know, employees and owners do get first dibs on stuff around here. Sorry. So we're sold out of copper. And honestly, the guy I was messaging at 3 a.m. this morning, when I told him we had our best live stream ever, he said, we are pretty much wiped out of everything too, wholesale. So this is starting to get pretty crazy. So anything you see bullion here on the table, I would grab it before it's all gone. Not just a sales pitch. Not just a sales pitch, okay? So these are 78 quarters. If somebody wants a steal right now, there's 78 quarters at $16.90 each, and that would be $1,000. I would do it for $1,318.20. That's probably the best deal I have on silver right now, is this right here. That should be just a couple dollars over melt, okay? I got to find a big baggie for these. Hold on one second. Sorry, my table's a mess. I actually was here until about 9 o'clock this morning, and I never did come back here and clear off the table. I knew I was going to be late, and I was like, holy crap. Now by the time I get going, I clear off this table, it's going to be 7 o'clock, but that's okay. Yeah, we got, I'm afraid to run an ad locally saying we buy stuff because I'm just not here during the day to buy it. And I don't want to overwhelm my mom or Tanner, but I'd be afraid to know how many people locally know we could buy. There'd probably be a line at the door when people find out how much a gold chain is melting for right now. So, okay, so let's do this right here. Danny said he would do $1,650. $1,650 times $78. $1,287. I'll do $1,300 even. I'll do $1,300 even. What time are records starting? They're starting right now. Tell me a record you want to buy and I'll sell it to you. I'm selling records right now. I'm selling records right now. You tell me something you want to buy and I'll sell it to you. Start naming off stuff and I'll give you a price. It might not be the price you want to hear because I don't have it ready for sale. Oh yeah, I got the copper barbells too. Copper barbells, those are $59.99. It's a pretty cool item. It's a pure copper. It looks like a barbell. That's $59.99. $59.99. REM, $250 a piece. Badlands right now, $10,000. But if you wait just a second, I'll put it up for auction. Right now, $10,000. Taylor Swift ACH promo, $3,000. I'll give you a price on something. It may not be the price you want to hear right now, but I'll give you a price. All right, let me see what else I've heard. Let's see. Sasquatch Bowie is $200. Sasquatch Bowie is $200. Sasquatch Bowie is $200. I'm almost done. I'm moving stuff around on a shelf over here so I have room to find all this stuff later. Otherwise, it'll be a disaster trying to relocate some of this. I've kind of ran out of room here. Yikes. Okay, let me just use this tub. All right. You can go ahead and buy Badlands right now. You won't have to put up with the fight of the auction. Just go ahead and lock it in. Did I miss any other questions for anything on the table as I pile all this stuff over here? All right. We owe air horn for TSO Houston. We just started the sale with almost a $5,000 sale. That's fun. So, and then Danny is going to say, sell me the quarters for $1,290. All right, and then we're going to sell these to Danny Thomason, $1,290. Now we owe him an air horn. So gold sold to TSO Houston, $4,700. These quarters sold to Danny, $1,290. He knows that's a steal. That's why he keeps asking. Paul's got 5 crates priced of jazz and soundtracks. Golly. The Menace Schmid, who, the Menace Dennis, we got to tag him for a lot, okay? All right. Let me put away the, this is a really cool Abraham Lincoln. Y'all should start tuning into our coin sales we do on Sundays. I mean, I see a lot of coin and knife buyers right now that's like highly interested in this stuff. And I try to encourage y'all to tune in because, I mean, I show a lot of cool stuff. If I try to show it during the record sales, people want to shoot me. They're like, listen, Chad, I'm here to buy records. I swear if you bring out another coin, I will just lose my crap on you. So I've got, I mean, I've had some people get physically mad. Dude, I'm here to buy records. You're making me angry showing coins. And I'm like, golly, all right, let's just everybody relax for a second. Okay. So the Van Halen lot is $59.99. If you want one, let me know. I still got the rifles for $125. These are also by that same artist that makes the statues. These are $125. They're 12.5 grams, but they are pure silver. $125 on that. Okay, so that's for the rifles. All right, $125 on those. I've got all the pre-1900 Morgans you could want. I mean, they're nice too. I've got about 300 in stock. No, now I've got about 280 in stock. This is, these are $95 each. They're really nice, extremely fine or better Morgans. They're $95 each. Okay. The Menace Dennis on the Van Halen lot. Are you a first-time buyer? If you are, please go ahead right now and message our page. We're going to need your email address. And we're going to need your mailing address. I'm going to show the Bowie knife right now. Somebody else also wanted to see the barbell. Coming soon. There's a lot of stuff on the table. Whoever asked about the Chevy Chase Funko, 175. There's a Boker knife. There's Pez. There's Vincent Van Gogh. This is really cool, $250. It's a 1-ounce silver painting of the Van Gogh skull. That's $250. There's that. And then let me clear off all the grams and grains here. Grams and grains. And then let me get this board off the table. And then we'll go down the line, make sure I didn't miss anybody's questions. The Van Gogh's really cool if you've missed that. And let me put away the grams and grains here. And then rifle. Let me show that. And this. Let me put all this away. Whoa. Drop the Boker knife. Luckily, it's made in America. Can't hurt those things. Okay. All right. Okay, so there's that. Okay. All right, folks, we're here. Whew. I've almost made it. I told Ed, I said, wait till I go live and all this is on the table. And all the, knowing that we're 7 days back on shipping and that there's invoice corrections, I'm about to step into a fire. But we're good. I made it. We're almost back to normal, okay? We're almost back to normal. So let's go up at the top and find out what's happened, okay? So the first thing I had was the Van Halen lot, $59.99. We should have 5 or 7 in stock. They're in stock. They're ready to ship. We have a new buyer. Make sure if you're a new buyer, you message our page. We need your email address and mailing address, okay? And then El Snapatan has asked about the Bowie, and then so has Solarplex. This is a new limited edition knife here from Case Pro Series, the Laramie Sasquatch Miller. The Laramie Sasquatch Miller. This is $199.99. It's $200. There's the sheath. There's the sheath. Beautiful brand new leather. And then here is the Bowie knife. I'll show it to you right now. It's a Sasquatch killer. You use this really to kill Sasquatch. Okay? Big hunk of steel there from Case. The pattern number on this, the catalog number on this is 1095CS. The inventory number is 35101. 35101 is the Case catalog number. The manufacturer, the pattern was that other number, that first number I gave. Okay? And there's the sheath. That's a heck of a knife there, a Sasquatch killer. Made in the great United States of America. All right, there's that. And then that was asked about first by Jetstream and then El Snapatan. I don't know how many I have in stock though. Okay, now over here, next thing was what was the Abe Lincoln. There's the Van Halen light, the barbell, the rifle. I'm going to show those one more time. And then over here, the coin, any more silver. I'm here to buy silver. I'm here to buy Badlands. Chad, I'm interested in possibly buying all of your silver. Chad, can I see more silver? Can you please put up Badlands? Is the auction started yet? Is this a record sale? And then let's go ahead and put this empty crate over here. And let me go ahead and start showing some vinyl, okay? I think I had the 6 a.m. crate posted. It was just that one crate. I didn't go through Saturday stuff because I wasn't here to do the show, but they've already pulled all that. Of course, that's already been invoiced. Let me get these keys out of my pocket. And let me jump over here. I'm going to read over this list of Ed. We're trying to hunt some people down right now. The Matthews Hendon, the new buyer on YouTube, we don't have you registered. Okay, we don't have you registered. And then we don't know who Mark Lane is, who won the Metal Rage auction. And then whoever bought a Steve Hillage album, we have no idea who that is because I said it was sold to Robert Hillage. So it was definitely Robert somebody because I think it was a Steve Hillage album. And that's what happened with that. And I think Ed's bringing me another pile. Jetstream wants the Bowie. El Snapatan, if you want one as well, let me know. That's sold. I owe 2 people air horns. I owe TSO Houston an air horn, and I owe Danny an air horn. And we had about 16 last night, and I didn't even do this. Oh, okay. I'll leave this on your desk if that's okay. I need to put some more thought into it, or she might, yeah. Don't want to get stabbed. Over here. So let's do this here. Okay. And then I bought Steve Hillage green. There you go. Yeah, see, it was supposed to be Robert Warner. I knew it, Ed. I said Robert Hillage instead of Robert Warner. That Steve Hillage album goes to Robert Warner. Okay, and Matthew Hendon, if you're over on YouTube, he says, I filled out the form like 3 times. Are you putting that your YouTube handle, though, is Matthew was Hendon 9163? Are you putting that information in there? Okay, and then El Snapatan's passing on the Bowie. That's good. Chad, I got my Lamb of God signed poster, no JSA card. That is, it definitely came with one. So it's make sure, because I'm pretty sure one of those, even G asked me about the other day, and she made sure it was with all of them before they shipped them. So make sure, look down in however they shipped it, a tube, the flat, however they shipped it, okay? Please tell Ed I emailed him about an invoice correction. That was from Matt Nichols. And then the next thing was I need to go ahead and set up the first crate. Carl Berger wants $1 peace dollar, okay? I got you hooked up for that right now here, sir. I'll say you, let's see, this one right here. I'll say this one right here for $85. I'll say this one right here for $85. Let's make a note. Be on the lookout for a JSA card for a Lamb of God poster. Okay. MIA, add that to the list. Add that to the list. Those things easily get lost. I've lost some before on my own personal records. It doesn't matter, though, as long as you still got the sticker on the item. Of course, I know a lot of people like to have those, but okay, here we go. So, how much is Pink Floyd Pulse? $119.99, a 4 LP box with a 52-page book. Have I missed anybody's questions? I know I have because I skipped over about 30 already while I was trying to clear off the table. All right. Anybody else? I'm in the press pool. I love it. I'm going to start the show with the camera on me standing in front of a podium. I've told y'all this before. Be great. All right, let's do this. We need auctions. Any cassettes? No cassettes tonight. Everything, they're all literally gone. We went through an entire, they're all gone. There's like 4 down here at my feet, it looks like. There's like 4 down here at my feet, and that's it. Y'all bought a complete collection of cassettes. They're all gone. We're waiting for Paul to go out and buy more. How much is Badlands? It will be put up for auction. Chad, I didn't get invoiced for the silver I purchased. Are you talking about from last night, or are you talking about from earlier in the week? Can I get 3 Morgans and add all of today's silver with last night's silver? Do you have any brownies? Do you have any King Diamond lots? What are they? Invoice questions. And can I get a pack of inner sleeves and a pack of outer sleeves? First, though, over here, we have El Snapatan wants Pink Floyd Pulse. This is sold to El Snapatan for $119.99, okay? That's a good way to start off records for the week. And then let's also go over here and let's put up some auctions. I got some stuff to put up for bid. First thing I have over here is a Japanese pressing of the Beatles 62 to 66. UK Flag Series number 14. This one also has the discography book, the lyric book, and it has the poster. It's a complete and it's a nice copy. The Beatles is a $1 start, okay? $1 start on that. And then over here, we had, so Danny Thomason wants three of the nicer Morgans. Earlier in the week. Okay, make a note, Sandy Villa didn't get invoiced for the silver she bought earlier in the week. The rifle, Danny wants 3 Morgans. Okay, let me find where I did with those higher grade ones that I put over here. Those will be 95 each, and then I'll let Tanner know Danny wants the stuff he bought early in the show tonight. Invoice. Danny, do you want the $85 ones or the $95 ones before I tag them? And then somebody else wants to see the rifle again. Somebody wants to see the barbell again. Somebody wants to see the Abe Lincoln again. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put up another auction while I'm finding this stuff so I don't get yelled at. Trying to manage the chaos right now. Y'all have already got me out of breath. I already need a monster. Let me show you what this here. I don't know what happened to the loose one, but I still got them in a bag here. So here's what they look like. It looks like a 50 cal sniper rifle. They're about 12 grams of silver. They're $125. Okay. Here's what they look like. They're 120. I got about 3 or 4 of them in stock. They're about 12 grams finished product. They're $125. Looks like a 50 cal sniper rifle. It's from the same guy who makes all the silver statues, made in the USA. Okay, there's that. Badlands will go up in about a half hour, okay? I promise there's going to be all-out war for it, and I hope everybody's ready. That's one of the most sought-after records in the history of the world. I'm not joking. That's not an exaggeration. It's one of the most sought-after records in the history of mankind. Danny, let me know on the 85 or 95. Remind me of something else. Abe Lincoln, sure thing, but first let me show this right here. This is the only copper product we have left in stock. This is the only copper product we have left in stock. It's a really cool, almost like a piece of art. These little 45-pound plates are 1 ounce. The little 25s are a half ounce. I don't know how much the bar weighs, but how about this? I'll do them for $49.90. I think I've been saying $59.99. I'll do them for $49.99, and I've got how many in stock? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I can sell you 4, okay? I'll do them for $49.99. Brandon Jones says he'll take the rifle at $125. Thank you. I've got about 2 or 3 of those left. All right. And now let's show the Abe Lincoln coin. And so now when things settle down, I'll try to mix in some other stuff. I'll try to mix in some other stuff tonight. But obviously, we're here to sell records. We had an incredible sale last night. Obviously, I got to spend some time doing it every now and then because last night was tied or number 1 or number 2 for our most highest grossing show of all time. Of course, that happens pretty easily when you have like $1,000 transactions every 30 seconds. Okay? So there's that. And then Rebecca Barber. Hold on 1 second. Rebecca Barber on Abe. Hold on 1 second, Rebecca. Give me 1 second. She wants to see the Abe Lincoln. King Diamond lights. No, it's King Diamond lights. Sorry. I don't have any King Diamond lights in stock. I just ordered 5 more. If you can wait 1 to 2 weeks, they'll be here, okay? We're looking for, we have a waiting list. I got a waiting list for all the back-ordered lights. Black Sabbath. Pink Floyd's are showing up this week. Van Halen's the only one in stock. So I've got, let me think about this. We just ordered more Iron Maidens, more Led Zeppelins. Alice in Chains is on the way. Pink Floyd's on the way. We just ordered more Black Sabbaths, more Metallicas, and more Beatles. Back to the Future is new and sealed, 33. So if you want a King Diamond, I can get you one. You're going to have to give me 1 to 2 weeks. I can't guarantee when they'll be in. Okay? So 1 to 2 weeks. Now, what was next? The Beatles, the only auction. Danny Thomason wants a barbell, and this is how they come, Danny. They're still like brand new in a box, all wrapped up nicely like this, okay? It's called Gaines. So here's how they look, if anybody else wants one. It's even got little rubber placeholders to hold the plates, okay? And Elvis is up for pre-order, okay? Danny wants one right here for $49.99. Now, the only thing I don't think I've missed, in case I have, all you got to yell at me and just say, Chad, are you an idiot? I've asked you 3 times for something. I don't know what your problem is. I don't know if you're trying to ignore me or what, but I'm trying to buy something for me. For the love of all things good and holy, will you please show me that Abe Lincoln coin? I'm over here about to literally yell at the top of my lungs. I've been asking, been trying to buy a copper barbell. I'm trying to buy silver from you. I'm trying to buy this Beatles record from you. I'm here to buy Badlands. I want to buy Back to the Future. Somebody just said, I want to see all your puzzles. Somebody said, go through all the lights that you have available. Holy moly. Mitch T wants a pack of inner sleeves and a pack of outer sleeves. Mitch T wants a pack of inner sleeves and Mitch T wants a pack of outer sleeves. We're going to do that right now. Add those to his order. He wants a pack of inner sleeves. I'm going to go ahead and tag him for those right now. I'll leave the taggers up for a pack of outer sleeves, okay? So inners and outers, inners and outers, inners and outers. Y'all think it's crazy now? Wait till tax returns start coming in. Wait till tax returns start coming in. Oh my gosh. You think we're busy now? Wait till those refund checks start hitting everybody's accounts. It'll be the busiest part. It's more busier than Christmas. Holy moly. Show the Badlands again. Give me 20 minutes. It's going to go up for auction at 7:30. Okay, so there's a pack of his. And then we have over here. Can you give me some details? Where's Badlands at? Let's go ahead and put up MC5. Paul is going on a buying trip. I'm getting ahead. I'm reading this note from Laura. Let's go ahead and put up another bonus crate auction. That bonus crate auction is going to be this right here. It's going to be XTC Murmur. XTC Murmur is a 1984 U.S. Club EX edition. Can I please bid on Badlands? This has the original on her sleeve, $25 start. Ed's over here handing me notes. He doesn't have a good smile on his face. Oh, no. Okay, we have another MIA buyer. Okay, boy, I'm getting thrown into the fire tonight. Holy moly. Okay. Whew. Ed, you got a cigarette on you? Okay. Oh, Ed said he smoked his last cigarette doing invoices. Whew. Okay. So over here, where's Badlands at? So what is everything you have in stock and how much? Let me go ahead and pull up this video here. Paul just added 12 more crates. Paul says, I have a list of questions for you to answer. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me try to pull up the 6 a.m. video. I'm working my dangest hardest over here. Okay. I have found the, no, I haven't. There's the 6 a.m. video. Okay. There's that. And why does some of these already have claims? That was last Monday's, okay? People were watching last Monday's. That's not good. Okay, so let me find this. All right, let me just go to new posts. That's the best way to do this. Okay. There it is. Okay, just a couple claims. Okay. Y'all ready? Please put up the outfield. Where's Badlands at? Okay, everybody ready? The high bid on the Beatles, as of right now, Catherine Lutz is out. A Japanese pressing complete with lyric book, discography book, poster, inner sleeves, OB, really nice. David Tate has it for $28. We have a 1984 U.S. Club EX condition, a $25 start on XTC Murmur. I'm assuming, Rebecca, you don't want a King Diamond light, okay? That's fine on the King. Oh, never mind. She just commented. That's fine on the King Diamond light. I've been, never got a response. I even messaged. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. That must have been something that just got completely overlooked, or probably Ed told me to reply or somebody else and I didn't. There's a really good chance that happens. So Rebecca Barber, whoever's watching right now, I don't know if it's going to be Hayden, Linda, Seth, Tanner, G, Ed. whoever's watching this live sale right now, please make a note. All caps, actually write it down 3 different times. Put down Rebecca Barber for a King Diamond lot, 1 to 2 weeks estimated arrival. Okay? Whenever they come in, I'll bill you. Now, 5 people have asked to see this one more time. I've never even shown it. I showed it one time last night. This is a replica of a campaign medal for Abraham Lincoln. They used the original die from 1860. They did the original die from 1860, and they cast this in silver. It's got a whole book about the history and information of it. These are $300. They're NGC graded, gem uncirculated. It's a replica of an original, not 1860. It's called the Cracked Lincoln. It had a die. The die, even the originals had a crack in it like that. 1860, the original die was used to make these in silver. They're $300. It's a really cool coin. That's what the original looked like over on the left, I think. And then they've done these in silver. $300. I have them in stock. Okay, I've got like 5 of them. There were some people on the fence last night. I mean, it's NGC slab too. Really cool coin. Pure silver, of course. That's $300. Very cool collectible there. We sold one of the rifles. I think we're good to go. XTC, no bid. That's about to be a buy now. The Beatles is getting new bids. It's at 30, now 32, now another 32, now 35. Okay? All right. Now, I hadn't seen a question in a while. That's good. We're on a roll. So, first thing I have in here is Back to the Future. I've also got it right back there. This is new, and yes, it's sealed, and it's $33.99. Back to the Future is $33.99. We also have, yes, 90125. This is $38.99. This is the Rhino Hi-Fi Reserve, $38.99. Mastered from the original analog tapes, $38.99 for 90125. Yes Big Generator. This is on orange vinyl, $29.99 for Yes Big Generator. Everything in here is new and sealed. And we got 2 copies of Michael Jackson Bad, $24.99. Now, at this point of the show, if you have anything else for invoice correction, problems, concerns, opinions, you have to message Ed or email them, okay? Otherwise, we can't have a record sale tonight. And I'm going to have people very mad at me, and there'll be people basically leave and not come back because we're not selling records. So anything important about your invoice or questions or concerns, you got to send Ed a message. I know I'm a live human, and people like speaking with live humans. Just like when you call a 1-800 number, you don't want a robot, right? You don't want a robot. You don't want an automated. You want a real human. That's why everybody comes here. They're like, I know I can go talk to Chad right now. He's alive, and I think he's a human. I'm going to go ask him a question. Where, in fact, you can go talk to Ed. He's a human, but you got to send him a message. And you got to give him a day or 2 to reply. We have, yes, 90125. This sold to El Snappatan. I wish we only had like 50 people we sold to now. You know, I wish we only had like 50 customers and I could be personal of everybody. But now the way we've grown, it's nearly impossible for me to keep up every night just trying to go live and answer questions. But I tried my best. I know I missed stuff. And there'll be somebody say, well, I've tried 3 times to buy a record and he's ignored me. I'm like, dang. I didn't even see it. Yes, this is Yes sold to El Snappatan, and then the Forrest Gump soundtrack, $39.99. Now that's what I call country. This is $29.99. That's an opaque coral vinyl. And then we got Smashing Pumpkins Adore. That's $34.99. Nobody bid on XTC. XTC is a $25 buy now. This is Murmur. $25 buy now for that. Let's put that right over there if anybody wants that. And then the last bid on the Beatles was Gerald Whitworth at $36. David Tate, you tied them, and you are out on that. We also have Mayhem, Death Crush. Mayhem is $39.99. And we have Merciful Fate, Melissa, black with yellow marble vinyl, $34.99. Smashing Pumpkins Adore. That's sold to Jeff Dedman. And then we have another Merciful Fate, Melissa, and then Cannibal Corpse, Hammer Smash Face, $39.99. I owe 2 people an air horn. I'm going to do that here in a second just to make sure everybody's up and awake. We've already had 2 air horns tonight. I'm not joking. 2 air horns have already occurred tonight. I owe that. 16 people an air horn last night. Still hadn't got those caught up. REM automatic for the people. At some point, I was like, I'm sorry, we just can't do this. It's going to literally cause my head to explode. 2017 REM automatic for the people. That's a $25 start. And then we have Smashing Pumpkins Pisces Ascarius, $34.99 on that. Thank you, Jeff Dubman, on the other Smashing Pumpkins. There's Slayer, South of Heaven. Slayer is $33.99. And then Faster Pussycat. Wake Me Up When It's Over, 1,000 gold vinyl, $39.99. Alice Cooper Killer, $34.99. And then Slayer, Undisputed Attitude, $34.99. The only King's X we have in stock right now is Dogman. It's $54.99. It's a music on vinyl press. Megadeth Dystopia is $34. The Beatles are still getting bids. It's at $38. Here we go. MC5 is going up for bid. MC5 is uncensored. Kick out the jams. It's uncensored. That's what we like to see. That means he literally says, kick out the jam MFers. 1969 U.S. Allentown repress. Red electro labels. It does have a couple drill holes on the jacket right there, which is the indication of a cutout record. These used to sit in the cutout bins back in the day. Can you believe that? That means they had trouble selling them. They had to discount them. Not anymore. VG minus MC5, that's a $20 start. That's a 69 repress. It is uncensored. That means it's going to say the bad word. That's what everybody wants. They don't want to hear brothers and sisters. They want to hear blankety blankers. This is Ozzy, $24.99. Black Sabbath Paranoid is $39.99. And we have Oz, Third Warning. That's a 2LP, $44.99. Dogman is new and sealed. Give me 1 second, I'll go grab it. Are we done on the Beatles? The last bid was Gerald Whitworth at $38. It's all up to David Tate. David Tate, you've been outbid. REM has 1 bid for $25. This is automatic for the people, a 2017 25th anniversary EX Plus condition. MC5 is a 69 uncensored VG minus $20 start. DRI, so to Scott Dwallow. And I've got 1 extra copy of DRI self-titled, The Dirty Rotten LP, 22 songs in 17 minutes. That's going to be hard and fast, $29.99. Roland Kirk is sold to Danny. I've been calling Danny, it's Danae, and I did it all week, and she didn't even say anything. Danae, D-La-O. And I wish you would have corrected me a long time ago. That's sold to Danae D-La-O. Thank you on the Roland Kirk. And then we have REM at 26, MC5 $20. Jeff Brindley said he'll take XTC for $25. Thank you on that. We have the Monkees Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. Alice Cooper Dirty Diamonds, $33.99. Prince Around the World in the Day is $33. Clutch is $29.99. Slow Hold to China. Snoop Dogg, The Dogfather, that's $34.99. And Gordon Lightfoot, If You Could Read My Mind, $36.99. David Tate's out on the Beatles, and one of the first auctions of the night, other than REM, is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $38. And that one was nice, complete with the posters and everything else. Okay, so now REM's at $28. That's from the bonus crate. Don't forget about all the great bonus stuff we got. And there's MC5 at $21. Okay, there's that. Let's go over here. Let me pull this up, and let me do this and this and this and this, and then I got to do that, and let me close this out. Okay, that was everything from this morning. So what we have today, it's MLK Day. I told both of my distributors to ship FedEx so we would have deliveries show up on Monday. They did, but guess what happened? No deliveries on FedEx. So there was probably some kind of miscommunication about what is supposed to showed up today and who was supposed to deliver here. So there are 0 crates of new and sealed vinyl. The good news is Paul's marked 5 crates. John's marked 5 crates. That's 10 crates of new vintage pre-owned to go along with all these auctions. And we're going to get started on those right now. They're all going to be new arrivals from these newest collections, never shown. El Snapatan, I'm up front right now pulling your King's X Dogman. I am, as we speak, pulling off the rack up front a King's X Dogman for you. Okay, this is sold to you. King's X Dogman. Here we have. This is sold. Faith No More is not in stock right now. Badlands is in 7 minutes. Badlands is in 7 minutes. And everybody get ready. It's going to be an absolute mess, okay? There's about 50 to 75 people right now that all want to bid on that record. Only one person's going to go home with it. Only one person's going to go home with it. I have 2 more King's X if anybody else wants one. New and sealed. Faith No More, I can get them, but they're not cheap. Angel Dust is like $65. King for a Day is like $60. They're imports and they're not cheap, but we sell the heck out of them. The last bid on REM was Dust Gray at 28, MC5 20, MC5 20, MC5 21, then 30, then REM 30, and then MC5 is still at 30. MC5 is still at 30 with Matt Nichols. REM is at 31. Okay? Somebody else just asked Badlands, or maybe that's the one I just seen earlier. Yeah, Stanley Richmond. Okay. Hope everybody's ready. Y'all know the story on Badlands. I wish I had a running total of how many messages we've got since I've been selling on Facebook. Do y'all have Badlands? I mean, it's the most, there's nothing even close. There's nothing even close to the amount of over time how many people have asked, do we have that or could we get it? I can't think of anything remotely close. No, definitely not. I'm trying to think of anything anybody else has even asked about. I can't think of anything. Nothing at all. I'm telling you, it's an argument. The most sought after record of all time. REM, Automatic for the People, a 2017 US 180 gram remastered. The high bid right now on REM, is Dust Gray at $31. Dust Gray at $31, okay? And we have over here the uncensored MC5, a 69 Allentown repress VG minus. It's uncensored and it's a repress from 69. It's in VG minus condition. And the last bid was Matt Nichols at 30. Last bid was Matt Nichols at 30, okay? The problem, okay, Bob McKinney also wants a King's X. Let's go get that last one. Let's go get that last one. Do I have any Tyler, the Creator? No, I do not. I can get just about anything. I think that'd be a great question for Laura. Let me go get this last copy of King's X so I don't have to walk up here again. There's one left. Bob McKinney's getting one, and I have one left. And, yeah. Okay, I think we're ready. I'm about to go through this first crate of new check condition stuff at sticker price. So there is this. And there's King's X Dogman, last copy. The problem with Badlands is the amount of people that want it, and we only get one ever so often, and so it just makes bidding on it really difficult. It's just like a cluster, and it's just like, and most people right now have a set price in mind that they want to pay for it. It's going to hit that in the first 5 seconds, and then that's going to eliminate 90% of the crowd. So we'll see what happens, though. It's going to go up in 3 minutes, okay? Let's start showing check condition stuff. Egger Winter Group, they only come out at night. Egger Winter Group is in VG condition, $12.99. Beaver and Krause in a Wild Sanctuary, VG Plus, $19.99. These are all new check condition records, never shown before. The Humorous Side of Country Music, Homer and Jethro, EX $9.99. Elvis and GI Blues, that's VG Plus, $29.99. And Sticks Cornerstone, VG Plus, $14.99. Okay, MC5 is sold to Matt Nichols for $30. That is sold. Rush Power Windows right now is not in stock. But I tell you what, I just ordered a bunch of Rush. So I just ordered a bunch. Over here, it should be in by tomorrow or Wednesday. Dust Gray got REM for $31. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's see what else is over here in the bonus crate, like White Snake. This is a 1984 US Club, near mint minus with the original inner sleeve. Really clean copy of that. That's going to go up for a $30 start. There's White Snake. Let's put that right there. And then let's see what's up right here with this. Let's put up Jimmy Page, his solo album, Outrider. This album's not in print. 1988 US OG Specialty. This is a $15 start. The vinyl's in VG, and there's some cover damage on the back. That's going to go up for a $15 start. White Snake 30, Jimmy Page 15. And We have Chick Corea Piano Improvisations Volume 1. That's VG Plus $14.99. And Venetians Calling in the Lines. Venetians is EX $17.99. And War, Why Can't We Be Friends? And this one has Low Rider on it. VG $12.99 on that. White Snake has a bid for $30. There's Jimmy Page. Do I have anything left to drink over here at all? If not, it's about time for a new fill up. All right. Denny. I got you, Denny. I've been calling you Danny all last week. You never did say anything. I was saying, Danny, you never did say anything. Paul was like, that's Denny when he hosted the show Saturday night. I think he picked up on that. I got you down for Chick Corea, Tony McDaniel. Tony McDaniel wants Low Rider, which is War. And then we have The Doors, Absolutely Live. That's VG $14.99. And we have Elvis, Blue Hawaii, VG Condition, $19.99. White Snake has one bid for $30, final call. Jimmy Page, 15, 17, 20, and now 17, now 28. Dust Gray next on War. And these are all buy it now, sticker price. Steve Walsh, Schemer Dreamer, VG Plus $19.99, and the Best of Sticks, VG $9.99. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? I'm going to get everybody's close attention right now by doing two things. We started the show with me needing to blow an air horn for two people, which I still owe them. Do I have one out of the canister over here? Mike Massey, just so you know, we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've still got 14 air horns in stock, okay? So I'm going to get everybody's attention for two reasons. One, to thank TSO Houston for the big purchase on the gold, which was $4,700 a steel. And then thanks for Danny on the big purchase on the quarters, which was another air horn moment. And then for everybody else, and I'm going to blow the air horn, and this should get everybody's attention because we're also about to put Badlands up for auction. This is a good moment right here. All right, so let's get the canister on here good and tight. Hopefully this doesn't blow up in my hand. We're loaded up on air horns. We're going to need them for this year. We're going to need them for this week. Holy moly, have y'all seen some of the stuff that's going to be coming up for sale? The autographs, the stuff tonight, all the silver deals we're going to be doing, gold, etc., etc. Hope you've adjusted your volume. This is a fair warning that we're about to sell Badlands and an air horn for the two people I needed for earlier. Okay, that one has to get, when it's a fresh can, the first little toot has to get adjusted almost. Okay. Yeah, we need to get Jay could do a button where we physically don't have to be wasteful with air canisters. Now, we like that. That's cool. But we could actually replace that easily with a button. But I don't think that'd be as cool. Here we go. Are y'all ready? Badlands is a 1989 USOG. With this insert, Laura says, I've never seen this small brown insert within a copy of the Badlands before. I haven't either. I don't know what that is. It looks like something that would have went maybe like underneath the shrink wrap or something. But it says for promotional use only. So it comes with this little promo flap. I don't know what this was for. And there is no white label promo with this. It's EX++. It's a nice copy. It's near mint minus EX++, an $85 start. Badlands, $85 start. Good luck. Have fun. Okay, $85 on that. Let's go back up. I have Jimmy Page at $30, $28. Who had the high bid? Amenities has Jimmy Page at $28. We're about to sell White Snake for $30. Joe Steele's on sticks. That sold to Joe Steele. Sandy Villa was next. And then Badlands opened up at $150 with Matthew Copus. There we go. We have Aldo Novo with Fantasy, VG Plus $17.99. Somebody asked the condition of the doors. The vinyl's VG and the cover's like VG minus. And that is $14.99. Is White Snake US or UK? Whoa, almost knocked over Van Halen. This is an 84 US club. 84 US club. 84 US Club on the White Snake, okay? Badlands is at 175. Next is Aerosmith, Night in the Ruts. EX edition, $22.99. And we have Blues Image open. A white label promo. This is really cool. This has Ride, Captain Ride upon your mystery ship. That is Blues Image open. White label promo, EX $27.99, and Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley. That's one of his earlier albums. Very good stuff there. White Snake has a new bid for $31. David Tate, you've been outbid. Amenities, you get Jimmy Page for $28. Badlands is at $185 right now. White Snake is at $31. Badlands is at $200. ABBA Super Trooper, VG Plus $14.99. And we have April Wine live at the El Macombo. April Wine, VG $9.99. Folks, we only have the most desirable record ever manufactured for humans right here. Now, aliens may be a different story, but right now the most desired record ever manufactured in the history of mankind is up for auction right now. The most sought after grail. I'm telling you, this is stuff they could make an Indiana Jones movie out of this album. You could have Harrison Ford running through caves and going through the desert looking for this. That is that kind of caliber of sought-afterness. We have Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun from the bonus bin. A 2011 Rhino 180 gram near mint. Grateful Dead's a $30 start. Next thing is David Gilmour. That's his solo album. Great stuff there. VG Plus $17.99. Whitesnake was at $31, now $32. So Shane T102, you've been outbid on the Whitesnake. Badlands is at $215. Led Zeppelin 4, a specialty press Pico Duck EX $62.99. This is one of the more desirable Led Zeppelins here. Yeah, this is a 4-digit with the Pico Duck and the Dead Wax George Piros, I think. And let me see here. PR. I haven't seen these this particular one in a while. It has the AP/SP. Yeah, that's a good one. EX $62.99. EX $62.99. We got Badlands at $220. Scott Dwallow and David Gilmour. Then Derek Cesaro. Whitesnake out. Let's go ahead and get this off the board. So did David Tate for $32. Badlands is at $230. Where's it going to go from here? We all want to know. Let's move this over. Grateful Dead, a $30 start. And we have Bad Company, Bird and Sky. VG Plus $17.99. Mark still on Zeppelin. That's a good one. You know, there's not really a true audiophile press of this that exists for being such a, huge album of all time. So the OGs, those Pico Ducks, are pretty sought after. Billy Thorpe, 21st Century Man, EX $17.99, and Kansas Leftoverture. Does have a little bit of a writing there on it. VG $9.99. Joe Steele's on Bad Company. Thank you, Joe Steele's. That's so to you. And then Black Oak, Arkansas, VG Plus $14.99. Badlands is with one person, Bob McKinney, for $230. Going twice, going 3 times. First warning of the first wave. $230 on that. Let's go ahead and put up something else from the promo picture. Oh man, what do we have here? A real Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Holy moly. Let me read you the details on this. A 1967 U.S. Scranton OG. Tracks A2 and A3 are incorrectly titled on the label and jacket. Track 2 is listed as POWR POWRTOCH instead of POWR_TOC space H. So it's a misprint. I don't know if I'm actually supposed to spell that out or read that out. And then track A3 is Take Up My Stethoscope and Walk instead of Take Up Thy Stethoscope and Walk. There we have that. And this is the misprint jacket. It's G++/VG-. It's been play tested. It did not skip, but definitely noticeable background noise. So a lower grade copy of a true OG stereo press. $25 start on that, okay? Grateful Dead's a 2011 Rhino near mint minus. Badlands is a final call, $230 to Bob McKinney. If you want to bid, now's the time, $230. I'm about to sell it to him. Carole King Tapestry is VG Plus, $17.99 for Carole King Tapestry. Derek Cesaro, David Gilmour. David Gilmour went to Scott Dwallow. Derek Cesaro, you were second. Scott Dwallow was first on David Gilmour. All right, that was our first bin of the night, which was new check condition stuff. So Pink Floyd is a real copy. It just happens to be low grade. Brian Call on the classic Carole King tapestry. Okay, thank you on that. And then Grateful Dead has one bid for 30. It's a 2011 Rhino near mint minus. And then Matthew was Hendon. Now, Matthew, I found out you're an international buyer, so $8 limited shipping. But for international people, what you got to know is international shipping's calculated. I really wish I could do international for $8. We would have a lot more buyers. But international shipping is done at calculated prices, just so you know that, okay? I'm going to show 2 records, and then I'm doing a 5-second countdown on Badlands. This is VG 12.99 for Edgar Winter Group, and then over here, the Rod Stewart topographic was Gasoline Alley, a VG copy for $12.99. Original red Mercury label. Badlands 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Sold Bob McKinney $230. Now, I'm going to need y'all help. Between now and 11 o'clock, there'll be somewhere near 100 to 300 people ask, has Badlands sold? I'm going to need help from the chat. Yes, it's sold. $230 to Bob McKinney. Badlands is gone. Until we get another one. Until we get another one, it's gone. We have Rod Stewart officially sold a topographic. Michael, your bid just came in late. It's already sold. And then over here we have Beaver and Krause in a Wild Sanctuary, VG Plus $19.99. The humorous side of Homer and Jethro was EX $9.99. We have Elvis and GI Blues, VG Plus $29.99. Sticks Cornerstone is VG Plus $14.99. Venetians was EX $17.99. Blue Hawaii with I Can't Help Falling in Love. That was VG $19.99. Dennis Topographic already got Rod Stewart. And then Steve Walsh was VG Plus $19.99. No one else bid on Grateful Dead either, right? This is sold for $30 to Amenities, and now Pink Floyd is at $32. It's a real 67. It does have the misprints on it, and that is gone. All right, it is Monday Night Kiss night, even though we don't advertise it. We're always going to have some Monday Night Kiss stuff, and boy, look at this over here. I love this hop sticker. It is a reissue, but I love how it has the hop sticker mentioned, Kissin' and Time Strutter. I don't see many hop stickers on the debut Kiss album. It's a 1974 reissue. It does have Kissin' Time. Unfortunately, it's also low grade, VG minus, G++. Did not skip, though. $25 start. Kiss is now for bid. Outfield will go on deck. I'll get it on deck. We've got some crazy cool stuff that's been marked for tonight's show. Paul has done nothing. I'm going to go ahead and say it now before everybody gets so word can start spreading. He's marked 5 crates of jazz and soundtracks. 5 crates of jazz and soundtracks. There'll be other stuff as well mixed in there. Plus, John's marked 5 crates, and we're in the first one right now. VG Plus $17.99. The Doors, Absolutely Live. That's VG $14.99. Aerosmith Night in the Ruts was EX $17.99. Blues Image, a white label promo. Ride, Captain Ride, upon your mystery ship. EX $27.99, excuse me. ABBA was VG Plus $14.99. April Wine was VG $9.99. And Billy Thorpe, EX $17.99. Kissin' Time isn't listed on the back of the jacket. Okay, so there's no Kissin' Time on the back of the jacket. Oh, cool. So it's on the label, but not on the jacket. That's a good thing to know. Thank you. This must have been from Scott Leach's collection. Scott, was that Badlands yours as well? I have a feeling it was. Kansas Leftoverture, VG $9.99. And Black Oak, Arkansas, VG Plus $14.99. Brian Call on April Wine. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull the outfield up. We got the Hives, Promise. Man, look at all this cool stuff. I just glanced at the hot pictures before I posted them. And let's go ahead and run the outfield. The outfield, I actually just searched them last night. I was going to see if I could still get Play Deep on black vinyl. The outfield did one reissue 2 different times for Music on Vinyl. This is the last time the outfield had anything in print. They did a reissue of Play Deep, their big hit album with Your Love on it. They did a blue vinyl pressing and a purple vinyl. They did 2500 and 2500. They're sold out, and now those are pretty pricey pressings. They didn't even make it in black. So they have nothing else in print. So for a big 80s band, really much nothing available in print. An 89 U.S. Carrollton OG EX edition, a $30 start. This has the original inner sleeve with it. $30 start on the outfield Play Deep. Did I miss anybody's claims? If not, let's go ahead and go through one of these new Paul crates. Paul, is there any certain one I should go through first? The top, the bottom? Just pick out one in the middle. Price on Homer and Jethro. This is for Nick Saranjenko. Nick, that was EX $9.99, okay? EX $9.99. Pink Floyd got a new bid for 40. Kiss got a bid for 25. Kiss got a bid for 25. Kiss 26, 27, 30, 32, 33, 35, 33, 40. And then outfield 35, 30, 30, okay? So I'll go back and update all that. 3 big, cool advertised auctions up for bid right now. We'll be focusing on those the rest of the night. And I'm going to figure out which crate of Paul's we should go through first. Y'all know what? Paul started marking some of the stuff yesterday, and I came back here last night, or actually early this morning, to pull stuff from the flip video, and guess what I was doing? I was pulling stuff from new arrivals and putting it in the discount bins. I woke up to a message from Paul like, hey, what the heck is going on, man? You're pulling out my brand new priced records that are amazing that no one's even seen before, and you're putting them out for like half off in the discount bin. What is wrong with you? And that's how tough it is sometimes to find records for those non-name videos, because y'all been buying so much out of new arrivals. I'm back here trying to find stuff to put in the discount crates. And I'm like, dang. Look at this crate. It's full of good stuff. How did this stuff not sell on Saturday night? And come to find out, it had never been shown. So this morning's video had a lot of brand new arrivals that were like 40% off, 50% off, 25% off. So now that I'm back, I'll know what's up. See, I missed one night and it throws me off. Okay, so let's go over here to Pink Floyd. It is a low grade, but a real OG copy. And the last bid that I found was Matthew over in Australia, right? Wow. $40 on Pink Floyd. The Kiss is a reissue. The disc is, the cover is OG. There's no Kissing Time on the back, and that's why they added the hop sticker. Thank you for making a note of that. And the last bid I seen was Kevin Gladden at 35, and then El Snapatan over on Twitch bid 40. And now Outfield's at 55. Voices of Babylon is in shrink. It's nice and it's real. Okay, these are all, of course, sticker price again. James Vasquez wants Aldo Nova from the last crate. And let's do it. There's some cool check condition stuff still in there. So we got new pre-owned arrivals all night tonight. I mean, there's no new vinyl, but man, the new pre-owned stuff tonight is insane. So kick back and relax. There's already 299, 291 over here. Okay, so first thing I have is Altered States, music by John Coringalina. No, I'm going to have trouble pronouncing these some of these scores, I know. But $14.99 Altered States. There's a note from Paul. Great movie. $14.99. Great movie. $14.99. Altered States soundtrack. Some of them, I'll try my best. These soundtracks mess me up sometimes, and I'll start reading off the actors. I'm going to try to figure out the name of the movie, and then I'll say the movie soundtrack, okay? Or the movie score. Like Cats. Cats soundtrack, the original London cast recording, 2 LP and shrink, and that's an 82 OG, $24.99. Also, we have Serpico soundtrack. That was sealed, 73 US, $24.99. And Zigzag soundtrack, $14.99, 1970. Wow. I haven't seen a variety just right off the bat since we bought Fred Goodwin's collection. So that is just right off the bat, a cool batch right there to see all those. Did Pink Floyd get another bid? It did not. It's time to sell Pink Floyd then. Pink Floyd is officially sold, and this is done to Matthews Hendon. This is going over to Australia for $40, okay? That's sold, $40 on that one. Chad Smith wants Altered States. We got Ivan R. on Serpico. And then what about Kiss over here? Did this get a new bid? We have a new bid. Kevin Gladden, 40. Amenities was the bidder before that, right? At third, let me go back up here and figure this one out. El Snapatan, 40. So there's a new bid for 44. El Snapatan, you've been outbid. We have, let me get this name right here. We got Kevin Gladden at $44. Outfield is at 57. Amenities is out, okay? Serpico, Danny Thomason was next. We have Moses, the Lawgiver soundtrack. Moses soundtrack, music by Ennio Morricone, sealed, a 74 US, $19.99. Inside Move soundtrack, sealed. A lot of these are OG sealed, $14.99. Eagles is on here. Pablo Cruz, Boss Skaggs, Leo Sayer, $14.99. and Satan in High Heels soundtrack. This is an early U.S. stereo reissue, Satan in High Heels, 1999. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. We got a request I just seen come in for Space Hogs. I just had my eye on that a second ago. Wow, look at some of this stuff in here. Let me see if I can find that record. Creed. Oh my gosh, Rush, the Aussie bootleg. Golly. All right, Space Hog, Resident Alien is a 2020 record store day. First time this was on vinyl, and it's been out of print since 2021. They did 2,000 copies on pink and cream splatter, $55 start on that, okay? Matthew Copus on VH, is that for a Van Halen request? And then Danae on the Satan in High Heels, that's sold. And then we have the Swarm soundtrack, a 78 USOG sealed, 1999. And Chad Smith was next on Satan. The Morricone soundtrack was for Moses, the soundtrack to Moses, sealed, 1999. And then the soundtrack to Napoleon, a Francis Ford Coppola film, an 81 USOG, $14.99. Kiss, the last bid was Kevin. I'm going to make sure El Snapatan set out. He hadn't set out yet, so that's moving to a final call. The outfield we can confidently sell, and that is sold to Calvin Ward for $57. Space Hog already has bids for $55 and now $60. Let's put the outfield right over here. And next is the Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, the original cast soundtrack, $14.99. Very cool soundtracks in here. Maybe other stuff. Matt Nichols on Napoleon and Spellbound, the classic film scores of Miklos Rosa in quad, an OG compilation, sealed for $14.99. Chris Frazier on the Texas. And then next is Ivan put Best. And let's go over here. He's out on Kiss. And so let's go ahead and sell that then, okay? And thank you on that. A really cool earlier pressing. Kevin Gladden. Kevin Gladden or Gladden. I'm trying to figure out how to do that A sound in your name. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer on that one, okay? Several people on the Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, but it's long gone. The first person was Chris Frazier, then Ivan R., and then Scott Dwallow, okay? And then Ryan Eaton. So several people on that. Now Space Hog's up for bid. Let's pull something else right here. Let's put up another Kiss. I'm looking at Paul Stanley because it looks beautiful. Man, some of these solo albums, I'm just now finding out they're real, and it looks like this one's complete. What a nice copy of Paul Stanley. A 78 USOG with poster and the merch. I don't even want to get anything out. I can promise you it's all beautiful, including the vinyl. EX or better on that. Paul Stanley, a $35 start. Wow. That's Kevin Gladden, okay? Kevin Gladden, first-time buyer. We've already had 2 or 3 tonight. Welcome to Colectco. Make sure you message our page. If you're on Facebook, you can send us a DM. We just need your email address and your mailing address. If you're on Twitch or YouTube, just fill out the link to the first-time buyer form. Please make sure you include what your handle is so they can match it up. We have Mr. Big. Mr. Big is an 89 OG gold stamp promo. It does have the original sleeve. It has the hop sticker. This sticker has been peeled off a little. It is a VG cover and VG vinyl. $20 start on that. Okay, back to this awesome crate. We got Bernard Herrmann. It's a compilation. It's a compilation, sealed 1999. He did some of the soundtracks to Psycho, North by Northwest, Vertigo, The Snows of Kilimanjaro, Mysterious Island. That is a compilation, sealed 1999. And we have Obsession soundtrack, another Bernard Herrmann. Obsession, 1976 USOG, $19.99 on that. And the film music of Bernard Herrmann. There's another one. A U.S. press, the only release. And this is the only time released Unknown Fear, 1999. That is available. Everything in here is available. So if you want to buy something, let me know. And then these back here are auctions, of course. We got Paul Stanley at 35, Paul Stanley at 35, Space Hog at 70, Paul Stanley a third 35, Space Hog at 75. Craig Thomas put 3. I don't know if that was just a stray or if that's a claim for something. And then Space Hog 72, Paul Stanley 36, Paul Stanley 40, Mr. Big 20, Paul Stanley 41, Paul Stanley 40. And then we have Paul Stanley 42, and Space Hog is at 78. The Carney soundtrack, that is unopened, a 1980 USOG, $14.99 on that. And Henry Winkler, Sally Field, see, I do that all the time. I want to immediately read whatever I see first. I'll read anything you put in front of me, like Ron Burgundy on the teleprompter. This is the soundtrack to Heroes. Of course, they are the actors in the movie. Probably had very little to do with the music. This is $14.99 sealed, the soundtrack to Heroes. And we have, okay, let's break this down syllable by syllable. Rota Fellini, Tutti il Filmadium D, $14.99, a 1974, of course, Italian import, tracks from Fellini films, great director, huge influence on Scorsese, $14.99. I'm glad we got people like Paul knowledgeable about this kind of stuff, because most of this I'm like, what? Y'all know me, my knowledge on movies goes to about 1%. Maybe 2%, okay? These are all sticker price right now. These are brand new arrival sticker price. The soundtrack to Sisters, 1974 US Quad OG. Note from Paul, great movie. Never seen that one before. $29.99 on Sisters. And I've seen this, James Bond, Octopussy, $19.99 in shrink wrap. And the title theme on that was done by Rita Coolidge, All Time High. All right, Adam Bernardi on the Rota here. That is sold to Adam Bernardi, okay? So, Space Hog, $82. Space Hog is at $82 right now. Space Hog is at $82. The last bid on Paul Stanley, I think 5 people opened at 35. Then there were some 40s, 41s. Chris Frazier has Paul Stanley. It's OG. It does have a small clip corner down here in the bottom, but it's complete with the merch insert and the poster, and everything is nice. The last bid on Mr. Big was the only bid. Steve Little bid 2 minutes ago, 2.5 minutes ago at $20. He has it, and we're about to sell it. We're grading this VG. We're grading this VG, okay? And this is going to be a final call for $20. We got Michael Ruttman on James Bond, and then we have JetBlue second. Paul Stanley's now at $50. Rollerball soundtrack, that's $14.99. Rollerball soundtrack and Dreamgirl soundtrack. Shrink, it's got this really cool hop sticker with the ticket stub on it. An 82 USOG, $14.99. We have Gandhi. This is sealed, $14.99. Sealed Gandhi, $14.99. And Yanks, original motion picture soundtrack. Yanks is $9.99. Matt Nichols on Rollerball. And then Robin Glenn was second on Rollerball. This is the original cast album to 9. And that's a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Chris Frazier says, can I put back Best Little, please? Let me figure out who was next on this. The next person on this was Ivan R. Ivan, this one's going to go to you now, okay? The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas. That's so to change that to Ivan R instead. So, Space Hog, what was that last bid? Cameron Lingefeld, 82, Stephen Partnow. Paul Stanley got a new bid for 50. Paul Stanley got a new bid for 50, and then Mr. Big only got one bid, and that's $20. And this is sold for $20. And let me find that person one more time. Steve Little for $20. A lot to look forward tonight in new arrivals. If you're interested in pre-owned vintage LPs, whether it be jazz, soundtracks, classic rock, soul, reggae, or polka music, about anything possible could pop up in this bin. Anything, or the next bin, or the next bin, or the next bin. New stuff all night long. Bernard Herrmann's Western Saga, that's another soundtrack sealed, $19.99. And we have Night Shift soundtrack. Night Shift soundtrack also sealed. So many of these are sealed OGs as well, $14.99 on that. Let's jump over here and let's do a final call on Paul Stanley. I'm showing Paul Stanley now has hit 50 with Bob McKinney. Was there another bit higher than that? It doesn't look like it. 79 US OG keel press. It has the original merch insert and poster. Everything is so clean and nice. $50 on that. We're about to sell it. Space Hog is definitely done. And let's put up some other new auctions. Cameron Lingefeld gets this for $82, okay? That's done. First person on Night Shift was Michael Ruttman, and then James Vasquez, and then John Smetzer. Let's jump right over here and move Paul Stanley to a final call. We got got a Van Halen Grail. If it's what I think it is, hope everybody's ready. This is it. The 1991, oh boy, The Real for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, the F-U-C-K album. This is a 91 OG Columbia Clubhouse copy. Now, I think this is one of those records that was never sold in stores. I think this was a club. I think this was a club only, right? Was this sold in stores? I don't think it was. A 91 USOG. It has the original inner sleeve, EX++ near mint minus for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. It's been reissued, but still they only sell it as that like deluxe edition that's about $100 or slightly over. So $195 start on that. $195, okay? Let's get back to the buy it now crate. We have the Jazz Singer. This is $14.99. The Jazz Singer. And then we have Superman the movie. I've never seen this before. Andre Castellanos plays the theme from Superman. It's a white label promo, $9.99. So essentially the Superman music being played by Andre Castellanos. That's $9.99. Melon and Jennings on Jazz Singer. We got Chris Frazier on Superman. Those are sold and sold. And over here we have a North by Northwest. That's cool. Alfred Hitchcock, Bernard Harmon doing the soundtrack, sealed a 1980 press, $24.99. And then Blue Thunder soundtrack, $14.99 for Blue Thunder. All right, let's sell Paul Stanley then. Let's take that off the table. Awesome copy. Don't forget about all the cool Kiss stuff we have tonight. Bob McKinney gets this for $50. Thank you, Bob McKinney. Let's put that right in there, and that's done. And there's Blue Thunder, and let's find some other auctions. Van Halen, James Vasquez on Blue Thunder. Matt's Fan 2. I got to make sure you're a first-time buyer. If you are, just let me know. That says Matt, or I think it says Matt Yes Fan 2. It might say Matt Yes Fan 2. Van Halen for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. Van Halen for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge is a real 1991 USOG club copy. EX++, $195 start. So it's EX++, it's a real 91 club copy, $195 start, okay? $195 start on that. Over here is a Sugar Babe soundtrack. That is sealed for $14.99. And Paul's bringing even more records up here. Yeah. You trying to kill me? What? That's Matt Barnhill. Matt Barnhill on the North by Northwest. Matt Barnhill. And then Music from Galaxies. This is a half-speed master, $9.99 on that. All right, let's grab another auction over here, and let's do Nirvana at the Paramount. This is on orange vinyl. It's sealed, a 2023 orange vinyl, Nirvana at the Paramount, and this is $29.99. Or excuse me, a $25 start. I don't know what I'm saying. $25 start on that. I think I said $25.99 start. That works too, but a $25 start on that, okay? And then over here we have Pretty Boy Floyd. Music for Pretty Boy Floyd, a 1960 US Stereo OG. This is a super clean copy, $39.99. That's pretty dang cool there. Music from Pretty Boy Floyd, a 1960 US Stereo copy, and Paul made a note, super clean, $39.99 on that. And we have Haunted. That is a soundtrack, 1977, $14.99. So Van Halen does have a bid for $195. It is going to sell. It's a final call. Nirvana, $25, $25, and now $30. $25, $25, and now $30. Okay? First thing I'm going to do over here is I'm going to pull another record over here from the bonus crate. And that bonus crate is going to go up with this auction. The Black Keys Stick Freakness, a Newberry Comics exclusive on bone-colored vinyl, a 2013 U.S. limited edition, limited to 1,500, sealed, a $75 start on the Black Keys. Van Halen has a new bid for $200, Nirvana's at $40, and the Gabriella soundtrack is sealed, $19.99. The Gabriella?
It's Antonio Carlos Jobim.
Music by Antonio Carlos Jobim. I hadn't even got down to that point. Great note from Paul. Music by Antonio Carlos Jobim. Scott Oman got Galaxy. Wherever you claim that at, I better go back and find it and make sure. There it is. You put Gal, G-A-L. That's so to Scott Oman, Galaxy. That's done. Paul's heading out. Thank you. He's left us. Well, he basically just brought up a whole restock of another crate. So now we got 2, 4, 5 more crates from Paul, and then we got 4 crates from John. So as I keep going through records, they keep bringing more to me. So we got a long ways to go. I better start reading stuff off faster. Legal Eagles soundtrack. Never seen that one before. $9.99. Danae on the Joe Beam soundtrack. That was Gabriella. We have Mary Poppins soundtrack. A 64 Mono OG. $14.99. Private Lessons. This has Rod Stewart on it. John Cougar, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Never seen that one before. $14.99. And the Kent State soundtrack, $9.99. How did they not put Ohio on here by Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young? But there's Kent State for $9.99. We got Mary Poppins, sold to Stephen Parton. Devious John on NO. Let me know what that was. If that's for Mary Poppins and you got auto-corrected, you were second. Stephen also got Kent State. Scott Dwallow on PL for Private Lessons. Ryan Eaton on Legal. Nirvana has a new bid for $44. How much is King's X? $54.99. And then right now, here's where we're at. The last bid on Van Halen. The last bid on Van Halen was $200. Matthew Copus, you've been outbid, and Matthew says he's done. $200, Mike might win it. This is a real 91 for unlawful carnal knowledge. Okay? Nirvana, the last bid on the sealed orange vinyl, the last bid was Ryan Eaton at $42. Anybody else? And then the Black Key Stick Freakness was a 2013 bone-colored vinyl, sealed, a $75 start. Final call on that. All right. Next is Man of La Mancha. That's another soundtrack, $9.99. And we have Keith Emerson from Emerson, Lake and Palmer doing the soundtrack to Nighthawks. That's sealed for $14.99. And we have Merrily We Roll Along. That is a 1982 half-speed master, another soundtrack, sealed $29.99. Also, Liz to Mania soundtrack, a white label promo. Music by Rick Wakeman and Roger Daltrey with Ringo Starr. White label, $9.99 on that. James Vasquez on the Keith Emerson. No, Mike Pierce was first. Mike Pierce was first. La Mancha is sold to Matt Barnhill, and Nirvana has a new bid for $47. One more than I'm selling Van Halen. The Herod Experiment. This one looks a little wild here. This is VG Plus, $9.99. How much was Merrily? That was an 82 half-speed master, sealed for $29.99. David Doyle on Liz to Mania. Liz to Mania, okay? So Mike Codrini gets the Van Halen for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge for $200. That is sold for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. Van Halen, $200. Nirvana is at $50 with Chris Frazier, and then Nobody Bid on the Black Keys. That's a $75 buy now. Earlier, we had somebody ask for this album. I found a copy, and then we sold another. So I've sold 2. There's 1 left. King's X Dogman. Music on vinyl press. New, $54.99. All right, let's get back to the advertised stuff. Right back to it with, let's knock out another solo album. And this time, let's do Ace. We've done Paul. Let's do Ace. Ace Frehley is a 1978 PRC Richmond OG pressing with a poster and insert. A VG copy. The cover's VG plus maybe. Just a little bit of sign of ring wear, but very clean for what it is. Usually, as y'all know, these are pretty beat. $25 start on that. Okay, there's Ace Frehley. And let's add... I'll add one more in just a second. Let's finish going through this crate. We have Weathering Heights, Michael Legrand doing the soundtrack on that one, EX $12.99. We have Gold, music by Elmer Bernstein. That's VG Plus $9.99. And Chariots of Fire soundtrack, EX $9.99. What about History of the World Part 1, a Mel Brooks film, a soundtrack, EX $16.99. And the Elephant Man soundtrack, a 1980 U.S. first pressing. The Note from Paul, great movie, EX $16.99. Nirvana is an official release. It's live at the Paramount on limited edition orange vinyl. The last bid that came in was 007 Platinum. at $55. That's now going once, going twice. Then we put up Ace, and he opened at 25. Stephen Parton on History of the World, that sold to Stephen Parton. Ace got another $25 bid. Chariots of Fire sold to Scott Dwallow. Elephant Man sold to Stephen Parton. And then Scott Dwallow next on History of the World. Chris Frazier next on Elephant Man. And then Laura was next on Elephant Man. First Men in the Moon. First Man in the Moon, a 1980 USOG, sealed $14.99. We have James Dean, a 1975 mono promo, $9.99. And Patrick Gleason, Star Wars, selections from the film as performed on the world's most advanced synthesizer, sealed $14.99. All right. Is there a racer head in there? If it is, hopefully you have your fingers ready to claim it. Hopefully you already have it typed out in the chat and ready to claim it, because it would sell so fast, your head would spin. You'd be like, whoa, I didn't even see it. And 2 people's already bought it. Ace Frehley's at 40. We're about to sell Nirvana. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right now. Let's do Silverchair. So Silverchair is a 2013, first time on vinyl. So this pressing here was the first time they put it out in vinyl in the United States. It's EX++, near mint minus, a $50 star, and it has a really cool frog stomp etching on the back. Great album, $50 start on that one, okay? And then Ace is at 40, Scott Oman on Star Wars, and then Ace has a new bid for 50. We've also filled up our first crate of the night, so let me swap those out. Let me give y'all an update on where all this stuff is coming from. So Paul went on a 7-day bond trip a couple weeks ago, as y'all know now, and he started in South Carolina, him, Tyler, and Henry. They came back with 50,000 records. Now, if you had a room with 50,000 records and you just sat down and tried to flip through them, even if you did it really fast, going through them about 10 times, you still wouldn't see everything. So right now, 30,000 of those was a collection we got from a guy, I think, in Jersey, and he had jazz and soundtracks and maybe some other stuff. Paul has hit the first batch of soundtracks. So this is crazy stuff. When I'm going through these crates, I have no idea what he's marked. I'm going to be just as surprised as everybody else. That's the good thing. I show up and they've got all this stuff priced. We're all going through it together for the first time. So anybody new that's watching, when I'm going through these, I have no idea what's in here. Y'all are seeing them literally with me live. Sometimes I might take a peek, just kind of flip through it right quick, make sure it's the right crate I want to do. But I'm also going through these live for the first time with you and for the 312 people that's watching. So everybody's getting first dibs all at the same time. You just got to be first to be able to buy it. Otherwise, you're going to be last or second or third or last. And Nirvana is officially sold at 007 Platinum for $55. Ace Frehley is now at $55 and Silverchair is at $60. So good thing about this show is it's very fair. You just got to make sure you're paying attention and you get to see everything live for the first time all together. Now, since we got so much to go through, what I'll do is I'll just go through these once and then we'll swap out crates, okay? Let me take a look over here on John's crate and see what else he's got. We might go ahead and go through one of these crates he's marked. This one looks pretty cool as well. These are sticker price, and then we'll go through some of these other jazz and soundtracks crate that's Paul's marked. So for the next several hours, it's nothing but new stuff, okay? There is nothing but new stuff here. And when we have a little bit more time, I'll try to go through some of those again and pay more attention to track listings and stuff. But as much as we have tonight, we probably have enough time to read through everything once. So I'm going to do read-throughs on crates one time. Make sure you don't miss anything. Make sure you don't hop off to go use the restroom, or you're probably going to miss 5 or 10 records. We have Hives. The Hives is a 2024 Record Store Day, limited edition 4,000 on black and white split with poster, a $35 start on that. $35 start on Hives, that's now for bid. Let's look at James Dean again. James Dean is right here. This is a 1975 mono promo, $9.99. 1975 mono promo, $9.99, okay? First thing we had was Ace Frehley got a new bid for $65. The last bid on Silverchair was Matthews Hendon at $60. I think we're done, and now the Hives is at $45. This is new arrivals, and these are going to be first come, first serve, sticker price. Let's go ahead and get started. First thing we have is Don't Fight It, Red Rider, $14.99, Red Rider. April Wine, Harder, Faster, a 1980 Spanish pressing, $19.99 on that. The Best of Alan Parsons Project, direct metal mastering sticker, $19.99. Looks like a German press. Let's take a look at this a little bit closer. Yeah, it's a German press. DMM mastering, $19.99 on that one. And we have Oak Ridge Boy Fancy Free. Elvira's on that one. $9.99 for Elvira. And we have the soundtrack theme songs from Mike Post. Hill Street Blues, Magnum PI, that's $14.99. And Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful, Volume 2, $19.99 on that. So we're definitely done on Silverchair. Matthew has that for $60. That's done. And then Ace Frehley over here, the last bid was $75 of Roger Tagavilla, maybe. And then the Hives, are we done on that? Jeremy has it for $45. It's up to Mortgage Guy Rob and Shane. Stephen Parton on ORB. And that was for Oak Ridge Boys. Elvira's on that one. Stephen was first. Dust Gray on Parsons. Kelly Vladerchek next on Elvira. Ace is at 75. James Vasquez third on Oak Ridge Boys. Robin Glenn fourth on Oak Ridge Boys. Ace Frehley's at 80. Justin Holt fifth on Oak Ridge Boys. And Badfinger, Say No More, $19.99 for Badfinger. And the Four Seasons, Ragdoll, a white label promo. And this is from Phillips, an original, $14.99. Brian Studdard on April Wine, that's sold. And let's go over here to this. Let's go to the advertised auctions. And Ace is still up. So let's do Wall of Voodoo, Call the West with Mexican Radio and 82 Indianapolis OG. Wall of Voodoo is going to go up for a $25 start. Scott Dwallow on RD, and that was for Ragdoll. And then Margaret Gerhold was second. And then we have Mac Davis, Thunder in the Afternoon. Mac Davis is $9.99. Also, we have Gordon Lightfoot, Don Quixote, with a promo sticker on the back, $14.99 for Gordon Lightfoot, Don Quixote. Has a promo sticker. Doesn't look like it's a promo marked label. Let me go back and see that again. Because sometimes these Warner Brothers can get, okay, that's reprise. So that's definitely just a promo sticker on the back. $14.99, okay? Next is Hives Out, Wall of Voodoo, 25, another 25, and Devious John on Gordon Lightfoot. I'm liking kind of what I'm seeing tonight. We have Hard Goods. That's that compilation again that I always mention that has Kiss on it, $19.99. Warner Brothers Records, $19.99 on that. And Rufus, Camouflage, Rufus with Shaka Khan, $9.99. Okay, Hives is sold to Jeremy Bryant, and that's sold to him for $45. And then Ace Frehley, what was the last bid that came in on this? John Smetzer at 8. Looks like a new bidder, Roger Tagavilla. You're out. John Smetzer has this for $80, okay? Let's put that right there. Hard Goods is sold to Pat Lucero. That's done. Let's put that away. And then Nick Bargeron, you're out on Wall of Voodoo. Let's go ahead and put up another auction from the high-end tab tonight. And let's do REM, Reckoning. This is an 84 sealed copy, a sealed real OG copy with hop sticker, $55 start on REM. The Tigers, Savage Music, $9.99. New vintage stuff, all sticker price. Mark Lindsay, Silver Bird, that's $9.99. Kenny Loggins, In High Adventure. Kenny Loggins is $9.99. Also over here, we have Leah Kunkel, I Run With Trouble, $14.99. The Great American Sound of Nashville, $9.99. And Woody Guthrie, Children's Song sung by Bob and Louise DeQuimerier. I don't know if I got that last word out correctly. $9.99. And Bloomsbury People, $19.99. Bloomsbury People. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. James Mason, The Good Housekeeping Library of Recorded Classics, $9.99. Cat Stevens, ooh, this is nice. In Shrink with the Peace Train and Moonshadow Hop Sticker. Really beautiful copy. That is a top copy, $19.99. Adam Bernardi on the Woody Guthrie. Seeger, let me figure out what that was. Now I had, did you mean Woody, what was Seeger? Seeger, and then did I miss Silverchair? You have OT, Oliver Twist, that's so to Stephen Parton. REM 89, he meant Woody Guthrie. Yeah, that's what I thought. Woody Guthrie sold to Adam Bernardi. Then I see James Mason. You did. It's gone. And then over here we have Relax Your Mind with John and Alan. Wow, what an interesting one there. UK, $49.99. All right, so let me see what happened over here on Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley got a new bid for $85 and then $90. Ace Frehley's at $90 right now. We have Roger T, Tagavilla, you've been outbid. Now in the middle was Wall of Voodoo, Call of the West. Wall of Voodoo, Call of the West. The last bid on Wall of Voodoo was the following. Nick Bargeron bid 30. Sarah Wyberding bid 35. There has not been any other bids. Now Ace Frehley's at 100, and now REM's at 89 with amenities. Everybody else is done bidding. In here we have Pebbles, Pebbles, Mercedes Boy, 12-inch single. Almost wanted to say Peebles, $9.99. Henry's Choice put P. Is that for Pebbles or is that for something else? That came in awfully quick. The Pointer Sisters Greatest Hits, 1989, 39. I was about to say, this has got to be pretty low. I've never seen this before. $39.99, the Pointer Sisters Greatest Hits. That is $39.99. And we have the Best of Keith Jarrett, $19.99. Cat Stevens is Near Mint Minus and Shrinking Hop. These are all sticker price right now. That is a beautiful copy, $19.99 for Cat Stevens Teaser and the Fire Cat. So I bet that was for Stephen Paul. I bet Henry didn't want Pebbles. I bet that was just a miscue for his P. That was weird timing, though. So we'll go ahead and give it to Stephen. And then Will Smithson was next. And we have Hollywood Bird, Charlie Bird with orchestra and chorus, $9.99. Ace is a final call now to Roger Tagavilla for 100. Wall of Voodoo is sold then to Sarah Wyberding for $35. And I didn't see anybody else bid on REM, so we're ready for all new auctions, okay? We're ready for all new auctions. Here is REM, and this is sold to amenities for $89. Ace is a final call, then we'll get back into the other KISS stuff. All right, Promise, Pork Soda. Promise is a 2018 U.S. limited edition 1000 on gold vinyl. It does have some cover damage up here on the corners. They're kind of dinged. It's got a little bit of a crease running right there. But other than that, the vinyl's near mint. And Promise on gold vinyl is a $35 start. Derek Clark says the Tigers here is a great new wave album from a New Zealand band. Tigers is $9.99 if anybody's interested in some new wave you've maybe never heard before. Chris Christopherson, Spooky Lady Sideshow. Chris Christopherson, $14.99. The Kingsman is $9.99. And The Lord's Prayer, Sister Janet Mead, $9.99. Promise, $35, $35, $35. And then over here we have KISS, and this is officially sold to Roger Tagavilla for $100. $100. Relax Your Mind. Let's go back and take a look at that. So this is a Decca pressing, a UK pressing with a flip back jacket. The vinyl is beautiful, and the jacket just has a couple little stress creases where it's in that laminate flimsy UK type cover. Right there, shows a little bit of ring wear. So VG Plus, but nice vinyl, $49.99, okay? Let's put up some other auctions. Promise open with Robert Barnett at 35. Shane T102, you're out. And then let's go. Danae said she'll try the Tigers album. Thank you, Derek, for the recommendation. Devin Reese was next. And then Kathy on Sister. That was Sister Janet Mead. That's so to Kathy. And Carol King, Rhymes and Reasons. In Shrink, another beautiful looking copy. Every few in here there's been some gems as far as grades slip in. I mean, it looks like they were just open. I mean, we get this album pretty much 4, 5, 10 times a week, but that's one of the nicest ones I've seen in a while. Tracy Songer getting the Relax Your Mind at $49.99. Thank you on that. And then The Joy of Cooking, that's $9.99. The Vintage Years of Dwayne Eddy, a 2 LP with promo sticker, clip corner, $16.99 on that. Next is our next KISS album. Let's take a break from the solo albums and let's put up an OG 1974 pressing of Hotter Than Hell. VG vinyl and VG Plus jacket, $25 start for Hot, Hot. Next is Focus Hamburger Concerto in Shrink, another really nice looking copy for $14.99. The 5-Man Electrical Band. No, it doesn't have the song Signs on it. It's sealed, though, from 1973, $24.99. And T for the Tillman, Cat Stevens, in shrink wrap, $14.99. Paul says these top copies came from the Jazz collection. I could tell. Now, Henry's Choice, I know you're dying to make an offer on Cat Stevens, but this is the kind of stuff, if I would have flipped through any of these records before they went out for sale, this one might have disappeared in the collection of Chad Williams, because it's nice. I love stuff like this. It looks like it was just torn open with the hop sticker, and there's been several in here like this. So some of these could disappear before they make it the best offer. Just saying, because that's a qualification for top copy. Just saying, especially with the Peace Train hop sticker. That's pretty incredible. Over here, we got Mac Davis, Baby Don't Get Hooked on Me. Mac Davis is $9.99. And there's the second of the Mac Davis. We have the If soundtrack. If is $19.99. Not a soundtrack, it's If self-titled. I meant to say self-titled. I said soundtrack instead. And then Carole King is in shrink, $14.99. Yeah, very nice copy on that one, okay? So first thing we have is this. We have Kiss at $25. Can we see Kiss Hotter Than Hell vinyl and label? You sure can. Carole King, Promise, $38. So Henry's Choice said he will take this Cat Stevens. Amenity said he'll take the other two. So he had first dibs on that one. That's sold to Henry's Choice. Amenities, I'll give you T for the Tillman. Todd saw both Cat Stevens are already spoken for. And then Carol Puckett said, take it home. Too late now. And then Adam Bernardi on Carole King. It'll be a while before I see a brand new OG, beautiful near mint shrink wrap Cat Stevens T for the Tillman and shrink with hop. It's gone. Gallery, Nice to Be With You. This has their great song, I Believe in Music. Gallery is $19.99. And then we have the Four Seasons, Looking Back. Another white label promo, Four Seasons, $14.99, and Mother Focus, $14.99 on that. So right now, Promise is at $39. Kiss has a bid for $25. This is a 1974 U.S. Terre Haute OG pressing. A 1974 U.S. Terre Haute OG pressing. The vinyl has been graded VG. There's side 2 label, 1974 Terre Haute, Kiss, hotter than the high bid is $25 with amenities. Let's put that right there. And then there's the jacket. Very cool. Hotter Than Hell. All right, Promise now at $40. Wolverine on Four Seasons. So right now, there are 8 crates of new arrivals to go through. I'm only going to read through these once and then go right into another one, okay? Gordon Lightfoot, Cold on the Shower. Another one of promo sticker. Nice. Rainy Day Peoples on this one. Man, what another nice copy. $14.99. Some of these should be just flying out of the crates. John Lennon Mind Games, $24.99. Also, we have Chris Christopherson, Who's to Bless. Promo stamp on the back, clip corner, $14.99. Devious John on Gordon Lightfoot. Been listening to him a lot lately. The Best of Steelers Real, Jerry Rafferty, Stuck in the Middle with You. Here I Am, Stuck in the Middle with You, $19.99. Will Smithson next on Gordon Lightfoot, Wishbone Ash, No Smoke Without Fire, $16.99. And Vanilla Fudge Mystery, $19.99. All right, let's put up another auction. And that's going to come back here from the high-end tab. And that is what? That is Rush, Roll the Bones. Finishing out this collection we have, finishing out this amazing collection we have of the 200 gram. The 200 gram. Whew, it's hot in here. I'm literally sweating. I gotta go. It's cold outside, but it's hot in here. Rush Roll the Bone is a QRP pressing, 200 gram. It is a U.S. reissue, a $75 start. $75 start on Rush. It's the 200 gram Roll the Bones. That should take off like a firecracker. So Gordon Lightfoot, Gordon Lightfoot, Gordon Lightfoot. The 90s comp. Yes, somebody's been asking for that. You got to keep reminding me and keep reminding me, or I'm going to keep forgetting and keep forgetting. Todd Saw and Steelers Wheel. We got Mike Wilt wants JL and Vanilla Fudge. That's for John Lennon and Vanilla Fudge. Those are sold to Mike Wilt. What's the Kiss at? It has one bid for $25. What is the Promise? What's the Promise at? Stephen Parton has flew a flag. GR was for Jerry. Oh, I thought that was for Gordon Lightfoot. My bad. So he was first on Gordon Lightfoot. Stephen Parton put GR, or for Jerry Rafferty. Stephen put GR for Jerry Rafferty. So Todd, you were second. My bad. I thought that was for another Gordon Lightfoot. All right. Okay. And then Rush is at 76. Condition on Kingsman. And then Rush is a $75 start. Jazz Grog says he'll try the If album. And then how much was Wishbone Ash? That was $16.99. We got Doc Holliday, Modern Medicine. Doc Holliday's $19.99. Starland Vocal Band with their big hit Afternoon Delight, $9.99. Also over here is Neil Diamond's Greatest Hits. Oh, that's a good one. Sealed, $19.99. Cherry Cherry's on here. Solitary Man, The Boat That I Row, $19.99. Adam Bernardi on Wishbone Ash. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then we have Candida Dawn. That's in Shrink, $14.99. Wolverine on the sealed Neil Diamond. It's crazy how many sealed records we have. And Billy Squire, Emotions in Motion, and Shrink and Hop and Price Tag, $19.99. Okay, first we got to take care of the auctions. Promise. Let's go over all the details. A 2018 U.S. reissue limited edition 1000 on gold vinyl, near mint minus on the vinyl. And the last bit on Promise that came in was Shane at $40, okay? Kiss is sold. It had about 4 questions, 2 people asking what the bid was, and Christopher Lee just placed a bid for $25 earlier. Now, the bid was already at $25 with amenities. So you tied amenities, you've got to bid 26 or more, or I've got to sell that to him for $25, okay? So that's a final call. He was the one and only bidder on that at $25. The only reason it's still been up for sale 7 minutes later is because we have people keep asking what it is and what the condition is and what the price is. Otherwise, he would have got it for $25. And for some reason, nobody wants to bid more than $25. I have about 60-second timer on it. If we don't have a bid for higher than $25, we got to sell it. Christopher Lee's at $27. It is a 74 Terre Haute OG press and VG condition. Now it's at $27. Rush is one of the most desirable pressings of this album. Roll the Bones, the 200-gram QRP pressing, possibly the most desirable. It was supposed to be a $75 start. It has one bid, once again, with amenities at $76. Robin Glenn on Starland Vocal Band, sold. Mike Wilt, you were next on the Neil Diamond. Chris Frazier first on Billy Squire. Calvin Ward was second. Promise has a new bid for $41. Promise has a new bid for $42. Kiss has a new bid for $27. Kiss has another bid for $28. Kiss has another bid for $28. Denise was first. Christopher, you're out. Amenities, you're out. Robert Lee Bunch, you're out. And no one else has been on Rush. A final call. Amenities has it for $76. Going once, going twice. Next crate is some stuff that Paul marked. Oh, man. I love it when we buy 50,000 new records. I love it when we buy 50,000 new records. Makes me want to shout. Shout. Oh, it makes me want to go up front and drink some more Monster because my Master's Cup is out. My Master's Cup. Folks, that came all the way from Augusta, Georgia. I was sitting behind the 12th tee on Amen Corner, sipping on sweet tea out of this at one time. Now I'm sipping sweet Monster out of it. What's left from the water down? New crate on deck. I would not blink. Hopefully you have clothespins holding your eyes open. Hopefully you got clothespins, like you got your eyes peeled back, like, oh my gosh, I can't look away. If I look away, he's going to sell something, and then I'm going to miss it, and then I'm going to be sad, and then I'm going to be angry, and then I'm going to have to go in here and yell at my cat and my gerbils, and I'm going to be like, ah, yeah. We got to clean out this fridge. There's too much stuff in it. Things aren't getting cold enough. I'm going to be on fridge duty tonight. A Subway cookie. All right. Here we go. Sorry for the quick timeout, but I had to go get another drink. Tonight started off, I don't know if y'all were watching when I went live, but it was so crazy. I almost had to mute the mic, and I was going to go in here and yell at my own gerbil. I was going to go, yeah. Okay. Here we go, right into it. Let's go right over here. Promise pork soda. This is Gotten a lot of bids. Shane has it for $43. It's a 2018 U.S. reissue on gold vinyl. 2018 U.S. reissue on gold vinyl. This was a $35 start. The high bid right now is $43, okay? Now Kiss is at $30 with amenities. Nobody else bid on Rush, right? Nobody else bid on Rush. What was the Rush? Here we go. Roll the Bones, a 200-gram QRP pressing. Once again, it's had one bid for $76. One bid for $76. Let's go back up the top. Make sure I didn't miss anything since I stepped up front. Primus still getting bids. Kiss still getting bids. Rush, once again, has one bid but several questions. Everybody's thinking. They're calculating. They're calling their doctor. They're calling their lawyer. They're calling everybody, and they're saying, hey, can I bid on this Rush? Chad has it up for sale. Doctor, give me the news. Can I bid on this Rush? And your doctor is going to say, can you handle it? Can you take the heat of buying this Rush album and being able to put it on your turntable and experience it? Okay? How much was Doc Holliday? Let's go back and find that. I'm only reading through the crates once, but I will be honored to go back and show you something again. Let's get started with this Paul crate. Doc Holliday, Modern Medicine, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. All right, we have Wardell Gray, Central Avenue, a 1976 white label promo, $14.99. Eddie Lockjaw Davis, The Cookbook, Prestige, white label promo, $19.99. We have Ray Bryant, Me and the Blues, 1974 white label promo, $19.99. Eric Dolphy and Ron Carter, Magic, a 1975 sealed, $29.99. Doc Holliday, please. Let me make sure Carol Puckett doesn't want it. Carol, Doc Holliday's yours. If not, Robert Lee Bunch wants it. Are we done on Primus? Primus. Tomorrow is going to be a platinum autograph auction, okay? I've got 20 new letters from JSA, and I've got about 10 surprises from the last bunch y'all have never seen. Tomorrow, we'll have a whole slate of new auctions from Laura, but it's also platinum autograph night. I wouldn't say platinum because I don't want to distract from all the great vinyl tomorrow, but we're going to have about 20 high-end JSA lettered autographs go up for auction tomorrow, okay? If they don't sell, I got to get them online so I can start moving them. So tomorrow, high-end autograph. I'll let you know. I've got some cool stuff. I have another Pink Floyd item that's never been shown before going up for auction, okay? So first thing, I want to say that while we're at peak viewership right now, we've got incredible signed memorabilia going up, including sports stuff. Wardell Gray sold to Jazz Grog. That sold to him at $14.99. Adam Bernardi on Magic. This right here is sold to Adam Bernardi. Danny, I'm going to end up calling you Danny, and I apologize. Danae on Davis. And that was Davis. That was, let me find these. Eddie Lockjaw Davis sold to Danae. Adam Bernardi said, never mind. Okay, this goes back in here. And then we got Michael Butler on Ray Bryant. This is sold to Michael Butler. Then Danae was next. Carol Puckett does get Doc Holliday. And then over here, Primus is at $44. Primus is at $44. Okay, where's Rush at? I honestly, I don't know. Somebody just asked, did anybody else bid? Okay. It's been one of those bizarre, evidently the details I'm telling you on Rush is not what you want to hear, even though it should be because it is the best pressing of this record. This only got one bid. Golly, how long ago was this? I can't even find it anymore. The bids are closed on this. Whatever I've been telling people on this is not what they want to hear. Maybe they wanted to hear something different. Amenities bid on this 10 minutes ago. That's pretty crazy. The only bidder at $76. He was the only bidder at $76, and that's sold. That was 10 minutes ago. That's how many questions this got before I could sell it. But evidently, nobody wanted to hear that it was the 2015 200-gram QRP pressing. That is sold to him for $76. It should have been sold 5 minutes ago, but it kept on getting increase. Now, what about KISS? This also keeps getting increase. I'm telling you, you say the word KISS around here, you're going to have some people fire their guns. And they're going to say, whoa, 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 wait a minute, Chad. Are you selling a KISS record without me knowing what it is? You got to give me some more details, buddy. And I have amenities at $30. He's had this one for 7 minutes. I'm scrolling. No one has said out. The only other person who's asked about it is amenities, and he has kept asking me what the high bid is. And it's yours for $30. No one ever bid again. This is sold to amenities for $30, okay? You got to make sure you're watching in the chat so you know when you've been outbid. I'll try to call it, but it's sold for $30. Too bad, too sad. It sold to him for $30. Promise, he had it for 7 minutes for $30. Bradley Smith has Promise at 44. This one more time. This has had a lot. It feels like it should be at 150, but it's not. It's at 44 with Bradley Smith. The bidder before that, I don't even know. $44. I've got Bradley Smith at $44, a 2018 gold vinyl. Now it's at $45. Why doesn't somebody go ahead and bid $75 and we can wrap that thing up? I promise you right now, if you bid $75, you will win it. All you got to do is bid $75. Boom. Unless somebody outbids you. Magic is sold to Matt Barnhill. Thank you. Okay, what a great start to this crate. Holy crap. So the first thing I have left, the only thing left in here is Dizzy Gillespie, the Giant Gillespie. Prestige, a white label promo, $19.99. I'm showing 2 more, and then I'm putting up 2 more auctions. King Curtis, Jazz Groove Curtis, sealed, 1973, 1999. Yusef Lateef, Blues for the Orient, VG Plus, white label promo, $19.99. Promise, going once, going twice. Shane has it for $45. Next auction's going to go up right now. Now, that's what I call 90s alternative rock. Sorry this has took so long. Tonight has been insane to say the least. A 2021 US OG Target exclusive, and this is a $25 start. Promise is going twice, going 3 times. Bradley's out. Nobody wants to bid $75. The high bid right now is $45. Next comment, Adam Bernardi. Has Killers gone yet? No, it hasn't. Adam Bernardi on Dizzy. Sold to Adam. Will Smithson was next. Next is Sean Miller, 3rd on Dizzy. Amenities, 4th on Dizzy. Danae on King Curtis. Sold. Danae first on Yusef Lateef. Now 25, now 26, now's at 30. Promise is sold. This is gone, and this is sold to Shane for $45. Shane, are you a first-time buyer? That's Shane T100. If you are, just say yes or no. I'm a regular, but I'm under a different handle because I do not recognize Shane T100. This is sold to you for $45, okay? Now's at $35. Mitch T's out. That auction might already be done. Final call for $35. Next KISS auction. Eyes and ears open because, folks, there's a KISS auction going up for bid. You might want to pay close attention as I give you these details, okay? There's probably somebody joining the chat right now, so I'm going to give it 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. KISS Killers. A 1982 Netherlands OG pressing. A Netherlands OG pressing. Compilation, of course. It has the original on her sleeve and the vinyl's an EX with an VG Plus cover because there's a punch hole. $30 start. Now that's what I call 90s alternative rock. Is a final call to Kelly Vladarchuk for $35. Back to this crazy crate. Gene Amon's Jug Anthology, a 1974 white label promo, VG Plus, $14.99. Milt Jackson, Opus the Funk, EX, $16.99, a 75 white label promo. And then Evans Dameron, the Arranger's Touch, a white label promo, EX $16.99. Prediction, there's going to be very little left in this crate when we get done with it. Holy moly. Time out. Okay. All right. Killers opened up at $55. That was the first bid on Kiss. It opened up at $55. It was supposed to be a $30 start. We got 55 and then 30. Jazz Grog on Amons. So did Jazz Grog. Kiss out. Now 40, now 45. Danae next on Amons. Amons. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Evans is so to Adam Bernardi. And then we have Milt Jackson, so to Jared Inc. Then Danae. Kiss 65. Killers 30. Amenities next. And Kiss is at 67. Back to this crate. Sonny Rollins, Saxophone Colossus, a 75 white label promo, EX $16.99. Touchdown USA, the Big Ten and other great college marches of the gridiron, VG Plus $9.99. Great record to be showing since the college football national championship is on right now. Jazz Grog on Sonny Rollins, and that's sold. Now it's back out, and now once again a final call to Kelly Vlodarchek at $45. Now Kiss is at $70. Flag on Gil Evans. The first person on Gil Evans was Danae D. La-O. And then Amenities, you were second. She was definitely first on that one. Okay, and then we have Rollins. That was so to Jazz Grog, and then Derek Cesaro, and then Danae, then DJ, then Matt Barnhill, and then Sean Miller. Touchdown USA is still available. Inga Svezin. What is it? Is that a W? Looks like SWENSON. I'm old-fashioned. A 1964 Mono VG, $9.99. Burlesque Uncensored. A 1955 USOG Purple Translucent Vinyl. Wow. Purple Translucent from 1955. I know it looks black. I'm holding it up to the light right now, and it's turning purple translucent. That's pretty cool to see from 1955, colored vinyl. It's audiophile grade then, purple translucent. Let's put this back here. I don't like these baggies, but I usually just do this right here when I have trouble with them. Okay, Kiss is at 80, and then Tamiko is a 1968 US Mono. That's under the genre of soul. VG Plus $14.99. Burlesque is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Kelly also gets the Now, that's what I call 90s alternative. Now, that's what I call 90s alternative. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $45. That's sold for $45, okay? There's that. And then Kiss Killers. Kiss Killers. D-Kong has it for $95. All right, we need new auctions. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I can go ahead and tell you right now, there's a crazy week ahead here at Coletco. What a start to a Monday night. Somebody asked for silver earlier. I've got a few things over here, but right now I'm going to be showing records like Peter Criss. This is a 78 Terre Haute OG with poster and both inserts. So this one's complete. His came with a merch insert, a poster, but his also came with an insert. VG Plus condition, Peter Criss, a $20 start. I know we've already got Kiss up. Be sure you put PC on this one, okay? Kiss is at 95 with D-Kong. And now the next auction we have is Stevie Ray Vaughan Live Alive. Stevie Ray Vaughan Live Alive is an 86 OG VG++ condition EX, so not a bad copy whatsoever. SRV 25. Back to this really cool crate. That looks interesting. Chris McGregor's Brotherhood of Breath, a 71 USOG EX, $26.99. Kiss Killers, D-Kong has it for $95, final call. A Touch of Satin, J.J. Johnson Quartet, a 61 US Stereo OG EX, $22.99. Cambridge, dedicated to Dolphy, pieces by John Lewis, Harold Faberman, Gunther Schuller. 1966 US Stereo includes invoice from the label where it was purchased from Cambridge Records. Wow. Sold to the Atlantic in Queens, New York. EX, $22.99. That's pretty incredible to see. Dodinger in South America. 65 US Stereo, an OG Bossa Nova Soul Jazz album. VG Plus $14.99. The Claus Goldinger Quartet. there's that. And then let's go ahead and sell Killers. This is sold to D-Kong for $95. Thank you on that. And let's put that away. All right, it's showed right there. Boom and boom. So Peter Chris, the last bid on Peter Chris was $30 with Kathy Hodges. Kathy, I heard you and your husband came up from Mississippi and visited the store 2 days in a row. I heard y'all drove up 2 days in a row from Mississippi to come dig through the $2 records here in the store. If so, thank you, and sorry I missed you. I'm never in the store, so you'll probably never see me, but you're welcome to talk to me here all night long. J.J. Johnson is sold to Amenities. Danae on McGregor, and that was this record here. That's sold to Danae. And then we have Matt Barnhill next on JJ and Tamiko. The Tamiko is a 68 US mono. It's on the December label, and that's a soul album. Tamiko Jones. That's VG Plus $14.99. Next is Kai Winding Solo, a 63 US Stereo OG EX $12.99. Memphis Horns, a 1970 white label promo EX $12.99. Memphis Horns. Assorted Flavors of Pacific Jazz, a hi-fi sampler, a 1956 USOG EX $12.99. Wolverine on the Tamiko. Thank you. We have, I don't know. Uh-oh, Paul. There's nothing on this one. Uh-oh, wait a second. Might have been some stuff slipping here that wasn't supposed to. These don't have prices on them. Oh, no, Paul. That's strike 1 and 2. I think he was probably going to price those, but they got mixed in. We'll leave those out. We'll move on to Friday the 13th, Cook County Jail on the Groove Merchant label, a 73 USOG, Jimmy McGriff, Lucky Thompson, George Freeman, Odell Levy, Groove Merchant label, Shrink, VG $11.99. Danny says, I called Tamiko earlier. Okay, let me make sure that was on my feed. She already bought that. My bad. I have messed up, Wolverine. She had already put Tamiko, and I completely missed that. And that was after, let me make sure. Yeah, that was after, before he asked about it. This is already sold to Danae. Okay, that's already sold to Danae. Let me go back up to where that was at, make sure I didn't miss anything else. Okay, Kiss 95. Okay, yeah, there's her claim for that. Peter Chris was at 30. I haven't seen a bid since then. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 25, then 28, then 30, then 32, then 35, and then Jazz Grog on Pacific. That's sold to Jazz Grog. And then info on Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jazz Grog on Cook County Jail. Was there a Pussifer? Paul is fired. And then over here, we got Stevie Ray Vaughan, 36. And we have Chico Hamilton Quintet in Hi-Fi. A 1956 US Mono OG VG Plus, $19.99. Kathy, you do get the Peter Chris for $30. This is sold to you. Thank you, and Peter Chris is done. Now, Stevie Ray Vaughan, let's introduce this and put up some new auctions. This is a 1986 USOG VG++ EX. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $36 with Stephen Parton. That's going once, going twice. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Kiss Love Gun. Nice. Oh, man, a promo mark copy. Oh, wow. 1977. Let's take a look at this one carefully then. This could be big. This is a 1977 OG promo marked Love Gun. Promotion copy, not for sale. So it's got a clip corner. That's not a cutout corner. That's typical indicative of a promo cut corner. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the merch insert. And it has the Love Gun with the bang. Wow, a complete OG promo copy of Love Gun. The vinyl, a strong VG, a $50 start on Love Gun. There we have it. Wow. Blues Trombone, J.J. Johnson, a 1959 US Mono OG, VG Plus $19.99 on that. We have Prestige Swingville, the Happy Jazz of Rex Stewart, a 1960 US Mono OG, that's EX $12.99. Blue Sunset. Early Yugoslavian repress, EX $22.99. Jazz Grog on Blue Trombone, that's sold to Jazz Grog. Next thing is Tony Bennett and Bill Evans, Together Again, EX $12.99. Indecent Exposure, The Best of George Carlin, VG Plus $9.99. The Herb Ellis Trio Herb Mix, what a cool cover, an 82 US EX $12.99. Okay, so over here, Love Gun had an opening bid of 50, Kiss 50, Kiss 55, 55, 55, 55. Danny was Danae second on JJ, then Matt Barnhill. Stephen Parton first on George Carlin, and then Love Gun another 50. Stevie Ray Vaughan out. Kiss is at 75, and what was Blue Sunset? Blue Sunset was BP Convention Big Band, and that's Clark Terry. That is Art Farmer, and that is a early Yugoslavian repress. BP Convention Big Band, $22.99. Danae on Herb Ellis, Chad Smith on Evans and Bennett, and then we have Ella Fitzgerald, Newport Jazz Festival, live at Carnegie Hall, 73 US EX $12.99. Black Giants, that's a white label promo, EX $12.99. Louis Armstrong, Count Basie, Miles Davis, Duke Ellington, Dizzy, Coleman, JJ, Quincy, Ramsey, Mingus. Black Giants, EX $12.99, and Dizzy Gillespie, in the beginning, Gillespie, VG Plus $14.99. All right, so quick update. The last bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan, I had Stephen Parton at $41. Kiss got up to $75, and then we sold Carlin to Stephen Parton, Scott Dwallow second, Chad Smith third, Chris Knapp fourth, Love Gun 80, Danny got Herb, Chad got Evans and Bennett, Love Gun 85, Love Gun 99, Devious John first on Ella Fitzgerald, and then Chad Smith was second, Mary Miles third, Spiky McVeigh on Blue Sunset, Danae was third on Ella Fitzgerald, Chad Smith on Black Giants, Danae was next, then Amenities. Danae first on Dizzy. King's X is Dogman, new and sealed music on vinyl press, $54.99. Last copy. We've sold 2 tonight. Okay, there's that. We're about to sell Stevie Ray Vaughan. The only thing left in here was Prestige Swingville, Chico Hamilton, Memphis Horns, Kai Winding, Goldinger in South America, Cambridge, that's dedicated to Dolphy, Inga Swinson, SW sounds Swedish, doesn't it? And then Touchdown USA. That's the only thing left in that entire jazz crate that Paul's marked. Holy moly. And guess what? Y'all ready? There's 4 more like that. And there's 3 more crates that John's marked. To keep it balanced, we're going to grab one of those, and then we're going to go through one of these other crates that Paul has marked. Holy moly. All right, let's go over here and see what's in one of these other crates John's marked. I see Red Fox. I see Mama's Boys. I see The Outlaws. I see Autograph. Let's grab through these. I'm going to go as fast as I can, and that way we can keep going right in through all new stuff. Y'all ready? Here we go. Stevie Ray Vaughan then is sold. Don't forget about all the auctions, plus bonus stuff. Holy moly. So Stevie Ray Vaughan was sold to Stephen Parton for $41, okay? $41. Greg's out for the week. No, you're not. Jazz Grog's going to be here all week buying jazz records. Your Twitch handle literally says Jazz Grog. You got to hold up to your reputation. Okay, this is a promo copy of Love Gun complete. A promo copy, everybody. Amenities has it for $85. Amenities has it for $85. I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates because that one got full in a hurry. New classic rock type stuff here, maybe others. You never know what John's going to slip in a bin, eh? You just never know about him. I've seen him all of a sudden. We'll be in like showing Rod Stewart and REO Speedwagon, and it'll be like Charles Mingus, VG Plus, 290. You just never know about John. He'll slip in something like crazy. Like, what in the world? Here we go. We have Autograph, Sign in Peace, $26.99. Rick Wakeman, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur, $19.99. Kenny Rogers, The Gambler, you've got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. And there's another Kenny Rogers for $9.99. And Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush, that's $19.99. Ray Thomas from the Moody Blues, that's $9.99. The Mighty Oaks. And Rick Wakeman, The Six Wives of Henry VIII, a white label promo, $24.99. D-Kong got autographed. That sold. Love Guns at $88. Outlaws Playing the Win is $9.99. And Cat Stevens, another beautiful Cat Stevens and Shrink, Mona Bone Jacone. David Doyle, you're first on Rick Waitman. Let me know which of the two you want, okay? Those are your picks. Love Gun, amenities, you've been outbid. Next auction is going to go up right now. Creed, oh man. Human Clay, I can't believe more people hadn't asked for this. Probably because they didn't expect it to be the OG copy. Holy moly. Creed, Human Clay. This is a 1999 USOG limited edition sealed copy. The real 1999 pressing. This is a $395 start. Creed, Human Clay, a $395 start. That's up for bid. I can't believe more people hadn't been asking for this. Ozzy Osbourne, Randy Rhoads, Bat's Head Soup, live in Cleveland, 1981. A vintage Ozzy bootleg with Randy Rhoads from the Blizzard of Oz tour, Ohio, May 11th, 1981. And this is EX, a $50 start on that. A $50 start on that one. Here we have it. Love Gun at $88. D-Kong got autographed. David Doyle wants the first Rick Waitman. And the first Rick Waitman was the Myths and Legends of King Arthur. Wolverine on DS. And DS for Wolverine was for, hold on one second, he meant CS for Cat Stevens. There we go. Richard Bradshaw next on autograph. Kiss 90. Creed 395. Ozzy 50-50 160. There we have it. Mark Farner, one of his solo albums, $14.99. Atlanta Rhythm Sections, $14.99. Donna Ross and the Supremes, $14.99. Don McLean, self-titled, $9.99. The Joy of Cooking, that's a sealed original. It's called Castles, $14.99. Neil Young, Decade, a triple LP, the essential Neil Young collection, in my opinion, especially for a vintage copy, $44.99 on that. And then the Climax Blues Band Chicago. The Climax Chicago Blues Band. That's one of their first albums, $39.99. London Sire label with promo sticker, 1969. $39.99. Over here, Love Gun. Love Gun. The last bid on Love Gun, I'm about to sell it. Matthews Hendon has it for $90. Does anybody else want to bid more than $90 on the promo Love Gun? Ozzy's at $85, and Creed has a bid, a sealed OG for $395, going once, going twice. Next is Gene Clark. Wow. Didn't expect to see that in here. $44.99. That's Gene Clark self-titled. $44.99. Danae on the Blues Band Chicago. Long Shots, Dead Certs, and Odd Favorites. Chiswick Chartbusters Volume 2 in shrink, $24.99. And the Best of the Tramps. Disco Inferno, $14.99. Amenities has thrown a flag. You got to let me know what the flag's for. Also, we have Carole King Thoroughbred. This is sealed for $19.99. And we have Mama's Boys, $14.99 for that. And Mama's Boys back-to-back, plug it in, $24.99 on that one. Amenities has Kiss at $99. Okay, if that ever happens, just bid again. Amenities has Love Gun for $99. Does anybody want to bid in the next 60 seconds, 120 seconds, more than $99 on Love Gun? The next thing is Creed. It only has that one bid for $395. I think we're done. Adam Bernardi got DM. Did I pull that earlier? Don McLean, that's sold to Adam Bernardi. Danny got the Blues. Joseph Clark on the Gene Clark. That's sold to Joseph Clark. Love Guns at $99. And then over here, I have Keel, The Final Frontier. In shrink, $19.99. Jay Giles, Blow Your Face Out, a double LP, $29.99. And we have John Cougar Mellencamp, The Kid Inside. This is sealed, $24.99. John, I've never seen that. Some kind of rhino comp. Cat Stevens, this is $14.99. And The Hustle, The Best of Van McCoy, $19.99 on that. Farewell to the First Golden Era, The Mamas and Papas, a white label promo, $24.99. Mamas and Papas promo copy. Wow. Crazy stuff in here. We have Creed sold to Derek Cesaro for $395. Nice. What about the vintage Aussie bootleg here? The last bit I seen was Calvin Ward at $85. Love Gun is sold to Amenities for $99. Okay. He's like, Chad, the bids are going backwards. I literally bid $99 on this a half hour ago, and people are going backwards. Somebody bid 95, then 90, then 85, then 83, 80. You're supposed to go up on the bids. Amenities got that for $99. Tom Kelly on Keel. That's so to Tom Kelly. Thank you on that one. And we have the Alan Parsons Project Gaudi, $19.99 for APP. Next auction is Bob Marley, Babylon by Bus, a 1983 U.S. specialty reissue with the original under sleeve. Bob Marley's a $20 start, and Billy Squire, The Tale of the Tape. Billy Squire, $19.99, and Alabama, self-titled, $14.99. April Wine is a German press, $19.99 for April Wine. Request for yes. We got Terry Reid. We have, this is Kanye, isn't it? We got Terry Reid, Kanye, Motorhead, Kiss, 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 Madonna, Hearing Aid, Styx, Y&T. We have Porcupine Tree, Velvet Underground, Rob Thomas, and here is the Yes box set. The Yes box set is the Steven Wilson remixes. Yes is a 2018 OG box set, 5 albums over 6 LPs. The Steven Wilson's remix include new cover art by Roger Dean. Everything is EX or better. And Laura made a note, some of these box sets have sold on Discogs for as much as $500. So these are the Steven Wilson remixes. Amazing. Ooh, I like that sound. That's actually a good thing. These have been very well handled. They didn't even open the gatefolds. They're in MoFi sleeves. The Yes album, man, Starship Trooper. I don't even want to start looking at this because I'm going to I think I have one set aside. I can't remember. We had one come through the other day. It's like last year. I think I kept it because it was sealed. And I was like, man, I don't know when I'll get another sealed one because it's out of print. Wow, there it is. Okay, let's jump back up the top. We have Keel. That was sold. Request for yes. There it is. Bob Marley 20, Bob Marley 20, Bob Marley 22. A request for Terry Reid. April condition. No condition notes. April Wine, 1999. Red Rider Neruda is 1999. And Wishbone Ass is 1999. That one's called Just Testing. Okay, let's go over here to Aussie. And it's sold and it's done for $85. And this is sold for $85 to Calvin Ward. Let's put that away. That's sold to Calvin Ward for $85. Bob Marley, the last bid was $25. Back to the Future is $33.99. Okay, Bob Marley condition. A 1983 U.S. specialty reissue with the original under sleeve. Nice VG Plus. This has, excuse me, the original die cut lettering there. So yes, box set is a $275 start. Yes, the Steven Wilson remix is $275 start. Now, who was the first person who asked about April Wine? Rock Show. Rock Show does get April Wine. He was the first person who asked about it. Already sold. Neil Diamond and the Singer Sings His Songs. $14.99 on Neil Diamond. John Lennon Rock and Roll, $24.99. Classic Lightfoot. It's in partial shrink wrap. No condition note, $16.99 for Lightfoot. Also over here we have Surreal Thing, Chris Christopherson, $14.99. Wolverine on Neil Diamond, that's sold. Yes is a $275 start. $275 start for the Steven Wilson box set. Kenny Loggins Vox Humana, $9.99. Topographic on Classic Lightfoot. That is sold. And then Focus 3 has the die cut cover. It's still in shrink with the hype sticker, $24.99. We have the Four Seasons Sings Big Hits by Burt Baccarat, Hal David, and Bob Dylan. Gold Phillips label, super clean. Four Seasons is $12.99. Mac Davis, I Believe in Music, $9.99. Fifth Dimensions, $14.99. And Red Fox, Huffin' and Puffin'. Red Fox sealed original record, $19.99. Bob Marley, Tim Voldness has this for $28. Chad Smith, you've been outbid. Final call. Yes, doesn't have a bid yet. A $275 start. A $275 start. Going once, going twice, and we're about to make that a buy now. Next thing I'm going to do over here is Lightfoot was $16.99. It was in shrink, $16.99. And then next was Will Smithson on that one. And then we have Stephen Parton on Red Fox. And then how much was Billy Squire? Billy Squire was right back here, tail of the tape, $19.99 on that. Can you put up Porcupine Tree? Boy, that's hard to say. I sure can. DJ next on Fox, then Chris Knapp, and then what was the first Mama's Boys? Surprisingly, there's 2 of these still left. Mama's Boys Plug It In and Mama's Boys Self-Titled. They are 14 and 24. 14 and 24, okay? Now, untraditionally, I've only been going through a crate once and then going right into another one. That's because right now there's still 4, 5, 6 crates of new arrivals to go through. If you were waiting for me to show something again, you're going to have to ask. I don't mind to go back. But right now I'm going to blast through this other crate. And let's do this one right here, okay? Let's see. Carole King Details. We can show it. Mamas and Papas. Ooh, that was a great neck adjustment. That felt good. Okay, yes, did not get a bid. $275 buy it now. Good luck to whoever's waiting to buy it now. Dirty Pirate Hooker on the $14.99 Mama's Boys. You got it. And then let's show the Carole King, right? CK, was that a request? Carole King Thoroughbred, maybe. I can't believe no one got the Tramps Disco Inferno. First thing I have is Carole King Thoroughbred, a sealed OG, $19.99. Mama's Boys is sold a Dirty Pirate Hooker. And then Dust Gray, one of the Mamas and Papas, white label promo. You got it. It was a promo copy. I love the Mamas and Papas. All leaves gone, and the sky was gray, and the sky was gray. I haven't. Okay, and then over here we got Bob Marley. And Bob Marley is officially sold for $28 to Tim Voldness. That is sold $28. Tim Voldness, done. Okay, and then we got Carole King sold to Wolverine. Adam Bernardi gets yes for $250. Shocking, but sold for $250. And Chris Martin gets the Billy Squire. All right, let's get right into another crate. And that means we need all new auctions. Like, I'm going pretty fast with some of the auctions because still a lot to do. And then I'm going to try to finish this crate of bonus stuff because I think when Seth gets here in the morning, he's going to have like 2 more crates of bonus auctions for this week. So holy moly, here we go. Whoops, I better not. Hold on a second. I don't want that ink pen. I dropped an ink pen down in this crate. I don't want it smushing up against any records. What the heck? I lost it. Or smushing up against these expensive signed albums. Okay, there we go. Whew. All right. That was almost bad. One indentations and then ink busting all over a $8,000 signed album. That would be bad, right? Even though it's in a sleeve. Could be disastrous. Porcupine Tree. Porcupine Tree is We Lost a Skyline. That's a 2008 Netherlands OG with the original inner sleeve. $95 start on that. $95 start on Porcupine Tree. That's now up for bid. Price on Tramps was $14.99. It was the best of. I already don't see that Tramps album with Disco Inferno. This is the best of, which there's nothing like this in print either. The best of Tramps, $14.99. Okay. There's that. And now let's put up another auction. Terry Reid was asked about. Terry Reid's going up right now. A 1978 USOG sealed Rogue Waves, a sealed original with punch hole, $25 start. And let's chip away at the next kiss, and that is Gene Simmons. And Gene Simmons is a 78 Pittman OG. It has no poster and no merch insert, just the original on her sleeve. It's a VG copy, $20 start on Gene, okay? $20 start on Gene. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Had to get a drink and a quick bite. Here we go. I'm good to go now. As soon as I watch this instant replay of this block punt. Awesome. Okay, so let's go back up here and see what's happening. The Tramps is sold, and that is sold to Robin Glenn. Thank you. Porcupine Tree, $95 start. Terry Reed has a bid for $25, and Gene Simmons is now up for bid. No bid yet. Looking for $20 start on that. Let's go through this crate. Max Roach Quartet in the light. Sealed, an 83 Italian import. Max Roach, $14.99. Focus 3 is a 72 Dutch import in shrink. Don't see that cover too often because of the Dutch import. $19.99 on that. And Haywood Henry, the Gentle Monster, a 1983 U.S. Post Bop, $14.99. Max Roach sold to Adam Bernardi. Danae was next. Groove Merchant, Jermone Richardson, a 67 U.S. Stereo OG Soul Jazz, $14.99 on that. And we have Soul Flutes, Trust in Me. Soul Flutes is a 68 white label promo, Post Bop Cool Jazz, $14.99. And Gabor Zabo, his greatest hits, a 2-record set, 71 OG, $29.99. Okay, final call to get a bid on Porcupine Tree if you want it. Terry Reed has one bid for $25, and that's about to sell as well. We sold Max Roach to Max Roach. Devious John on HH, and HH was for the Haywood Henry. And then Gene has a new bid for $22. Danae on Richardson and Soul. That's Ramon Richardson, and she was trying to say Zabo. That's sold to Danae. Moving on, we have right here, this is Jack Sheldon, the Quartet and the Quintet, a 1979 Japanese with Obi, $34.99. Jimmy Ponder, While My Guitar Gently Weeps, a 1974 white label promo, Jazz Fusion, $29.99. He's also doing 25 or 624 on here, $29.99 on that. And Enrico Rava, The Pilgrim and the Stars, 75 U.S. sealed, $19.99. JetBlue next on Gabor Zabo. And Michael Urban, exactly. My one and only love, an 82 Danish import fusion, sealed, $14.99. We have Sheldon here, which is this one right here. That one is sold to Denis D. Lao. Okay, and then we have no bid on Porcupine Tree. So a $95 buy now. Porcupine Tree, you can pick that up for $95. $95 bid on Porcupine Tree. Let's put that right over here. Terry Reed had one bid, and that sold for $25 to Dennis Jackson. And Gene Simmons got one bid, and that sold for $22 to Kathy Hodges. Nice. You got 2 of the 4 Kiss solo albums tonight at least. Next is Ivan R. on JS. And JS was possibly something already sold. Is that something already sold? Let me see here. Jimmy Ponder, Soul Flutes. I don't see a JS left, but I do have Michael, and Michael was right here, and that's sold to Danae, okay? Now we need all new auctions, but before we do that, here is Monk Sweet. Kronos Quartet plays the music of Monk. That is sealed, $19.99. And this is Hazel Scott, Relaxed Piano Moods. That is sealed, an 85 audiophile remaster with Charles Mingus and Max Roach, sealed for $49.99. That sounds interesting. Mingus and Roach also plays on that one. Next auction. Can't believe more people hadn't asked for this. Holy moly. Tough to get. The Velvet Underground self-titled album. The Velvet Underground is a 1969 U.S. East Coast OG. The first press indicated by A-side label listing incorrect timing for track A2. It's listed 3:35. The actual time is 4:42. There's 2 drill punch-out holes in the cover. What a lot of people don't know is highly regarded and highly desirable as the Velvet Underground now is in 2026. In 68, 69, 1970, these albums, they couldn't give them away. They were literally sitting in bins, discounted. You probably could have got it down to one of those like 19-cent record discount bins back in 69, 70. These were notorious in the cutout bins. Fast forward 50, 60 years later, they're highly desirable and collectible. VG++ EX, the Velvet Underground, a $275 start. Some of these have sold near mint for as much as $500. on this particular Discogs entry. $275 on that one. Hazel Scott sold to Danae De La O. I'm glad we got a couple new buyers on here for Jazz. I have been running some ads. If you're a Jazz buyer, we've got we got 30,000 approximately to put out over the next several months, and it will be anytime Paul's working here. Paul typically works here Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, Saturdays. Sometimes he's on buying trips, though, like he's going to buy another collection this Wednesday. So I think that's why he went ahead and marked a bunch of this. So unless somebody else gets into it, which I think it's only going to be him, you can expect a lot of Jazz being put out and other stuff, like there is other soundtracks. So right here I have the Porcupine Tree. We had it at 95. We have an offer for 75. Mike, let's meet in the middle at 85. Let's meet in the middle at 85, okay? Amenities on Monk. Derek Cesaro has Velvet Underground at 285. Let's put up Kanye. Let's mix it up a little bit. Velvet Underground all the way to Kanye West. Wow, 2010, a U.S. United OG limited edition with poster and 5 inserts. VG Plus condition on Kanye. $35 start on that. Let's keep going. We have George Wetling, Bobby Hackett, Jazz Session, 1980, $9.99. How's Everything, Sato Wannabe, live at Budokan. Sealed $14.99, a 1980 U.S. Fusion record. And more Japanese, Carol Sloan, Subway Tokens, a 1982 Japanese, $19.99. And just to give you an idea where we're at tonight, we're about 2/3 through the advertised auction. I've got a half a crate of bonus auctions. There's 3 more crates from Paul and 2 more crates for John. So we got at least 2 more hours of going through nothing but showing new arrivals. This is sealed $29.99. Frank Sinatra, Put Your Dreams Away. A sealed Japanese Sinatra there, $29.99. Melanie Jennings on Hackett. And that one was right here. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. Mike Straws gets Porcupine Tree for $80. Fair enough. Let's roll it. Sloan sold to Danae. And then Amenities on Session. And I think that's already been spoken for. It has. Final Call on Velvet Underground at $285. If you want to lock in a bit on Conway, he's a $35 star. And what about another Kiss album? Let's do Animalize. Kiss Animalize is an 84 U.S. Pittman OG with the original on her sleeve, EX. There's the original on her sleeve, $30 start on that. Sinatra is sold to Derek Cesaro. There's that. And can I get a Gordon Lightfoot? I'm bidding from Panama on vacation. Well, the only way I can promise you a Gordon Lightfoot is if you got to be watching, you got to be first, because I don't know of any others. I think I've hopped up Gordon Lightfoot so much lately that his records have been flying out of the bins. I've turned a lot of people onto his music, and it just seems like they sell immediately. The only thing I can promise you, there is something in print called Gordon Lightfoot now playing. They're only $24.99. It's a new sealed compilation. It has some of his best records. It has some of his best songs on it. I can definitely order you one of those, and it's a guarantee. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Gordon Lightfoot now playing, $24.99. It's a new sealed record. If you want one of those, just let me know. I'm going to take a drink of this right quick. But every once in a while, I'll hop up some of my favorite artists. I'll get on a binge talking about Yes, and there'll be people be like, Chad, I've never even listened to a Yes song before. And I'm like holding my chest, and like Red Fox, I'm going, oh my gosh, I'm having a heart attack. You've never listened to Yes before? So, and then all of a sudden, everybody goes listen to Starship Trooper or Roundabout, and they're like, okay, Chad, I need some Yes albums. Azteca is a 1972 Terre Haute, $19.99, Azteca. Hello, Hank Jones, Clifford Jordan, 1978 Japanese. There's no Obi, but it is a Japanese press. $19.99 for Hank Jones, Clifford Jordan. In a Mellow Mood, the Joe Newman Quartet, an 82 U.S. mono, $9.99 on that. Nice. Miles Davis, an 84 U.S. Pittman. That's for his album Decoy, just $19.99. All right, Velvet Underground, great price on that. Just one bid, $285. $285, Derek Cesaro, nice. That's one of Paul's, well, I think when we talk about the Velvet Underground, I don't know if Paul's still watching, but I think he speaks very highly of this one. I like Loaded the best, but that one's still good too. $285. Kanye did not get a bid. Where's Jim B at? My gosh. Kanye, these new now are like $90. His catalog costs have like doubled in price. Don't ask why. They have, though. Kanye's a $35 buy now. An 84 Pittman Kiss, final call for a $30 start. Okay, Jared Inc. on Azteca. That's sold to Jared Inc. Danae was next. Mark Olson on Clifford. That's sold to him. Donna was first on Miles. Amenities was next. Then Blaine, and then Kanye is sold to JetBlue for $35. Let's put up some new auctions. Joe Newman, the only one still left there. Art Blakey, Album of the Year is what that one's called. An 81 Dutch import. Some big lineup on this one as well. $24.99 on Art Blakey. The Cannonball Adderley, Nat Adderley Quintet. What is this thing called? Soul. And that's an 84 US, $19.99. Let's add a new auction after I show you the Ventures doing TV themes, including their famous Hawaii 5-0. And also Charlie's Angels and Star Trek. How about some Motorhead? Let's mix it up with a little bit of metal here. Motorhead is an 86 Pittman OG copy. This is a real OG pressing. Orgasmatron. VG, a $25 start on that. We have Chad Smith on Art Blakey, sold. And then Mark Olson on Cannonball, sold. And then Jared Inc. was next on that. We have... it's What's Happening, the Veritone Sound of Clark Terry. That's $39.99. A 67 Stereo G, $39.99. Kelly Vladerchik on the Ventures. Thank you on that. And we have a 1985 US Mono Audiophile Remaster, sealed at $54.99. Kenny Burrell, Alcone Art Farmer, that is sealed at $54.99, okay? Nobody bid on Kiss Animalize, $30 buy now. Put down Todd Saw for a Gordon Lightfoot now playing. Thank you. Of course, a lot of people know the Edmund Fitzgerald. I tell everybody, go listen to like, If You Could Read My Mind and the Canadian Railroad Trilogy. A lot of people know the song Sundown, and all those songs I think I'm mentioning are definitely on that LP collection. But for the price, great compilation. The other thing that pops up is called Gord's Gold. If you ever see a copy of that, Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. But that one, it has like almost all of my favorites except the Edmund Fitzgerald song, which I think came out on the next album after that compilation. So Will Smithson said he'll take one as well. So let's make a note to order Gordon Lightfoot now playing. We have Kathy picking up the Kiss for the $30 buy now. Amenities was next, okay? Motorhead's just a $25 start. Azteca again, Pyramid of the Moon, a 73 US, $19.99. The Lorindo Almeida Trio, Artistry and Rhythm, 84 US, sealed, $14.99. And Las Vegas, 3 a.m., Lloyd Ellis Quintet with Carl Fontana, a 76 Japanese import, sealed at $14.99. And Slick Funk. And Slick Funk is the John Bunch Quartet with Cal Collins, a 78 US, sealed, $9.99. Danae on the Azteca, that's sold to Danae. Jared Inc. on SZ, I bet he meant AZ for Azteca. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's do another Kiss, and this is for a live. You wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land. Oh, the misprint cover. Uh-oh. Alert, alert. I get asked about this every time we put this up. Chad, is this the misprint? Or one of the two people ask about. This is. Track C2 is listed as 100,000 on the labels. Their correct title should be 100,000 years. RL in dead wax, an OG Bob Lugwood misprint with book VG++ EX. Alive is a $35 star. Motorhead has a bid for $30. And then we have, next thing is, Motorhead has a bid for $30, and Danae on Funk. Summer Side of Life. Oh, man. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, we have another. Well, I got another copy of that. Okay, so if anybody else wants that Slick Funk, I got another copy. I also have Street of Dreams, the Ross Tompkins Trio with John Hurd, Jay Canna, and Nick Ciroli, an 83 US, sealed for $9.99. California Doings, Dick Carey Septet with Bob Havens, that is sealed for $9.99. And then the Bruce Foreman Quartet. Bruce Foreman Quartet is sealed, $19.99. Ron Carter and Jim Hall live at Village West, sealed for $34.99. And the Don Thompson Quartet, John Abercrombie, Dave Holland, sealed $14.99. Motorhead just got one bid, Richard Bradshaw, $30. Seems like a steal. Motorhead sold to Richard Bradshaw for $30. Kiss Alive, 35 and now 40. Kevin Gladden, you've been outbid. Let's put up another auction. I'm going to go ahead and pull something from the bonus crate just to catch your attention. I have, let's see what this Pink Floyd is. Wish You Were Here. A U.S. reissue, a Carrollton press, a Strong VG. This is going to be an early, mid-'80s pressing. Strong VG, a $35 start on that. We also have Cal Jader, Good Vibes, sealed, 1984, 1999. Danae on Ron, and that was Ron Carter. That's sold to Danae. Kiss is now at 46. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. And we have Shirley Scott, Girl Talk. The cover looks like a cell phone, or a rotary phone dial. That's pretty cool. 67 US stereo, VG Plus, $14.99. And this is Magical Connection, Gabor Szabo. That is Gabor Szabo, 1970 US EX, $22.99. Wolverine on AS, and that was for, I bet he meant SS for Shirley Scott, right? I bet he meant SS for Shirley Scott. And then Danae was next. We'll make sure, though. He says pass on AS. Okay, never mind. So we'll give Danae Shirley Scott. That's so to him. Live is at 42. Pink Floyd has two $35 bids. The first person was Shane, and then Will was next. Danae on Magical. That's sold. And then we have the finest of Nina Simone, I Loves You Porgy, 1970 U.S. reissue of Little Girl Blue. So the album Little Girl Blue, this is a reissue with alternate artwork, EX, $22.99 on that. And then Varmluft, 1972 Swedish, that's a big band record, EX, $22.99. What happened on Kiss Alive? Amenities has it for $46. Amenities has it for $46. Pink Floyd's at $40. Nina Simone is sold to Danae. And then we have Miles Davis, an Italian import, VG Plus, $14.99. La Grande del Jazz, Miles Davis. The first track is Round Midnight, VG Plus, $14.99. Miles Davis again, EX, $22.99. Miles at Newport. Somebody could have back-to-back there. And then we end with Woody Woodpecker, as featured in Seinfeld, 63 US, VG Plus, $14.99. And this is Wonderland Records, Woody Woodpecker, Walter Lands. Now, Donna, you were first on Miles Davis, so you can have the Grande del Jazz or Newport, or you can have both. It's your pick. Kiss got a new bid for $50. That's an RL Bob Lowood OG pressing with the misprint. Kathy on Varm. That's so to Kathy Hodges. Kelly Vladarchuk on Woody Woodpecker. Amenities next on Mile. Will Smithson possibly next on Mile. And Danny next, but Donna's going to get both. When we have back-to-back, first person gets dibs on both. That's sold. So now Kiss has a new bid for 53. Oh, so you're out. Matthew has Pink Floyd at 40, and that's going once, going twice, okay? Going once, going twice. Now, we're going to go right into another new crate. That's the only way I'll be able to go through everything tonight within a reasonable hour. There's still 3 more crates like that Paul's marked. Collectively, he marked 6 crates today. I've still got 2 more over here that John marked. I'm going to go back over here and do this one. And let's breeze through it. Let's see what he's marked here. I'm going to take a quick peek. Oh, yeah. This is going to be good. I'm going to make that record first so I catch y'all's attention. Okay, good stuff in here. Let's breeze through them ASAP, and then we're going to get right into some more. Holy moly. Okay? And I'm going to say that again. Holy moly. I'm going to touch my toes right quick. I got to do some stretching. Oh, yes. So I don't end up where I can't walk later tonight. Okay, here we go. Feeling good. Gotta get some of those muscles back in line. Okay, so Samuel next on Woody Woodpecker, Kiss 53, Kiss 55, Kiss 59. And then over here, Pink Floyd's at 41 with Shane, okay? Matthew's out. Yeah, 2 more. So one, count the one on the table, 2, 5 more crates of new arrivals. Some nights we start with 5 crates of new arrivals. So we're just, we had 10 tonight. Paul marked, I guess, collectively 6, and John marked, yeah, we had 11. Vintage. Imagine if we had new vinyl come in. we wouldn't even be able to get through everything. I'm kind of glad we didn't. Nazareth, Hair of the Dog. There is some cover damage. $24.99. Always getting asked about. Super clean vinyl. Nazareth is $24.99. America, sealed $14.99. That one's self-titled, I believe. What is this one? No, it's called Silent Letter. Yeah, Silent Letter. Percussive Cha-Cha Latino. That's sealed from 1961, $24.99. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. There is some cover damage up here. One of her classics, sealed, $24.99. I just watched an autographed copy of this sell for $5,800. Her signed stuff is getting so expensive. I was watching it because I have somebody who wants a one. I had a signed Stevie Nicks a couple years ago. I sold it way too cheap at like 30. No, I sold it for like $1,750 or something. Way too cheap. I wish I had it back. Her signed albums now are like 5,000 plus. I can't believe it. 24, but I've got somebody on the lookout for one of those. I'm like, man, I can't. I got a poster signed by her, which is an awesome piece. I've been asking $7,500 for the poster I've got, but just looking for the right buyer. But her signed albums are getting very expensive, just FYI. Todd Saw on America. And then we have Holland, Little Monsters. This is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Will Smithson on Stevie Nicks. And Jimmy Barnes, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. John Kay, Lone Steppenwolf, $19.99. And be careful with her signature. Her secretary signed a lot of stuff, and it's very similar. A lot of times, the big Stevie Nicks albums, they don't sell unless you get a couple different companies to look at them, because they're you got to have some really trained eyes on her stuff. Shane, you get Pink Floyd at $41. That's so do you. Okay, back to the crate here. We got Greg Kent. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Greg Kent, $19.99 on Greg Kent. Anybody else ever seen that one? This has got to be a foreign copy. What is this? I've never seen that before. Greg Kent. I thought I've seen about 10 million of his, but not that one. The Baby's Union Jack, $16.99. Humble Pie, Go for the Throat, $19.99. And Cool Love, wow, a Pablo Cruz promo 12-inch single, $9.99. Naz was $24.99. Let's do another auction. What about Kiss over here? Kiss is at $59. Oso Ventures out. Amenities bid $65. Amenities has it for $65. A final call. Matthews Hendon on Jimmy Barnes. Let's go ahead and pull that, which was right here. Okay, that's done. And then Tom Fogerty and Ruby, Precious Gem. Tom Fogerty and Ruby, sealed, $24.99. Robbie Woods on the Pablo Cruz single. That's done. And then over here, we have Roberta Flack and Donny Hathaway. A 1972 OG sealed. Wow, $36.99. I think we're done on Kiss, so let's go ahead and grab some other auctions over here. I still got Styx to put up for auction. And yeah, that is Styx, as in their self-titled first album. From 1972, an Indianapolis OG wood nickel, original label, OG pressing, a $15 start on that one. Next is Wolverine on the sealed Roberta Flack, Mark Price on the Nazareth, Richard Bradshaw next on Pablo Cruz, Will Smithson next on Roberta, and Amenities, you do get Kiss Alive for $65, okay? Let's put that right in there. $65, there's that. Let's move down Styx over here. And then we have Honeymoon Suite, Racing After Midnight, a 1988 sealed, $29.99. And we have Elton John, Rock of the Westies, sealed, $24.99. That was Nazareth, Hair of the Dog. Bill Black's combo, Black with Sugar, that's sealed for $14.99. And the Dragnet soundtrack, 1987, $24.99. Our next auction is right here. Rob Thomas, The Great Unknown, featuring the hit single Hold On Forever. Rob Thomas is a 2015, out of print on all formats since this has been pressed 11 years ago. It has the original CD and the CD has the original CD and the original inner sleeve. It's near mint. Rob Thomas, a $55 star. Styx is at $15, and then these are all new arrival sticker price. Another soundtrack, Dragnet, so did James Rayner. Humble Pie, Eat It. That's a double LP. It feels like it has some goodies in it, and it does. There's the book. It's in the centerfold and both LPs. Humble Pie, Eat It is $29.99. Let me see. Or this is a UK press. Yeah, this is a beautiful copy. Very, very nice. Humble Pie, Eat It. Sticks has got a new bid for 20. Double LP, I'm going to just put that behind the jacket so there's no issue there. And then we have, as seen on TV, Hit Explosion. Where is Stacy Metternich? Wild Cherry, play that funky music, White Boys, the first track. That is sealed $14.99. And Jose Feliciano, Angela, I don't know why I said Angela, sealed $14.99. Rob Thomas, a $55 start. And let's put up another auction. Is this something that Paul didn't get a bid on the other night? I think this was left over from the other night. I don't know if anybody knew that, but this is a 1994 OG copy of Lords of Acid, Voodoo U. An OG copy. It's in VG condition, a $75 start. So we'll try that again. I don't know if y'all were watching when that went up the other night. Jose is sold to Kelly Vladorchek. And one more, and I got to swap out crates. Neil Young, Live Rust. Neil Young is $34.99. And folks, that's for Live Rust. Great live album from Mr. Neil. We have filled up another crate tonight. Thanks for tuning in. We're off to a great start this week, or you could say last week was however you want to call Sunday. Sometimes we call Sunday the last sale of the week because it's coins, and then we start a new one tonight. To me, it was the end of last week, but we finished with a bang. Probably one of the best shows we ever had as far as coins, and one of the top grossing shows ever. So crazy show last night. This week's off to a crazy start. They've been digging out from these new collections, all the auctions. And I think Paul told me he had something crazy, like 58 crates of auction records. I mean, that's enough for several weeks every night. And he's like, I've picked out just the absolute crazy best stuff. That was like what we had tonight, what we'll have tomorrow. Every night this week. New vinyl will start coming back in tomorrow. And we have still 4 more crates to go through when we finish this one. So that's what's going on. Craziness around here. If you're a record collector and a music lover, you're in the right place for sure. Okay, I'm swapped out. We're ready to get rolling again. So let me do this right here. And the first thing I have was a putback on Dragnet. Sticks got a bid for 22. We sold Jose. Greg Brummett got Humble Pie. Henry's Choice, you were second. We've already sold it. And we have Lolita Holloway, a 1973 sealed, $49.99. There is a tear in the shrink, but that's a 73 sealed, $49.99. Tayo Meyer, a 73 sealed, that's $14.99. And the New Ventures is sealed, $14.99. Lolita Holloway sold to Wolverine. And then Knives, Nives, a 68 sealed, the fantastic American debut of Italy's Fabulous Knives, $19.99 on that. So Sticks is done, sold to Alan Hagen for $22. Rob Thomas did not get a bid. That's a $55 buy it now. Lords of Acid did not get a buy it now. That's a $75 buy it now. Did not get a bid, so now it's a buy it now. And then we have Brenda Patterson, Keep On Keeping On. That's sealed, a 1970 sealed, $29.99. David Gilmour, another one of his solo albums, About Face, David Gilmour, $24.99. Next auction is Y&T Mean Streak. Y&T is a 1983 Indianapolis OG, VG Plus condition, and that's going to go up for a $15 start, Y&T. There's David Gilmour. Holy moly. What about Donnie Iris, King Cool, $16.99, and Where the Buffalo Roam soundtrack, sealed, $39.99. Neil Young, Dylan, Hendrix, Temptation, CCR, Four Tops. That's a good one, $39.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, Here in Aid. This is a 1986 with promo marked labels. VG, mostly side A, original on her sleeve, $20 start on that. Next is David Gilmour sold to Derek Cesaro, Which Lords of Acid album? Lords of Acid, Voodoo U. It's a 1994 USOG. There is cover damage right here. There is cover damage. The vinyl's in VG, and there's a hole punch on the cover. Has a piece of tape down here of a catalog number. $75 on that one. Y&T 15, Y&T 20. Bob Dylan and the Band, a 74 German press, $44.99. James Rayner on Buffalo. By the way, Dragnet's still available because James had to put that back. No problem. So if somebody was thinking about that, it's still available. Sealed OG for $24.99. This is a sampler from Electro Asylum September releases. There's Queen, Jackson Browne, Linda Ronstadt, and David Gates from Bread. Also, Rod Taylor, Dennis Lind, and Chris Jagger. And this is a 73 white label promo, $19.99 on that. Climax Blues Band, A Lot of Bottle, $19.99. And Frank Marino Mahogany Rush World Anthem, $19.99. Y&T, Richard Bradshaw, $20. Hoopy, you're out. Nobody's been on Hearing Aid. Last bid on Hearing Aid, it was supposed to be a $15 start on that one. Right now, Y&T is at $22. Y&T's at $22, just FYI. Okay, now let's go ahead and put up a third auction. And that third auction is going to be John Lennon, this Japanese pressing of Shaved Fish, which is essentially a John Lennon greatest hits. Imagine, Whatever Gets You Through the Night, Mother, Number 9 Dream. We're going to put this up for a $1 start. I think this was a no bid from 2 weeks ago. I just found a crate of like leftover strays and 2B maybe Discogs if we don't get another chance on them tonight or tomorrow. John Lennon, a $1 start. Okay. Next thing is Petra, and Petra is $19.99. Hearing Aid is in VG condition. Y&T is at $25. And RSO Chartbusters, that's another compilation with Player. Grease is the Word, Frankie Valli. Over here, we have $14.99 on that. John Lennon at $5, John Lennon at $5. Blackfoot, no reservations. In shrink wrap, nice copy for $19.99. Joe Lynn Turner, $24.99 gold stamp promo. And we have Peter Frampton's Camel. Peter Frampton is $9.99. So let me work our way down over here. We had Y&T at 20, Y&T at 22, Y&T at 25, John Lennon 5, another 25 on Y&T, but Hoopy was first. John Lennon 5, John Lennon 5, John Lennon 5, John Lennon 10, and then details on Petra. Petra is called Not of This World, $19.99. It's got a black X on the cover, but other than that, it has enriched on her sleeve and nice vinyl. $19.99. And then Hearing Aid 15, John Lennon 7, John Lennon 10, John Lennon 11, John Lennon 11. Jay Beach bid first at $11. Hearing Aid has one bid for 15, and Hoopy was first on Y&T at 25. Everybody else is out. All right, one read-through tonight. That's it. Then I got to go through another crate. So that way we just keep showing new stuff. And let's go ahead and go through another crate that Paul's marked. Oh, boy, I just took a peek. I hope everybody's ready for this. Here we go. All right. Holy moly. Quick drink of Monster right quick. Jake has took over my computer over here. He's literally clicking on stuff from a remote source. Jake's like 30 miles from here, and he's literally in control of my computer right now. Can we prank Seth and do that to him and take over his computer, Jake? Every time he's trying to play RuneScape, we close it out. Just keep on closing it out. How about we hack into Seth's RuneScape and we delete all 20 years of his progress? Just delete everything. Delete all of his RuneScape stuff. I don't know if you can do that or not, but it sounds pretty cool. Charlie Rich wants a drifter. Charlie Rich is sealed, $9.99. Perfect Love Affair, Constellation Orchestra, a 78 US Soul Disco, $14.99 on that. Cal Jader, Carmen McRae, Heatwave. That's a 1982 USOG sealed, $24.99. Dionne Warwick, Heartbreaker, sealed for $19.99. Odetta sings Bob Dylan, a 69 US reissue, $24.99. And Marcia Ball, Soulful Dress, $9.99. The last bid on Y&T was Richard Bradshaw, 28. Hoopy, you've been outbid. Hoopy says they're done. Hearing Aid still just had that one bid. It's definitely sold to Steve McGee for 15. I'm showing the Japanese John Lennon at 18 and now 20. And now 20. Next thing over here is Betty Carter, Social Call. Betty Carter's a 1980 US sealed, $14.99. Wolverine on DW, and that was for the Dionne Warwick. That's sold to Wolverine. Craig Honeycutt wants Petra from the last crate. I'm assuming the person who asked about it did not want it, right? So let's go ahead and tag this to Craig S. Honeycutt, unless they did and I missed it. Right now, that's tagged for Craig. Seals and Croft, Get Closer. That's a sealed OG at $14.99. Randy Newman, Little Criminals. That's in shrink, $14.99. The Marcia Ball, Soulful Dress, is $9.99. No condition notes on that. Y&T can be sold in. to Richard Bradshaw for $28. And John Lennon was just a no bid from a couple weeks ago. And so I put it up for a $1 start to move it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's near mint minus and pristine. And I got Alan Hagen at $20. Alan Hagen at $20. Ivan R. sold, and that was on the Marcia Ball. New crate here of stuff that Paul marked today, and these are all sticker price. We got Reg Wilson, 88 keys and a girl, 69 US. That's $9.99. Emily Rimler, Hank Jones, Jake Hanna, and Bob Mays. Firefly, an 81 US. There is cover damage on the bottom, though. $29.99. Stephen Parton on Randy Newman. Let's add new auctions. We're not done. I still got another Kiss record to run. This is Kiss, Leak It Up. An 83 US Hot Pog OG VG with the original on her sleeve. Just a $20 start on that. And then we have Johnson Lee. And I think that was still available. No, Bernie, I think that's something that already sold. What happened? I don't even see what Jake's doing. Is he doing something with Otis? Can I see it again? What happened? Let's see it again. What did he do? I'm paying attention now. No, he's working on something, it looks like. Okay, we have Cal Jader, a Fuego Vivo. And this is an 82 US OG sealed, $19.99. And the Sunset All-Stars with Nat King Cole, Anatomy of a Jam Session, and this is sealed, $9.99. So John Lynn is now at $25. The Kiss is a $20 start. Let's pull something else over here. Let's see what's up with the Saxon, Strong Arm of the Law. Unfortunately, it's in low grade, though. It's an 82 US OG Saxon. Oh, I see it over here now. Play that again. Wow. That's an 82 US OG VG minus. $5 start. $5 start on that. Wow. AI. It can create some crazy stuff. Love it or hate it. It produces some. I just see it keep getting better and better. Scary, right? Scary for sure, but man, holy moly. We got Bernie Johnson on Johns. That must be something definitely still in here then. Cal Jader, Heat Wave. Perfect Love Affair. I don't see that in here, Bernie. I think that's already sold. I'll look one more time. Hank mistyped. Okay. And then Chad, details from Brenda Patterson last crate. And then John Smetzer wants Marcia Ball. That's already sold in Emily Rimler price. Okay. So there's a lot that just happened. So first, let me update you on the auctions. Right now, John Lennon's at 25 of Alan Hagen. Kiss doesn't have a bid. We're looking for a $20 start, okay? $20 start, and then Saxon's low grade VG minus, $5 start on Saxon, okay? Next is John Setzer, Marcia Ball's already sold, and then Emily Rimler. We'll answer that first. Emily Rimler is an 81 US. There's cover damage along the bottom. There's a stain there, and it looks like it got wet at some point. $29.99 on that. Now, let me jump over here, and we have Mama's Boys from the crate before this one, and then we have other Brenda Patterson from the last crate. Okay, I know exactly where those are, so I can find those quickly. First, here's Brenda Patterson for Wolverine. It's called Keep On Keepin' On. It does have a clip corner. It's a sealed 1970 copy. Price is $29.99. $29.99. Before that, there's one Mama's Boys record left. Not the last crate, not the crate before that, but 3 crates ago. This is the only Mama's Boys that's left. It's called Plug It In. It's no condition notes, a check condition cover, just a little bit of wear and tear with an old British pounds price tag. And Mama's Boys is $24.99. $24.99 on that one, okay? Now, so I've answered everybody's questions. The first thing is John Lennon has a new bid for $27. That means Alan Hagen, you've been outbid. Jared Inc. put a $5 bid in on Saxon. Leak It Up has a bid for $20. And Wolverine does take Brenda Patterson. Okay, that's done. Mama's Boys is available. Rock Show if you take it. Moving on, new stuff. Heaven Brass Rock won. 71 UK Jazz Rock, an awesome cruciform fold-out jacket, $49.99. I'll show that in just a second unless somebody buys it right now. Wes Montgomery Groove Brothers, 79 US sealed, $29.99 for Wes Montgomery. This is a 79 USOG. I was about to say, this has got to be a P-Funk related record. It is Fred Wesley and the Horny Horns featuring Maceo Parker, say blow by blow backwards. P-Funk, 1979 with promo strip, $49.99. John Lennon's at 30, Kiss did get a bid for 20, and Saxon's at 5. Those are definitely about to sell. We have 7 stars. This is an 83 US $9.99. Iji Kitamura. Iji Kitamura with Teddy Wilson, Cal Jader, etc. That's an 83 US $9.99. Zephyr Tishoi Yakamoto, and that is an 83 US sealed $24.99. And Kenny Burrell and Coleman Hawkins Moonglow, an 81 US $19.99. All right, Saxon sold to Jared Inc. for $5. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. And then over here we had Kiss Lick It Up. Sold to Sean Sam, one bid, $20. Thank you. Let's put that away. Now John Lennon's at 30. Everybody else is out. So we have the Johnny Hodges All-Stars with Duke Ellington All-Stars and the Billy Strayhorn All-Stars in 81 US sealed, $14.99. After Hours with Thad Jones, Frank West, Mal Waldron, Teddy Charles, Kenny Burrell, Paul Chambers. That's sealed for $34.99. And Bill Evans Conception, an 81 US sealed, $34.99. I think it's just up to Bernie Johnson on that one now. Bonus auction. Pearl Jam Alive. Pearl Jam Alive is a 2021 limited edition single-sided 12-inch in shrink and hop near McManus, and this is a $15 start on Pearl Jam. $15 start on Pearl Jam. Next is Bernie Johnson on Moonglow. Let's go ahead and tag that for him, and Moonglow was After Hours, Bill Evans, Johnny Hodges, Kenny Burrell, this one right here. Okay, amenities on Bill Evans. Pearl Jam has a bid for $15. And Thelonious Monk and Gary Mulligan, Round Midnight. That's an 82 US sealed, $34.99. Man, hope the jazz people are paying attention. Look at all the Pearl Jam bids that just came in. Holy moly. Okay, and then over here we have the Alternative Wes Montgomery, an 82 US sealed, $29.99. Pearl Jam's already at $25. And the First Session, 1949-50, Prestige Jazz Comp, $9.99. John Lennon's on its last lap. Alan Hagen has it for $30. We got Rock Show says he'll take the Mama's Boys. That's so to Rock Show. Thank you. And Sonny Rollins, Taking Care of Business, a 78 US seal, $24.99. Amenities on Monk, that's sold. Also in here, we have Oliver Nelson Images featuring Eric Dolphy, a 76 white label promo, $19.99. 25 years of Prestige, $25. 74 US, $19.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick, and that is going to be Madonna, and that's Like a Virgin, a 1984 US Allied OG with the original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. Madonna Like a Virgin is a $15 start, okay? John Lennon is sold for $30, and that's sold to Alan Hagen for $30. Pearl Jam just hit $30. Madonna just got put up for a $15 start. Dang it. Bernie Johnson, I'm sorry, your connection is just a little delayed. I went ahead and sold Lennon at $30. Trust me, I would have loved to take 20 more bids on it, but I've already sold it to him for $30. Rick Barriand on After Hours, has that already been claimed? I don't think it had. No, it hasn't. That's sold to Rick Barriand. And then Rick Barriand also on Sonny Rollins. So those are both sold. Great jazz stuff tonight. Paul marked like 6 crates, I guess. Yeah. And we still got another crate from John. And then after this one, there's still 2 more crates that Paul marked. So here we go. Let's finish this one up. Sonny Stitt. That is a 74 US, $14.99. Furl Father Hines, another Monday date, a 74 US, $14.99. And then Oscar Peterson, and that's a 74 US with a promo sticker, $14.99. Pearl Jam is tied. So Pearl Jam's tied with Stephen Parton. And Donna, you tied them. Donna, you tied them. Madonna has a no bid yet. Can you show the full name of Yamamoto? Yeah, this is Zephyr by Tsuyoshi Yamamoto with Bob Mays, Jeff Hamilton, and Jeff Clayton. It's CJ-218. It's sealed 1983, $24.99. What's the price on Kiss debut? That's already sold at auction. We already sold that. All the hot picture stuff is always auctions, and those are all gone. The last one's Madonna, and then I've got a whole crate of surprises we hadn't tapped into. Coleman Hawkins, the real thing. Coleman Hawkins is a 78 US. That is sealed for $19.99. And Piano Giants Volume 1 Prestige, a 1975 US white label promo. This particular promo version is not listed on Discogs. $19.99. I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid on Pearl Jam. What is the Pearl Jam? This is Pearl Jam Alive. It's a record store day 12-inch single with 3 rare bonus tracks and the Pearl Jam Stickman etching. It's single-sided, and the high bid's at $30. Madonna did not get a bid. You can pick that up for a $15 buy now. A 1984 U.S. Allied OG. It's in VG Plus condition with the original inner sleeve. $15 buy now on that. I'm glancing over here at the Illinois-Miami game, and they're showing all these crowd shots of these stressed-out fans. I could not imagine Tennessee playing. I'm a Tennessee Vols fan, as y'all know. I could not imagine them playing in a national championship in a game like this. I'd have to go to the hospital. I mean, I could not imagine how Indiana fans, or Miami fans, but especially Indiana fans, they've got to feel right now like their chest, like they're about to have to go to the morgue. I mean, it is I'm stressed just glancing over here looking at what's going on. Stressful thing ever watching college football, but we love it. We got amenities on piano. Mike Quadrini got Madonna for $15, and then Zephyr, a U.S. or Japanese pressing. Nealon was next on Madonna. Zephyr is a 1983 U.S. pressing sealed for $24.99. We have Duke Ellington, the Golden Duke. Duke Ellington's a 73 U.S. sealed, $19.99. Red Garland is a 77 US, $14.99. Okay, Pearl Jam sold for $30, and that's with Stephen Parton. $30 on that. Okay, we had somebody tied, but I never did hear back from them. We got to go ahead and sell that to Stephen. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another bonus crate auction. And I have going up right now the B-52s and Jerry Lee Lewis. Yep, the B-52s and Jerry Lee Lewis. The B-52s is a U.S. repress on the white Warner Brothers label. Vinyl's nice at EX, just a VG Plus condition cover. A little bit of wear there, just $20 on that. And then we have Jerry Lee Lewis live at Third Man Records. Cool. Jerry Lee Lewis at Third Man Records, near mint minus, a $20 start. $20 start. Is Zephyr a U.S. pressing? And we answer that and pass, and let's go right into another crate. I've got another vintage crate John marked, and then I've got 2 more like this that Paul has marked. So long story short, we're not even recapping crates. I guess tonight what I can do is condense and maybe hit some highlights. Or what I plan on doing is any leftover jazz. I definitely plan on making a video tomorrow. I definitely plan on making a video. McEwen photo on the Yamamoto. Let's do that. I plan on definitely making like a jazz recap video for the morning. That gives people maybe a lot of chance to, unless they get claimed right away, you'll get a chance to maybe look at it, go look it up, sample it, whatever some of y'all like to do on that stuff. Works for me. All right. So there's that. And let's go through this vintage crate, okay? Here we go. Looks like John's marked some cool stuff. I already seen a couple instant sellers, as I like to call them. And look what we start off with. Gordon Lightfoot, If You Could Read My Mind. It feels like a German press, too. It is a UK. It's definitely foreign. What's going on here? $14.99. It's German, yeah. If You Could Read My Mind, Gordon Lightfoot, $14.99. So Jerry Lee Lewis is at 22. The B-52s is at 20. We got Cat Stevens, Catch Bullet 4. Cat Stevens is in shrink wrap, $14.99 on Cat Stevens. By the way, we still got 258 people tuned in. That's amazing for 2 reasons. One, it's a Monday night at 10 o'clock. 2, there is a huge football game going on right now, and if you are tuned in, I appreciate it. So Cat Stevens, So the Wolverine, beautiful records in tonight's new vintage bins as well. Any recap? I can go back through the soundtrack crate. Honestly, I have a feeling Paul said he was going to mark a lot of soundtracks. Let me take a peek. There might be another soundtrack crate coming up. I think there's some stuff scattered in the next two, but yeah, we can go back through that first crate again for sure. Okay, Cat Stevens sold to Wolverine, and is it an OG? Yes. Yep. Yes, beautiful, unbelievable. I like that one for sure. Robbie, there's Lightfoot, the coveted Lightfoot albums. Red Rider, As Far as Siam. Red Rider, As Far as Siam with Lunatic Fringe, $19.99. We have Red 7, that's $9.99. And Frida, Something Going On, $9.99. I think this is the one with Phil Collins on it, right? $9.99. Phil Collins is like doing the drumming on that one. The Records is $9.99, and April Wine Power Play, a beautiful German copy, it looks like, $19.99. The B-52s, just one bid with Donna Bertram at $20. And let's go over the Jerry Lee Lewis one more time. This is Jerry Lee Lewis live at Third Man Records. Jerry Lee Lewis live at Third Man Records, a 2012 USOG near mint minus, $20 start, and Lewis Kulik has it for $22. Ivan R. on Frida, that's sold. Chatting update on why last week's buys haven't been shipped, that I missed the update. They're just 1 week behind on shipping. 2 reasons. One reason, the invoicing problems we had last week. They didn't start shipping until like Wednesday and Thursday. Reason number 2, our very good person, Tony, that works here, that does like a big burden of shipping, he is out of town for a week. And so we're down a person, and because of the invoicing problems, we are 1 week out on shipping. 1 week out on shipping. Now, I just bought from an auction house last night and paid for an order, and they told me they were 14 to 21 days back on shipping. 14 to 21 days back on shipping. So I apologize, we're 1 week out, but I hear some other places have huge backlogs. A Bullion website I ordered some stuff from, or I was checking prices from. Last night, I showed everybody how they said they were not shipping for 30 to 60 days. So I was like, wow. I think even if we get 1 week back, I was on 2 different websites last night, huge companies, and they're like, hey, you're not going to get your stuff for 30 days. And I'm like, oh my gosh, we'd have people quit. We'd have people say, screw Coletco. So they'll get caught up, I promise. Invoicing's done. They'll come in tomorrow, and they'll start hitting it hard. They'll try to get through all of last week's, and then it's going to take some time, though. When we get 1 week out, it'll take them a week to get caught up. So we're going to be out for a while. James Rayner got April Wine. We have Dire Straits Extended Dance EP. Dire Straits is $24.99. True Color Split Ends. This sometimes is laser etched. This one's not. $19.99. And Slade, You Boys Make Big Noise, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. All right, Jerry Lee Lewis is sold. We need new auctions. This is sold for $22 to Lewis Kulik. Yeah, sorry for the delay, but when we have an invoicing problem like last week, and when we have a person out, it really throws us behind. But and invoicing today was a hassle. So Ed told me we're still using Square, but they have royally messed stuff up for us. The sales tax is all screwed up. Ed had to go through and manually put in every shipping charge at $8. You can't just set it anymore. I don't know what Square's doing as a company, but if they can hear me, y'all are messing up like you had something good going, and now we've already reached out to a company. We're going to try to design something ourselves. I think we've gotten big enough to do it. We're just going to pay the money and design something ourselves. A whole website with integrated invoice, shipping, auctions, everything. What we have a plan for is we're going to build a website where on Sundays there's like auctions going off that you can bid on in the future. And we want to integrate that with a website where we can do invoicing and all that. So they have made stuff extremely difficult for us in the last 2 weeks. They're like taking their system and they're saying, okay, let's do everything possible to make it difficult for people to collect money from customers. So I don't know what they're thinking, but they messed up. They're about to lose us. And I've been reading on, I've been reading online just people saying, I'm like, golly, their big stockholders have to be like, what are y'all doing? Mariah Carey, MTV Unplugged. Mariah Carey's on red vinyl. It's a $30 start. Sorry for the soapbox, but we had to get that taken care of because I'm sure Mark's not the only person wondering where his order is. Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense. Talking Heads is an 84 US, a $35 start in shrink. Stop Making Sense. That's a good one. I like Square too. I think they're the best in the world, but for somewhere they got somebody like sabotaging their company. They need to have an internal investigation, I think. They got somebody just like, what can we do to screw stuff up? Okay, Dire Straits is sold to David Dull. And here we go. We have Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Alabama, 40-hour week, shrink and hype, $14.99 on that. Patty Smythe, and this is in shrink, Never Enough. That's with hop sticker, $19.99. And Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. Sweet Emotion, $24.99 on Aerosmith. And Oak Ridge Boys, Bobby Sue, $9.99. Neil and Black on Alabama. That's sold to Neil and Black. And Talking Heads is at $35. And Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits, $24.99. So one thing about a company, for those that are online retailer, everybody else that deals online, when you get to a certain threshold and your company grows large enough, the feds basically say you've got to reach out to every state and you've got to start charging sales tax based on their laws per zip code. And so it's up to us to go zip code by zip code across the state unless you have integrated technology like eBay does and Amazon, where they have probably invested millions to integrate zip codes with current tax laws. We have to go through and do it all individually, and it sucks. We had an accountant on here the other night talking about it, just how crazy dumb it is to do what we have to do to collect sales tax and collect rates. So nobody likes taxes, but it costs us thousands of dollars, and it makes life so difficult. That's what Ed was struggling with today. Alabama was sold to Neil and Black, and Talking Heads has a bid for $35. The Talking Heads is really nice. It's an 84 US club in near mint minus condition. Stop Making Sense. Mariah Carey doesn't have a bid yet. It's a final call. Mariah Carey's EX Plus condition, $30. All the advertised auctions are sold. We're right now into bonus stuff. Sticks, this is the Grand Illusion. Sticks is another Holland. It's a UK import. $19.99 on Sticks. And wow, nice. Don't say no. In shrink with the hop sticker. $19.99. $19.99 for Billy Squire. The Fix, Reach the Beach. One thing leads to another. That's a good one. $24.99 for The Fix. Alan Parsons, I Am the Eye in the Sky. That's a good one. $19.99. Billy Squire, sold to Chris Frazier. James Taylor, that's his self-titled debut. No condition notes on that one. $19.99. And the Mamas and Papas Golden Era Volume 2. The Mamas and Papas is sealed. We had Golden Era Volume 1 earlier. That was a promo. There's Volume 2. D-Kong on The Fix. One thing leads to another. And then Lewis Kulik's on Sticks. So we sold The Fix and there's Sticks. Okay, and then Talking Heads has a new bid for $38. Margaret, you've been outbid. Mariah Carey Unplugged, $30 buy it now. $30 buy it now, Mariah Carey. That was a Target exclusive red vinyl. Jamie Tucker on I Am the Eye in the Sky, Looking at You. So there's Mariah. The only no bids tonight are the Black Keys, Thick Freakness. That is a 2013 limited edition sealed colored vinyl, $75 on Black Keys. This was just a buy it now. Somebody asked about it. I forgot to put it back. James Dean, here, I'll just leave it in here. James Dean is $9.99. Rob Thomas was $55. Lords of Acid was $75. And there's Mariah Carey. So only 4 no bids tonight. James Dean was out of the new Arrival soundtrack crate that Paul marked, $9.99. Okay? Talking Heads 36, Talking Heads 40, Henry's Choice on James Taylor, Talking Heads 39, 40, and now 42. Joe Cocker, Jamaica Say You Will, a white label promo, $24.99. And there's Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits, $14.99 for Greatest Hits. We got Roger Hodgkins, Hi, or however you say this, H-A-I, $14.99 on that. And, in shrink with the insert poster, Sweet Baby James. What a beautiful copy. That is the first label, the original company inner sleeve, and it has the lyric poster with it. Just yesterday morning, let me know you were gone. Wow, that looks beautiful. You better buy it before I claim it myself. Talking Heads, if I start going, ooh, wah, ah, and I start drooling over it, that means it's something absolutely incredibly beautiful that I wish I would just go ahead and hide. This is called James Dean, the original soundtrack from James Dean's 3 greatest performances. It's a comp from East of Eden, Rebel Without a Cause, and Giant. 3-movie comp, a 75 mono promo, $9.99 on that. Okay? Talking Heads 40, 43, 45. Wolverine was first on James Taylor, then Chris Frazier, then David Dole, then Henry's Choice. I think Henry's Choice claims something else that I missed. No, that was James Taylor. I already got that one. And then there was another James Taylor. And then Jim B wants to see the Black Keys. It is a 2013 U.S. limited edition 180 gram. 2013 Newberry Comics. James Taylor's already sold. Dust Gray gets the Mamas and Papas sealed. And then Mortgage Guy Rob got James Dean. The first thing I'll recap is the soundtrack crate. That was one of the first things I went through tonight. Here we go. Another James Taylor, a white label promo. I'll tell you what, if we've had James Taylor tonight, they've been nice. A white label promo, $29.99. ARS, Atlanta Rhythm Section, the boys from Doorville, that is $9.99. We also have Air Supply, Love and Other Bruises. Air Supply is $9.99. Another beautiful James Taylor soda Wolverine. The last bit on Talking Heads was Stephen Parton at $45. Final call. It's time for our next auction. The Breeders is a 2009 US on plain recordings. It does have the original under sleeve EX edition. A $25 start. $25 start. Jake left me, I didn't even see this over here. Jake left me a note on my screen. There is a new Stream Deck button. Oh, man, look at that. I can do it on call now. Did y'all see that? One more time. Otis. Where's that music coming from, huh? Where's that music coming from? Rosin Collins Band, this is the way. Rosin Collins Band is $19.99. We have Argent, Hold Your Head Up, a UK copy, $24.99. And Alabama, The Close You Get, it's a Dixieland Delight, $14.99. Okay, Brian Studdard on Atlanta Rhythm Section. That is sold to Brian Studdard. That is sold. And then we have Talking Heads. That's sold to Stephen Parton for $45. And right now we have the Breeders. That was from the bonus crate. Now, just because the advertised auctions are done, that doesn't mean that we're not done with auctions. I've always got the bonus stuff. As long as Seth comes through and makes some deliveries, he takes home a couple crates and works on stuff from home. Pretty good gig, right? He brings them here, and we always have great bonus stuff to auction. Stephen Parton got Bama. Right now, the Breeders at $25. I never let anybody know what's over here. I'm just like, kick back and relax. I just bring them up one at a time. Like Jason Isbell, Sirens of the Ditch. RTI sealed, a $20 start, 2012. That's now for bid. We have Chili Whack. We have $9.99. And we have Mother's Finest Live. Mother's Finest Live is $19.99. Boy, this game is stressful, too. I don't know if anybody else is watching this game right now, but we have a heater. We have a heater of a college football game going on over here for a national championship. Oh, my gosh. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He just threw an interception. That's crazy. Never mind. I'm sure y'all are watching it ahead of me, and they're out of timeouts. That's it. Whew. Okay, we have a 2009. This is the Breeders' Last Splash. The Breeders is a 2009 U.S. plain recordings, EX condition. EX condition. Whoops. Van Halen just fell on it, but that won't hurt it. The Breeders are strong. And let's do this right over here. We have Jason Isbell, and Matthew Hendon has it for $20, okay? And then there's a flag on the play. Uh-oh. Blackfoot, Flying High. Blackfoot is $16.99. We have Climax Blues Band Shine On, $14.99 for Climax Blues Band. Ted Nugent Ambroy Dukes. Ted Nugent is $24.99. Jafria is $26.99. Jafria and Nick Gilder City Nights, $9.99. Heavy Petting Rock Ain't Dead. Heavy Petting is $19.99. Rock Over London, distributed exclusive by Radio International, the week of August 31st, 1986. It's a radio thing. For broadcast week of August 31st, 1986, that's $34.99. And Tony Orlando and Dawn, Skybird, $9.99. Okay, so the Breeders do have a new bid for 22. Jason Isbell is sealed. RTI Pressing, a final call on that for 25. Boy, he's awfully close to the goal line to be taking a knee, but it looks like he's got to do it, one more time? One more time. Wow. Okay, that was a crazy game. Wow. And then Breeders at 22 and John Smetzer on Jafria. Sorry, I'm distracted over here, but I put a lot of time and effort in my life watching college football. So I usually go to every Tennessee game, home and away. I missed a couple this year. Things kind of fell apart at the end. So if they're winning or they're competing, I'll go ahead and keep going to every game. But when Tennessee kind of falls off, I'll stop and I'll start watching everybody else. I don't ever give up on them, but at some point it's like, why travel, and miss a sale when they're not going to be playing? At this point, if you're not playing for a national championship, it's like your season feels like it's over. So, and Tennessee, we got knocked out pretty late in the season, if that makes sense. So I was like, okay, I'm done. I'll watch a few more other games, but yep. Okay. All right. So, Gatorade was blue if anybody had a prop bet. Yeah, no telling how much money was just won and lost across America. Whew. Millions transacted on this game. Hundreds of millions probably. All right, let's go right into another crate. I almost started recapping because there was so much good stuff in there, but we don't have time. We still got 2 more crates of new stuff to go through. So let's go ahead and grab this right here. 2 more crates of new stuff that Paul marked. Let's do it right now. Okay. Breeders at 25. Did Jason Isbell get another bid? It didn't. That's so to Matthew Hendon for $20. So I know there's at least one person watching right now in London. If Wolverine's in London, and I know one person's watching Australia, so y'all should know that we love our college football over here, especially in the South. But man, Indiana, that's cool to see. Wow, that's cool to see in my opinion. That coach is something special. They got lucky. I wish Tennessee would have hired them. They're amazing. That's an amazing deal there. Okay, this is pretty cool here. This is Sturgill Simpson High Top Mountain. Sturgill Simpson, a 2013 U.S. limited edition, 500 copies, but minimal info on Discogs. No reissue in the dead wax. So this is a 2013 U.S. limited edition Sturgill Simpson, a $55 star. The Breeders is at $30. Okay. Now, here we go. Chris Kirkland said epic. Now everybody can tune in. we've probably had a few people tune out, but now everybody can tune in. Here we go. New stuff. Grease 2 soundtrack right off the bat. I told you he had a few more soundtracks. $24.99 for Grease 2. Running Scared soundtrack sealed. $14.99. We have, that's original. Chicago. Wow, look at that. 2 Chicago albums in one. Chicago 8 and Street Player. 1989 UK 2 in 1. $19.99 on that. And over here we have a box set. Paul was trying to keep it hidden. 1985 USOG 4 LP sealed, and this is called One Night with Blue Note Preserved. Blue Note box set sealed, $59.99. $59.99, okay? My W2 was Grease 2, all right? Let's see who got that Grease 2. That's always a cool one there. So the first thing I have over here is we have a question on the Breeders. The Breeders is a 2009 US on Plain Recordings EX It has the original inner sleeve. I don't see anything about an insert. I just have an original inner sleeve there, okay? And the last bid that came in on the breeders was Joe Castillo at $30. The other that I just put up was Sturgill Simpson, a 2013 U.S. limited edition, 55 on that one, okay? And then Scott Dwallow was first on Grease 2, and then Don Nicole was second. Moving on, Dudu Pukwana, Diamond Express, a 77 U.S. white label promo of Free Jazz Afrobeat, $24.99. Manhattan Focus. Manhattan Focus is a 79 Japanese OG Fusion, sealed for $54.99. And Wynton Marcellus, $14.99 for Wynton Marcellus. Grande Del Jazz, Chet Baker. We had the Miles Davis earlier. There's that for $9.99. And Men at Work, 2 hearts, sealed with hop sticker, $24.99. Let's go ahead and put up a third bonus auction right quick. And that is going to be Tigers of Pantang, Spellbound. Tigers of Pantang, we have an 81 US OG Gloversville, strong VG. There is some cover damage up here in the corner, a $15 start on that. Jamie, the Sturgill Simpson's a $55 start. It's about to be a buy it now, but right now it is still active for auction. Oh man, hold on, I'm having to stretch. Holy moly. Oh wow, there's Otis. Oh my gosh, where's that freaking music coming from out of that thing? Where's that music coming from, huh? Where's that music coming from? Okay, next is Jazz Loves Bach, a 67 US seal, $9.99. And this is a Jazz Al Kaola. I've never known really how to say that name in its full context. An 84 Japanese mono, $29.99. Okay, info on the breeders. Let's go over it again. Boy, I bet Joe Castillo was like, you've got to be kidding me. A 2009 U.S. reissue, plain recordings. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a 2009 reissue, and he has it for $30, and he's about to get it. Next is Shuko Mizuno's Jazz Orchestra 75, a 73 Japanese OG with book. That is $79.99. And we also have the Roy Merriweather Trio Soul Invader. And this is a 68 US OG, and the record is actually sealed inside of the inner sleeve. So these Columbia 2-eyes would come sometimes sealed in the baggie, $19.99. No one bid on Sturgill Simpson, so this is officially a buy it now for $55. Let's put that in here. And then one more chance of Tiger of Pantang, and that's a strong VG of $15 star. Joe Castillo on the breeders, okay? Joe Castillo on the breeders. Sturgill Simpson, I'm not for sure. I have no idea. That's what happens when Seth looks up a record. This is a 2013 U.S. limited edition. Okay? There is minimal info on Discogs. There's no RE in the run out. Okay? And the last one of these, the only VG Plus copy for sale was $89. If you want it, it's yours, McEwen. If not, 007 Platinum has claimed it. Moving on. We have, right now, Moon Taxi going up for bid. Mountains, Breaches, Cities. Moon Taxi's a 2013 OG with the inner sleeve and insert, VG Plus condition, a $30 start. Tigers of Pantang has one bid for $15. Running Scared soundtrack is the OG sealed soundtrack, unopened, sealed for $14.99. Lee Morgan, Hank Mobley, A1, the Savoy Sessions. A 1976 U.S. reissue, a white label promo, $24.99. The Modern Jazz Quartet, the Eddie Salter Orchestra, Andre Hodier et the Sun Jazz Group de Paris. And this is a 1980 U.S. reissue, sealed for $9.99. One Night Stand, a keyboard event, an 81 US OG, $9.99. Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, Carnegie Hall, One Night Stand. I think Jamie T was ahead of me. Jamie had put Tucker, or he put Sturgill, while it was still an auction. And I said, make sure, Jamie, if you want it, you bid. And sometimes I think people's trying to buy something and they don't realize it's an auction. Then your question popped up, and then 007 Platinum claimed it, and then Jamie has claimed it for a buy it now. So technically, you have dibs. If you pass, it goes to 007, and now Jamie has got third in line. Always make sure if you want an auction, you put the title and the numerical. Otherwise, your bid, there's no bid on it. And if you're waiting to buy it now, I would not do that. I would go ahead and place a bid. Otherwise, somebody else is going to buy it. So what have we ran tonight? 100 auctions, and there's only been 3 either not get a bid or somebody didn't try to snipe it. So what I would say is always the main rule is make sure you put the title and a numerical. If you're trying to get it for as cheap as possible, the chances of you not getting it goes up exponentially. If you're okay trying to get it for as cheap as possible, you also risk a large chance of not actually getting it. But if you're okay losing it just because you're afraid to bid and not have to pay more, then that could mess you up. Jamie was watching the game with auctions on mute. See, you're supposed to be having the game on mute, Jamie, while Chad is turned up full volume. Now, dang it, Jamie, I got to sell this to 007 Platinum for $55. And it sounds like that was a $100 record, so that is bad for everybody. And then there goes Mark gets Tigers of Pantang for 15. Always make sure if you see something laid down, you put the title and the number. And if you don't really care about winning it, then I wouldn't bid because there you could get it for cheaper. Some people's like, I wouldn't. They're like, man, I'm not going to bid because someone's going to bid against me, then I got to pay more. But also, if I wait, I could lose it. It's everybody's dilemma anytime I lay down an auction. People's like, oh gosh, what should I do? Should I bid? Should I not bid? I got to get this for as cheap as possible, but somebody else could be trying to snap at my internet connection. And then you start pulling your hair out. You're walking around your living room. You're pacing the floors. Moon Taxi, Mountains, Breaches, Cities, Mountain Beaches, Cities, a 2013 USOG VG Plus, $30 on that. Okay, let's go back over here. First thing is Jared Inc. got Modern Jazz Quartet, sold. Mark Olson on Lee Morgan, sold. Mark Weiss on Running Scared, sold. And now we have New Jazz Trio, Strike Quintet, 1972 German OG Free Jazz, $49.99. And Jamie, I still got to get with you on that. Whatever we talked about last year. I don't know if I need to follow up with you on that, but man, trying to pin me down for something like that's going to be near impossible, but I need to make time for you if that's still on the table. The Battle of Los Angeles, Rage Against the Machine, is a 2018 U.S. reissue, VG++, Rage Against the Machine, a $15 start. Next is Ann Arbor Blues and Jazz Festival, recorded at Otis Spann Memorial Field, a 73 USOG, $24.99, $24.99, and Impulsively. Impulsively is a 1973 USOG jazz compilation, sealed at $19.99. And Blue Note meets the LA Philharmonic, Bobby Hutcherson, Carmen McRae, Earl Klugh, a 78 USOG, $14.99. Rage is at 15 with Nick, Shane bid 15, Matthew bid 15. Newport Rebels, Charles Mingus, Max Roach, Eric Dolphy, that's a 78 US, $24.99. What was the album title of the German Free Jazz? This is a 1972 German OG Free Jazz. It's called New Jazz Trio, Strike, S-T-R-E-I-C-H Quintet, and that's $49.99. That's what it's called, Strike Quintet. And then we have Rage at 17, Rage at 25, Rage at 16, Rage at 22, Rage at 25. The Jazz Life is a 78 U.S. stereo, or excuse me, a 1978 U.S. reissue, $9.99. Jazz Gala Concert, $9.99. And Black California, Sonny Chris, Sim Galliard, Roy Porter Big Band, a 76 USOG sealed, $19.99. No one bid on Moon Taxi. That's a $30 buy now. Let's put that right over there. Rage is a final call to Stephen Parton at 25. We have Wildflower Houston Person. Paul put a note on the cover. Ouch. A wedgie, a 78 USOG, $14.99. Ouch. I love how I put down Rage and everybody started bidding immediately. They're like, well, dang, I'm going to take Chad's advice. He's right. Why be sitting here? Go ahead and as soon as it laid down, start throwing a number out there. Start throwing every number you can top. 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Rage is at 30 right now. This is Cage the Elephant Melophobia, a 2013 U.S. limited edition orange yellow vinyl, numbered to 500, super clean, $225 on Cage the Elephant. Next is Flower, a 1978 U.S. pop vocal, $9.99. That Girl from Impamina, a Sturd Gilberto, that's a 77 U.S. OG, $39.99. And then Michael Freeman, a 1979 white label promo disco funk electronic, $14.99 on that. Hugh Muscella, Uptown Ship, sealed $14.99 and $89 US. And then Franco Ambrositi, Heart Bop, Phil Woods, Hal Galper, Mike Richmond, Billy Hart, and 81 German OG, $14.99. And Switched On Brandenburgs, the complete concertos, an 82 US half-speed master, $34.99. $39.99. Stephen Parton on Rage at 31, Nick 3031. I can put you down for a new sealed copy for $33.99. Pass on a Sturd, Cage the Elephant 225. Mark's Vibes, Marky Markowitz Sextet with Al Coon and John Bunch. 1976 swing album, manufactured in Japan for the United States, $9.99. Nick Bargeron has Rage at 31. And John and Vangelis Private Collection. John is John Anderson of Yes, an 83 US sealed, $14.99. Our next auction, without a doubt, at this moment in time, is going to go up right now, and that is for this, unfortunately, lower grade Stevie Nicks. This is a 1985 USOG specialty press. It's in VG minus condition, and it's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? Rage is a final call to Nick Bargeron for 31. Stephen Parton wants a waiting list for a new copy. You got it. Kelly Vlodarchek on Vangelis. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. This is M. Boom, a 1980 U.S. audiophile press. This is Max Roach, sealed, $49.99 on that. We have Hulse the Planets, Orchestral National de France, an 81 U.S. audiophile press, sealed, $14.99. That's pretty cool to see. And then what a cool cover here. Rimsky-Korsakov, Scheherazade, London Symphony Orchestra, Laura something something another. A 1980 Japanese with this like warrior battle dragon cover, Viking cover, $19.99. The Planet, sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. We got Bebop Professionals, an 82 Japanese import, $9.99. This is sealed, $14.99. Wilson, that's all. Phil Wilson 5 with Al Coon and John Birch. And we have Back to Music, Theo Vaness, a 78 disco funk, $9.99. Nick Bargeron gets the Rage for $31. That's sold to him. Cage the Elephant's a no bid. That is a $225 buy now on Cage the Elephant. Does anybody else that was bidding? Most of y'all was within $5 of getting a brand new copy. Does anybody else want to go on that list with Stephen Parton? Cage the Elephant was $225. David Dole, you were next on Holst. Stevie Nicks has one bid for $5. That's going once and going twice. Let's put up another auction, and that is going to be this one right here. It's called Warning, W-A-R-N-I-N-G. Looks like hard rock. Warning is a 1981 French OG, near mint minus, $30 start. Warning, $30 start on that. Jim B got Cage the Elephant for $225. He knows all day long this is a $500, $600, $700, $800 record. So did Jim B for $225. Final call on Stevie Nicks for $5, and let's go right into another crate. Haven't been doing any recapping tonight, and if I had, could you imagine what would still be left? It's already approaching, it's 10:35, and we're just now going through the last crate of new arrivals, and that's only doing one read-through per crate. That's how much new stuff we had tonight. That's pretty insane. That's a lot of new stuff. That's a lot of new stuff. Stevie Nicks is OG VG minus. Stevie Nicks is an OG VG minus over here. OG VG minus on Stevie Nicks, a 1985 USOG. Okay? All right. So, pretty wild. I know, I think some people got off. There was a couple jazz buyers early on. I think they dropped like $1,000 already. and they're like, okay, I got to take a break. I'll be back the next time Paul prices more. And I'm like, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. There's a couple people's like, okay, I got to leave. I got to get off here, Chad. What are you doing to us, man? I got to get out of here. And I was like, hey, y'all have no idea. Do you realize how many knots are going to be like this? That's a massive collection. If you can visualize that, that's like a semi full of jazz records. And he's just now, I mean, every time Paul marks stuff, he's like, I hadn't even got into the good stuff I've seen yet. I'm like, oh my gosh. So here we go. Stevie Nicks is now at $8. These are all prices marked. Arnie Lawrence and the Children of All Ages, Inside an Hourglass. 1970 U.S. Free Jazz Experimental. $19.99 on that. Eddie Henderson, Run Into Your Love, a 79 U.S. Fusion Jazz Funk. $19.99 on that. Julius Hemphill, Coon Business, that's a 75 white label promo, free jazz, $24.99. Sing Me a Song of Song Me, Freddie Hubbard, that is a mid-70s U.S. reissue from Atlantic in shrink wrap, $24.99. And I hadn't expressed this enough, everything in here is minty. That's usually how you find jazz albums. They're usually just like beautiful copies. Next auction's Red Hot Chili Peppers, a 1999 pressing. A repress. Isn't that about when this album came out? When did this album come out? This is a 1999 repress. I think that's the year it came out, though. A 2LP EX condition. The cover does have some signs of wear and tear. Probably VG Plus, but the vinyl's nice. $45 start on that. Ray Red on JH, and that was the Julius Hemphill. Thank you, Ray Red. There's one of our jazz buyers. Stevie Nicks is sold to Alan Hagen for $8. Warning did not get a bid. An 81 French OG. Did I even show the details on that? It's a $30 buy now. It's an 81 French OG. I don't remember reading that off. But there it is, $30 start on Warning. That's an 81 French OG. Near mint, $30. Red Hot Chili Peppers, $45 start. A 1990 Euro repress. The Chris Hens combination, Bamboo Magic, a 78 Fusion record, $14.99. Jean-Michel Jarre, Equinox, and that's a white label promo, $19.99. Richard Davis got Warning for $30. Thank you on that. Let's grab something else from the bonus crate. You just never know, do you? What about Realm? Endless War. This also looks very metalish, huh? Never put this up. Realm Endless War is an 88 USOG on RC Records. It has the inserts. It's EX. It does have a clip corner. Looks like it has a press release with it. Realm is a $55 start. Red Hot Chili Peppers, $45 start. Maxine Sullivan, live at the Overseas Press Club. That is sealed for $9.99. Andrew Hill, 1 for 1. Andrew Hill is a 75 US, $69.99 for Andrew Hill. Dave Holland, Emerald Tears. Dave Holland's a 78 US, $19.99. Jay Hogger, Days Like These, a 79 US smooth jazz funk album, $14.99 for Jay Hoggard. And Shirley Horn, Where Are You Going? A 73 US mono promo, $9.99. Okay, nobody bid on Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's a buy now for $45. EX edition, a 99 repress. A 1999 repress on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Californication. Let's put that right there. That's so to Stephen Parton. Excellent pickup there. Final chance to lock in a bid on Realm. Going through some of these a little bit faster. Freddie Hubbard, Breaking Points, Blue Note, a 75 US reissue, $49.99. Next auction is Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, an 81 USOG Jet Label OG, VG condition. Crazy. $35 star, Blizzard of Oz. Next thing in here was Bobby Hutcherson, Conception, The Gift of Love. Bobby Hutcherson's a 74 white label promo, $19.99 on that. Human Arts Ensemble, Under the Sun, a 75 promo progressive free jazz, $14.99. Time is Free, David Earl Johnson, a 77 US OG Jazz Rock Latin, gold stamp promo, $24.99. Alfonso Johnson, Spellbound, a 77 white label promo, $14.99. And Explosions, Bob James Trio, a 1975 US reissue with catalog insert, $34.99 on that. Alan Jaffe, Soundscape, a 78 US free jazz sealed $24.99, and Antonio Carlos Jobim Terra Brasilis, 1980 USOG, $24.99. Californication's already sold. Aussie has bids for $35, $35, and $40. Nobody bid on Realm. Realm is a $55 buy it now. That is available for a buy it now if anybody wants it. Putting that one right over here. We also have Keith Jarrett and Jack DeJohnette and Ruta and Deja. What does that say? DAJJYA. That's $19.99. And we have Hotline for Sound, Musical Explorations and Beats, Bongos and Boffs, a 66 US stereo, $9.99. Aussie's at 40 with Cameron. That means Nick and Shane, y'all are both outbid, just FYI. Let's go ahead and grab another record over here. And I have this right here, Sarah Watkins, Sun, Midnight Sun. Sarah Watkins is a 2012 USOG sealed, a $55 start on that. Jean-Michel Jarre Oxygen, and that one is a 77 USOG, $19.99, $19.99. And Ella Abraca Jobim. Ella Abraca Jobim. That is an 81 USOG sealed, $19.99. McEwen Photo on Jean Michael. That's sold to McEwen Photo. And the Innocent Years, the Zoot Sims 4, an 82 USOG sealed, $14.99. And Ain't But a Few of Us Left. Milt Jackson, Grady Tate, Ray Brown, and Oscar Peterson, an 82 USOG sealed, $19.99. McEwen got JM, which was John Michael. Richard Davis is going to get the Realm buy it now for $55, and then Spiky McVeigh on Ella, and that was right here, sold to Spiky McVeigh. Aussie is sold for $30, $40 to Cameron Davis. That's sold for $40 to Cameron Davis, and then Sarah Watkins is now up for bid. And Sarah Watkins is a $55 start, going once, going twice. The Joe Poss Trio live at Dante's, an 81 USOG sealed, $24.99. And Sarah Vaughan Duke Ellington Songbook Trio, a 1980 USOG sealed, $14.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Bob Dylan's Highway 61 Revisited. Dylan is a 65 US mono OG, VG minus. VG minus with a check condition cover, but it is mono and it's OG. It's a $15 start for Dylan. How much is Watkins? Sarah Watkins, Sun, Midnight Sun, is a 2012 USOG sealed, a $55 start. Dylan's VG minus 15. Any Japanese left? Zero. The only Japanese I've seen are all the ones that's been in the crates. There's probably Japanese jazz. There's probably been, what, 15 unclaimed ones tonight? But as far as auctions, there are none available. When we get into delivery, as y'all know, we put them all up for auction. They all sell, and then we wait for the next delivery. It's just an endless stream of Japanese coming in and out. But right now, there are zero available to put up for auction. Zero. We have DZ Gillespie Digital at Montreux 1980. That's an 81 US. It's a red vinyl OG. A red vinyl OG and shrink wrap. That's pretty cool. $19.99 on that. We also have Freedom Song, the Oscar Peterson Big Four in Japan, 82, sealed for $24.99. And Freddie Hubbard Live at the North Sea Jazz Festival, 1980, $29.99. Sarah Watkins didn't get a bid. Sarah Watkins is a buy it now for $55. Dylan's at $23. At any given time, I wish I had 1,000 Japanese auctions to run. If I did, we would sell 1,000 Japanese auctions. I'm making sure we did John Lennon. I did have a couple left over that didn't get bids, but they're gone. We have Zeppelin, a 1975 U.S. GRT press with the inner sleeve VG Plus condition, a $30 start on Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin 4, a $30 start on that. Also in here we have Statements, Milt Jackson Quartet, a 70s US stereo reissue. The jacket says mono, label says stereo. It was issued this way. It's not mismatched. It was issued that way. $24.99. All cassettes are sold. I don't think there's any left. Y'all have bought every single one. It is the most asked about stuff is all gone till we can dig up more. For the first time, the Count Basie Trio, sealed $19.99. All the cassettes sold, all the Japanese sold, all the metal sold, all the new vinyls gone. Before long, all the jazz is going to be gone. We have 45 on Watkins, sold to Matthews Hendon for $45. And I think we're already selling a lot, but I'm thinking about how much we sell out of so quickly. We have Ella Fitzgerald in London, sealed for $19.99. We have Youngblood John Fadis, a 76 US, $9.99. If I had 1,000 cassettes delivered to me right now to sell, I could have them all sold by Friday. I'd say they're all gone. We're waiting for more. I just need 1,000 minty, beautiful, great title cassettes. Does anybody have any for sale that they want to sell so I can buy them and make money on them? Let me know. Paul will buy them if you have records for sale, and we can come pick them up. Here's Ray Bryant, a 1976 US, $9.99. We have right here Jazz at the Santa Monica Civic Center, 1974 US, a 3LP, $19.99. Shipping is shipping last Tuesdays. They are 7 days back. 7 days back on shipping. Art Webb Love Eyes, 1977 US Jazz Funk, $24.99. We're waiting for Nick Bargeron to bid again on Dylan. Matthew has it for $23. The Pico Duck on Led Zeppelin. Let's take a look. I don't think so. They're not on this one. No, not on this one. This is a 75 US reissue GRT pressing. Okay. There's that. Shipping is shipping Tuesdays. Today is Monday. Tomorrow will be Tuesday. We have Donnie Osmond, Disco Train, sealed for $14.99. You got a GNR Lives inner sleeve uncensored laying it around there? I do not. Now, an uncensored inner sleeve is only for the UK copies. All the US pressings are censored inner sleeves. George Benson, In Your Eyes, sealed for $14.99. Freddie Hubbard is a 73 US EX, $16.99. Devil is a Woman, a 57 US VG Plus, $14.99. Herb Jeffrey Sing. We have Keith Jarrett solo concerts, Bremen Luzanne, and this is a 73 US OG with booklet, EX, $22.99. Taro's Mood is a 74 US OG hard bop free jazz, $26.99. And Agora, this is Paulinho da Costa, EX Plus, a 77 US jazz funk Afrobeat experimental, $22.99. I lost Nick Bargeron. Dylan is sold to Matthews Hendon for $23. Nobody bid on Zeppelin. It's a $30 buy it now. Are you jazz buyers overwhelmed yet? I think 2 has already tapped out, and I think they left the chat about 2 hours ago. There's a couple more, I think, lingering around, but I think there's so much being thrown at everybody. We're used to having like 5 jazz albums mixed in every 7 crates. We're not used to showing 400 in one night. Are y'all overwhelmed yet? That was the last crate of new arrivals. We've had a request to show the soundtracks one more time. I'm going to do that. Then I've got to play condensed mode, and then we'll do a couple of discount crates, and I'll see what we want to show again. But that, folks, was 12 crate straights of new arrivals. Ray Red on Taro. That's sold to Ray Red 73. Ray Red is still on here buying stuff. I can think of about 3. I can think about 3 people that have left. One person already said, they're like, I'm out, Chad. I'll see you next week. I can't do this. This is just too much. I'm going to start losing sleep. My hair is going to fall out. I'm going to hyperventilate. I just cannot take all this. We have Natural Child going up for auction. This is a 2014 USOG white splatter vinyl EX edition. Natural Child is a $75 start. That's now up for bid. And then let's grab something else over here. There's Natural Child. And then let's do UB40, The Labor of Love. Red Wine. A 1983 USOG Monarch VG++ condition, Labor of Love UB40, a $15 start on that one, okay? A $15 start on that one, all right? Holy moly, let's check the market here. 94.14 up. Wow, yeah, I sold that gold too cheap earlier. TSO Houston, you got a steal on that gold. I didn't realize the market had climbed up a little bit. You almost got that thing get melt. Holy moly. Okay, let's go over here. Let me count these Bowies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we're only going to have 1 extra of those tomorrow. And then any idea when Ed will be shipping? Invoice 083164. Oh my gosh. And then over here I have messages. Other than people sending their new information, the last 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 messages I'm seeing, including emails, are people asking, what day are we shipping orders? Please don't freak it out, okay? We are 7 days back on shipping. We will eventually get caught up. When you get tracking, you know it's shipped. But man, he's going to spend 2 hours tomorrow just letting everybody know we're 1 week out, and he could be helping pack up orders. He's going to be having to explain to people we're 1 week out, and if there was no messages, he could be helping out with that. He's going to be like, Chad, Okay, Natural Child's a no bid, and that's a $75 buy it now if anybody wants it. Don't know a lot about that, but there it is. UB40's at 17. Let's find another bonus auction, and let's run through those soundtracks again if I can find them. So, patience on shipping. Some of y'all get used to 24-hour turnaround time, so when we get behind, there's a few people start freaking out. They sometimes think that their order shipped and they hadn't got tracking, and then Ed spends a day and a half having to explain to everybody where we're at. But that's all part of the business. An 82 USOG, Tigers of Pantang, the cage, a VG copy, a $10 start on that. Okay, there's that. There's UB40. Okay. Hopefully knows copy and paste. He'll be using it a lot tomorrow. We actually have saved messages. We have a thing you can click on. It's got saved messages. That saves, golly, hours of time. Okay, plus invoice. Square, if you didn't hear me earlier, if Square was normal, G would have been packing stuff today, but she had to help Ed because of all the craziness over here. Let packages roll in. I know some of y'all buy every week. You should just expect the package to show up. It's going to come, I promise. But, and we have a couple people that say, I don't check tracking. I got to have you tell me where it is. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Well, we can do that, but it's a lot easier if you just click on this link and it'll tell you exactly where it is. But we've had some people lately say, listen, I need you to tell me where it is. All right, here is the soundtrack crate. Let's go through this. All right, thank y'all as always for being amazingly wonderful, fantastical customers, okay? So it's actually a good thing when we have literally thousands of orders that need to go out, thousands of unanswered questions, thousands of items to be packed, processed, tagged, watched, sorted. That's actually a good thing. I could be on here every night telling y'all that we need to find new customers. We don't have anything to ship. I'm having to lay off employees. That would be bad. So the problems I'm speaking of are excellent problems to have because y'all just keep buying and buying and buying and buying more and buying more. And Shane has UB40 for 17 and that's sold. And let's go over here, and Tigers of Pantang is a $10 buy it now. That's a no bid. All right, so let's go through these soundtracks one more time. These are sticker price, of course. That's a buy it now for $10. All right, thank y'all. Amazing customers. Y'all expect the greatest from the greatest, right? You're like, listen, Chad, you want to be the greatest? You got to expect a lot of demanding customers. I'm like, I'm all over it. We got Madonna, or at least my staff is. I'm like, okay, y'all handle all this. Y'all handle all this. An 84 Japanese OG. Near mint, Madonna, $35 start. I just lied. There's another Japanese pressing. Dirks Bentley up on the ridge, a 2010 USOG, $45 start on that. Jeff Brindley is dying to know what the 4 cassettes are left over. So can we get a taste of a cassette? Jeff Brindley's like, Chad, I'm like a crackhead. If you can show me just a cassette right now, if you could just show me one, I would be so happy. Just an opportunity to buy one. Let's go over here. Alan Hagan got Tigers of Pantang. That was a buy it now for $10. There goes Mark was next. Okay, so there's that. Okay, here's what I'll do. I've got about, let me see if I can go find, maybe I just need to go up front and show some cassettes we have already shown 20 times that no one wanted, but I'll bring them back here and show them again. And I'll show all the leftover ones that no one has wanted the last 10 shows, but I'll bring them back here and try to show them again just to, because some of y'all are like, dude, I am about to lose my mind if I don't have an opportunity to buy a cassette tape. I'm going to have to start running ads across America. We buy cassette tapes, and then I'm going to have to put up with the comments, people still buy cassette tapes? No way. I just threw a bunch in the trash. Y'all still sell cassette tapes? Who buys cassette tapes? That's what we have to put up with when we run ads. We buy records. People still buy records? Where do you even find a turntable? I can't believe people are still buying old records. And I'm like, God, what do y'all live underneath a rock? Madonna's at $35, like a virgin. And then Dierks Bentley over here is a $45 start. No bid on that. I have Cats. This is the original London cast recording, an 82 USOG in shrink and hype, $24.99 on that. We have Zigzag, the original motion picture score. Oliver Nelson, Zigzag is a 1970 USOG, $14.99 on that. Inside Moves, that's a soundtrack. Ambrosia, Eagles, Pablo Cruz, I got my L's mixed up there. Leo Sayer, Boz Scaggs, 1980 USOG, $14.99. The Swarm, 78 USOG, $19.99, and the soundtrack to Moses, music by Ennio Morricone, sealed $19.99. Over here, Dierks Bentley is a no bid, $45 buy it now. Mike Wilt gets Madonna, one bid, $35 sold. Next is Spellbound, the classic film scores of Mikilos Rosa. That's a 75 USOG compilation, $14.99. Bernard Herrmann, the composer, conducts music from Psycho, North by Northwest, Vertigo, a 76 OG compilation, sealed, $19.99. Over here, we have Obsession, Bernard Herrmann. That is a 76 USOG sealed, $19.99. What's the Dierks Bentley? Dierks Bentley is called Up on the Ridge, a 2010 USOG VG Plus. That album's out of print, $45 on that. Next auction is going to go up right now. That's the Rolling Stones and Hank Williams Jr.'s greatest hits. The Rolling Stones Made in the Shade is a 1975 USOG compilation, VG condition, $10 start. Hank Williams Jr.'s greatest hits, a 1982 USOG, strong VG, $15 start. There's Stones comp, there's Hank Williams Jr. comp, the film music of Bernard Herrmann, a U.S. press, only time released, unknown year, $19.99 on that one. The Carney soundtrack, sealed, an 86 USOG, $14.99. And Harry Winkler, Sally Field, Heroes, and this is sealed, $14.99. That's the soundtrack to Heroes. Okay. Cassette people, eyes and ears on the screen. You better stay extremely focused. These are $6.99, a price reduction from the last time. Are you ready? $6.99. Y'all better get ready for some insane madness. I have a prediction. These are going to sell so quickly, we probably won't be able to even keep up with it. There are people around the country right now cracking their knuckles, and they're saying, oh my goodness, we've got a chance to buy some cassette tapes. They are cracking their knuckles. They're airing out their lungs. They're popping their neck. They're taking a drink of Monster. And they're saying, here we go. Here is the moment. Chad is going to mute his mic. Okay. Locked in with me. First is Dierks Bentley is sold to Oso Adventure for $40. You got it. Sold to Oso. The Stones is at 10, 10, and now 12. Here are 5 different cassette options. These are $6.99. Axe Nemesis, Crocus Heart Attack, King's X Faith, Hope, Love, Scorpions Blackout, and Kiss Revenge. $6.99. We have Stones at 15. Brent Robley is pretty happy right now. His team just won a national championship. I wish I knew what that felt like. I may never experience that in my life. The Sister soundtrack, a 75 USOG quad, a note from Paul, great movie, $29.99. Dreamgirls, Shrink and Hop sticker, and 82 USOG, $14.99. Jeff Brandley stood by his promise. He gets Axe, he gets Scorpions, he gets Revenge, and then that leaves King's X and Crocus. Now, Alan Hagen, you put K. Is that for Kiss or Crocus? Crocus is called Heart Attack. And then there's 2 King's X. X also may be for King's X. All these are $6.99. The Gandhi soundtrack, sealed, $14.99. The Yank soundtrack, $9.99. 9, that's a soundtrack, $9.99. And Bernard Herrmann's Western Saga, sealed, $19.99. No one bid on Hank Williams Jr. That's a strong VG, a $15 buy it now for Hank Williams Jr. Brent, you need to celebrate by buying a bunch of something, a silver. You need to invest $10,000 tonight in silver and just say, give it to me, ring me up. Stones is at 17 with Margaret Gerhold. So we got Jeff Brindley got Axe, he got Scorpions, and he got Revenge. And then Alan Hagen got Crocus. Okay? And then Jeff Brindley was next. This is King's X and King's X, $6.99. Jim B's getting antsy. He's already asking about half-off crates. He had a bunch of bills show up in his mailbox today, and he is starting to literally sweat bullets. He's like, I got to get on Collectco tonight and get some half-off records. Otherwise, my lights are going to get cut off. My card's going to get repossessed. I am going to be in bad shape if Chad doesn't do some nonsense tonight. Sugar Baby, sealed, $14.99. We got Pretty Boy Floyd. Pretty Boy Floyd is a 1960 US OG stereo, $39.99. Van Halen is in fact in stock. Yes. The Haunted soundtrack, $14.99. Todd Saw and Hank Williams Jr. That's sold to him for $15. Thank you. The Stones is at 20. Here comes some more cassettes. Scorpions, Face the Heat. REM Green, David T. Chastain, Elegant Seduction, Billy Sheehan, The Tallest Years, David Sharman, 1990, and David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile. Brent Robley wants Pretty Boy Floyd. He also gets a Van Halen light. Please put down Brent Robley for a Van Halen light. We actually got to get these over here next to me so we can physically start tagging them, or they're going to get left off people's invoice like they did last week. Next thing is Brent got Pretty Boy Floyd, and then Van Halen light sold to Brent Robley. These are just 2 different copies. It's not a double. We just got 2 King's X. $6.99, $6.99. Jeff Brindley gets the Scorpions for $6.99. Jeff Brindley gets David Lee Roth for $6.99. That leaves REM, Chastain, Billy Sheehan, and Dave Sharman. Next is the Herod Experiment. VG Plus, $9.99. Is there Pink Floyd? You're down for a pre-order, Todd Saw. I think we have you down for the pre-order whenever they come in. Also, we have Merrily We Roll Along. That is sealed for $29.99. Wearing Heights, Michael LeGrand, EX $12.99. Elmer Bernstein doing the music for Gold. VG Plus, $9.99. And First Men in the Moon, sealed for $14.99. The cassettes that still left are REM Green, David Chastain, Elegant Seduction, Billy Sheehan, The Tallest Years, and David Sharman, 1990. I've got 2 different King's X, Faith, Hope, and Love, if anybody wants one. The Stones over here is sold to Jeff Brindley for $20. It's time for more bonus auctions. Anybody else want a soundtrack out of there? All right, let's go ahead and put this over here. Let's go ahead and put this over here. Oh my gosh, that is heavy. Who needs a 10-ounce bar of silver? $950. I've got about 10 or 12 of these Pioneer metals in stock. 10 ounces of silver, $950. Go ahead, say, Chad, I'll take them all. Say, Chad, give me every ounce of silver you got at 95 per. Go ahead and just send me the invoice, buddy. How much was Haunted? Haunted was $14.99 in 1977 US. And then Dust Gray on REM Green. I'm assuming Jeff Brindley's passing. That sold for $6.99 to Dust Gray. All right, we're ready for more bonus auctions. How about another stone? Some Girls. Da 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 ra da 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 da. I'm gonna miss you. Da. Original cover. 78 USOG, shattered. $15 start on the Rolling Stone Some Girls, okay? There's bonus auction numero 1. Flag on REM. I didn't see you actually claim it. Okay, he did claim it. This is sold to Jeff Brindley. I see it now. Jeff Brindley does get REM, okay? That's sold to Jeff Brindley. Here comes some more. Hope y'all are ready. These are now $6.99. Yeah, I hope y'all are ready. $6.99. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. I'm glad I looked over here. I thought these had all sold yesterday or Thursday. Slaughterhouse Face Reality, $6.99 for Slaughterhouse. Guy Man Dude Sleight of Hand, $6.99. Rainbow Bent Out of Shape, $6.99. Scorpions Savage Amusement, $6.99. David T. Chastain Within the Heat, $6.99. And 24/7 Spies. This is 24/7 Spies, $6.99. We have the Rolling Stones at $15, another $15. These cassettes are $6.99, okay? How much are these? $6 and $6.99. Yes, you heard me correctly. $6.99. Now, some people's like, Chad, are you sure you're okay? Do you need to go have a brain scan? You're selling silver for 95 an ounce. You're selling cassettes for just $6.99. You're putting up Rolling Stones OG records for just $15 starts. Are you okay? Do we need to call an ambulance? Jeff Brindley on Rainbow sold for $6.99. Jeff Brindley second on 24/7 Spies. Hessen session was first. $6.99. Still got Slaughterhouse, Guy Mandoon, Scorpions, and David T. Chastain. Over here. Hi, Chad. I'm on the wait list for Stranger Things for the first season. That should be in tomorrow or the next day. Because of MLK Day, we had no new vinyl delivery. No new vinyl deliveries today. No new vinyl deliveries today. Okay, let's go through a vintage crate. First crate of the night that's been best offer. Mostly because I did not go through, or we had so much new stuff tonight, but this is also some stuff that I was not here for on Saturday. So I picked a few things out to put in the discount crates this morning, but I was like, dang it. You know what I need to do? I need to go through these next time I'm live and take offers on them. So let's do that. This is the first discount crate of the night. The first discount crate of the night. Buy it now or best offer, okay? Buy it now, best offer. The Rolling Stones is at $20. It is a VG copy, VG jacket and VG vinyl. It's at $20 with Margaret Gerhold. All righty, so let's go over here and let's see what else is going on. I've got going up for bid right now, Prince, $19.99. And OG Allied pressing, nice, no condition notes, a $25 start on Prince. That is now up for bid, okay? Good luck. Let's grab another handful of cassettes. If you want something out of that back stack that hadn't sold, right now would be the chance. Because I'm about to do something with these. And you're going to be like, dang, I can't believe he's doing that. These are $6.99. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. Hall of Flame, Guaranteed Forever. Riot, The Privilege of Power. Mind Funk, Racer X Live Extreme Volume. And Havana Black, Indian Warrior. Havana Black, Indian Warrior. Prince has a bid for $25. The Stones is about to sell, if no one else bids, for $20 to Margaret Gerhold. Prince is at $20. Okay, Mortgage Guy Rob first on Aerosmith for $6.99. Jeff Brinley on Riot for $6.99. Hesson Session on Mind Funk for $6.99. Next, we had Hoopy next on Riot. Prince has another $25 bid. We have Jeff Brinley on Racer for $6.99. Jeff Brinley on Havana Black for $6.99. Richard Davis next on Racer. Richard Davis next on Riot. Hoopy is... Never mind, Hoopy was first on R for Racer X, okay? This is sold to Jeff Brinley. It was sold to Jeff Brinley. Hoopy said his R was for Racer X. Havana Black sold to Jeff Brinley, and that just left Hall of Flame. Prince has a new bid for $26. Denise wants the Weathering Heights from the last crate. I got that right here, okay? This is right here, Weathering Heights. It looks kind of spooky. All right, and then Jeff Brinley on Hall of Flame for $6.99. Sold to Jeff Brinley. Okay, now, how much are these, Chad? They're $6.99. You ready? We have Widowmaker, Blood and Bullets, Widowmaker, Sweet, Live at the Marquee, Tension, Breaking Point, White Line, Fight to Survive, and then Bad English, self-titled. Those are all $6.99. The Rolling Stones did not get another bid. The Rolling Stones is sold to Margaret Gerhold for $20. That is sold for $20. Margaret Gerhold, $20 on that. Roger Tagavalilla has Prince at $30. Okay. First thing is Jeff Brinley got Hall of Flame. We already did that one. We have 007 Platinum on Widowmaker. Sold $6.99. Jeff Brinley White Line. Sold $6.99. Jeff Brinley Bad English. Sold $6.99. That left Tension and Sweet. Those are $6.99. Homer and Jethro, there's nothing like an old hippie. $14.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. I emphasize on the buy it now, but I also will take offers. Buy it now or best offer. David Wagner, DBA Crow. David Wagner, $19.99. The Whackers, Shredder. The Whackers is $14.99. Vodoris and Kane or Khan, Street Player, $9.99. And we have Boulez Conduct Zappa, an 84 German, $29.99. Shane got the White Line. Shane. 007 Platinum put W for Widowmaker. I have him W for Widowmaker, right? 007. Then you got White Line. Then you got Bad English. Alan Hagen gets Sweet for $6.99. Okay. Also, we have Ernest Tubb, the daddy of them all, $14.99. That's an original Decca record. Okay. More $6.99 cassettes. Hope y'all are ready. There's going to be 2 more stacks here. Here we go, $6.99. First thing is Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. The Fix, Calm Animals. The Fix, React. Rick James, Throwing Down. And The Alarm, Change. Those are all $6.99. We have Blood When Pig, A Head Rings Out, 1969, $26.99. And then The Joys of Life, Karen Beth, from 1969, $24.99. A Portrait of Wes Montgomery with the Montgomery Brothers, $19.99. Prince is at $32 of Margaret. That's a final call. I got to make sure Robert Tagavilla is done bidding, just FYI. Jeff Brinley put yeah, but that was an autocorrect. He was trying to get Twisted Sister. 007 was next, and then Oso Adventure, and then Margaret wants the Fix React, okay? And that leaves The Alarm Change, Rick James Throwing Down, and the Fix Calm Animals. All $6.99. Screen Sinatra, $14.99 for Sinatra. Kenny Loggins, a Japanese pressing of Celebrate Me Home, $24.99. And then Toucanon is $39.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Prince is still getting bids, okay? Over here, these are all $6.99. I've got Y&T and Rock We Trust, Simple Minds, Street Fighting Gears, Quiet Right, Metal Health, The Cars, Heartbeat City, and a sealed copy of Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howe, which is yes without Chris Squire, $6.99. How much are all these, Chad? They're only $6.99. You have got to be losing your mind, my friend. Why are you doing this? Why are these only $6.99? We are questioning whether we should call a doctor for an emergency brain scan. This is insane. $6.99 for these? You've got to be joking. Y&T is Soda Hoopy for $6.99. Chris Frazier on Quiet Right for $6.99. Mortgage Guy Rob next on Quiet Right. Jeff Brinley got the Cars for $6.99. Nick Saranjenko on the Sinatra in here. Margaret next on the Cars. And that leaves Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Howell, and Simple Minds. $6.99. Okay? She's done on Prince, and we got Roger Tagavilla sold for $34. Roger, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, and we need to get you registered. I think you were bidding earlier tonight, but I can't remember if you actually end up making a purchase. I just can't remember. Wow, look at what we've done here. Without me spilling all these, let me take all these sold cassettes over here and figure out what's going on. Now, Jim B has offered $20 for Moon Taxi. He knows good and well that's a $300 record, but he has bills to pay. So my question to everybody watching, should we sell Jim B this $300 Moon Taxi record for $20 so he can help, keep his lights on? I'll leave that up to the crowd. If they say yes, we'll sell it to them. If not, then you're probably just out of luck. Moon Taxi, $20 offer. Oso gets the alarm for $6.99, okay? There's that. And then over here, we have the Young Bloods Sunlight. The Young Bloods is $14.99. The American Breed is $9.99. There is some tape up here on the cover. That's just $9.99. And Travis, Merle Travis, $9.99 on this. And we have the Road is $19.99. And we have Rubber Rodeo Scenic Views. This is $19.99, Rubber Rodeo. And Thumpin' Pig and Buffin' Billy. This is $14.99. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Now the next time I can say, truly, there's no cassettes left. All the unclaimed cassettes, you ready? Let's stack them up here and get a count, including the duplicate King's X. 2, 4, 6, 7, 14. 14 cassettes, a $1 starting bid. A $1 starting bid. Good luck. Every cassette that's left there, a $1 starting bid. Now I can really say we sold that entire collection. All these came from one person. I think it was the guy, the man that's been watching that said all these records came from his collection. I think he owned all these cassettes with the exception of a few. Okay, with just the exception of a few. The titles are Tension, The Fix, Rick James, Simple Minds, Anderson, Buford, Wakeman, Hound, Slaughterhouse, Face of Reality, Guy Mandu, David T. Chastain, Within the Heat, Scorpions, David Sharman, Billy Sheehan, David T. Chastain, King's X, and King's X. All right, let me figure out what's going over here. So let's sell Jim B. Moon Taxi. He says he's over here having to roll up pennies, so we better go ahead and sell this to him for $20. Sounds like it's a $300 record. That's sold to him for $20. And let's keep going through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. 1 second. All right, let me see what's going on over here. Freak out. La Chic, La Freak. Okay. All right, here we go. Back to the best offer. The World of the Statler Brothers. That's a 2 LP, $14.99. And then Mitch Ryder, Live Talkies. A German 2 LP, $19.99 on Mitch Ryder. Tavern, Billy Reed and the Street People, $9.99. And Soul Sounds, Chris Clark. 67 sealed, $74.99. And Trace, Far From the Hurting Kind, $14.99 on that. All right, this has always been a desirable record. This is Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, and not many records of theirs has their big hit song, We'll Go Fishing in the Dark. Big hit. This is a sealed original from 1987, a $20 start on Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Sealed original, and that's the album Hold On, which has We'll Go Fishing in the Dark. The cassettes right now are at $28 with Jeff Brindley. Everybody else is out. And then we have Denise offered $15 on The Road. Let's sell that to Denise for $15. And Margaret Gerhold on YB for $10. And YB for $10 was YB, the Youngbloods. That's sold to Margaret for $10. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band's at $20. Final bid on the cassettes is at $28 with Jeff Brindley. Next is Atlanta Rhythm Section. The Boys from Doraville, $9.99. Aztec Camera Love. Aztec Camera Love is $19.99, and Short Stories, Tall Tales from Horse Lips, $9.99 on Horse Lips, and a half-speed master of the Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, Whoa, China Grove, $49.99. That's an audiophile press. Margaret, Stevens' bid came in first on Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. We have 17 Pygmies. This is a new wave album from 1984, $34.99 on that. And Earl Scruggs Review, $19.99. Earl Scruggs is a white label promo, $19.99. Seabird Band, $14.99 on Seabird. And Segranini is a 78 on pink vinyl, $19.99. The cassettes are not done. Alan Hagen has placed a bid for $30, and that's for everything you see right there. $30 on those. You now outbid. Nitty Gritty's at $22, which means Steven and Margaret are both outbid. And Jim B offered $50 for Soul Sounds. $50 for Soul Sounds. This one right here. 67 sealed copy. Jim B, now this has thrown a major red flag with me. He has offered $50 for this. So that's telling me this should be a $200-$300 record, and I have to make a decision. Do I sell Jim B this $200-$300 record for $50? We've got to make that decision right now. Let's see what the audience says. $200-$300 record, should we sell the Jim B for $50? Jim B, if you start demanding these deals, everybody else is going to be. They're going to be like, listen, what should we do here? I mean, this is an extremely rare, highly desirable Motown title, 67 sealed. It looks like it's at a stupid price right now, cheap at just $75. I don't know what's going on. I can't believe 2 or 3 other people haven't already claimed this. It's a rare, highly desirable Motown record. 250 people have it in their want list. 2 copies are for sale. Bulgaria and Denmark. Unbelievable. This one's still sealed. The last one was VG. The one before that was VG. The one before that was VG. The one before that was VG Plus. And this is sealed. Not even for sale in the United States. Rare and obviously extremely desirable. Just being overlooked here inside of the crate. Rubber Rodeo, $19.99. Blue Dance Hall, Bunny Wailer. Bunny Wailer is $26.99. And Eddie Grant, Walking on Sunshine. Eddie Grant is $19.99. So back up at the top, we have an offer on Chris Clark for $50. We got an offer on Chris Clark for $60. We got Nitty Gritty Dirt Band for $25. The cassettes is at $32. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band $28. We have cassettes $35. We have cassettes $35. Cassettes $38. Nitty Gritty $30. Nitty Gritty $32. So there's been 2 offers on Chris Clark for $50 and for $60. It's marked for $74.99. It sounds like it needs to be like a lot more than that. 2 offers. Wow. A Motown record. I've never seen this before. All right. Well, it's going to go like this. So, Jim B, it's yours for $60, or it's Spikey's for 60. Okay, that's $15 off sticker. Let's see who gets it. I mean, come on. You know you're going to list it for $149.99 best offer. Come on. We got Chicken Shack, Imagination Lady, a 71 German Prague album, $34.99. Jim B just got his net worth just increased by 100% on this particular investment. Boom, just like that. This is why he tunes in night after night after night watching this. He's like, this is insane. They put out $200, $300 records just all night long. You can pick them up for 20, 30 bucks. You just got to be watching and paying attention and know what you're doing. Me and Chet Atkins, Jerry Reed and Chet Atkins is $9.99. And a patch of blue, Sidney Poitier, Shelley Winters, and Elizabeth Hartman. That was the people in the movie. This is a soundtrack, $19.99. The cassettes at $42. Cassettes at $42. Or you never know, Jim B might actually, what's the chances of him opening that and actually listening to it? Does anybody want to put Vegas odds on that? Let's see. Cassettes are at 42. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Alan Hagen 35. We'll Go Fishing in the Dark. To my knowledge, that song is only available on these original pressings. They did a greatest hits, and then it's on this studio album. I don't think any kind of modern reissue or compilation has ever been released where you can get that album on new vinyl, okay? Wow, there's Otis. Golly, he's going, where's this music coming from? Oh, how's this music coming out of here? What is this thing? What is this? Led Zeppelin's playing out of here. Okay, let's go back over here. We have cassettes at $40, then $41, then $42, and then out. So what happened? I've got them at $42 with Jeff Brindley, even though he said out. How does that happen? Jeff, I got you at $42 on them. Nitty Gritty was at $37, and then Denise put NIL. I don't think that's Chad. She wrote the screenplay for Lady Sings the Blues movie. Interesting. And then over here, we have Roger Daltrey, one of the boys. Roger Daltrey is $12.99. And big hits on Big Steel. The Exciting Steel Guitar of Curly Chalker, $9.99. And Caravan and the New Symphonia. Caravan is a 74 France pressing. This is $19.99. I'm trying to figure out what happened on the cassettes. Maybe Jeff Brindley didn't say out. Maybe that's Alan Hagen that said out. Yeah, Jeff Brindley still has it for $42. Alan went out. So these are sold to Jeff Brindley for $42. Well, he stood by his word. He bought 85% of all the leftover cassettes from last week. And there's gone. A mad rush on cassettes nowadays. My mom says people coming in the store all the time. My son's looking for cassettes. My son's looking for cassettes. My son's looking for cassettes. I was in the checkout line at Publix. I was wearing a Coletco shirt. This younger looking girl asked me about my shirt. She said, oh, that's Coletco. I said, yeah, we're having a $2 sale. She's like, well, I've started buying a lot of cassettes because right now, maybe later I'll be able to afford vinyl, but everything that I want on these new artists are $40 and $50. All the new albums are like $40 and $50. And I was like, new vinyl's expensive. She's like, I've been looking for like stuff like that. I said, come dig. And then there's another guy that was bagging the groceries, and he said, do you have any cassette tapes? He said, that's what I buy too. I'm only looking for cassette tapes. And I'm like, wow. Cassette tapes have already been making a comeback. Could this be the next big wave? Holy moly. Fish in the Dark is on greatest hits. That's it. It's on more great dirt. So yeah, and I don't think that's ever been repressed in any kind of modern format. So the last bit on this is a final call. Margaret Gerhold, $37, and I think that is the high bidder. Okay, next thing is now 40 with Alan Hagen. Pam Murray offered 10 on RD. RD Roger Daltrey. Sold to Pam for $10. There's that over there. And then we have Meat and Gravy from Cadillac Baby. Hits That Miss, Volume 2. 1978 purple vinyl, $19.99. $19.99. We have Pavlov's Dog, Pampered Menial, a 75 Prague album, $29.99. And Robert John, $9.99 on Robert John. And Bruce Johnston, Going Public, $9.99. So, Margaret, you are outbid on Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. You are outbid, okay? Let's see here. Auctions in here. Thank you, Laura. Making sure I've got everything put away here. Let's see what else we can find. What's this record right here? This is a bonus crate and 2 more crates of bonus records. That's what we like to see. 2 more crates of bonus records. Okay, here is this. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, a 1977 US, Just the Song Before I Go. Has the original paste-on cover, which I think most of them do. $10 start on that. We have Petula Clark, Hits My Way. Downtown, Things Will Be Great on Seinfeld. $14.99. Mother Hen, 1971, $19.99 on Mother Hen, and Raggedy Ann and Andy's Birthday Party. That's $19.99, Raggedy Ann and Andy. Danny Tone, First Serve. Danny Tone is $14.99. Caddy Moffat, Walking on the Moon. Caddy Moffat, Katie, what am I saying? Caddy. Katie. Katie Moffat, Walking on the Moon, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Jam Session, Charlie Parker and his All-Star Session. Charlie Parker and his All-Stars Jam, 81 Italian, $14.99. Margaret said, Al, this is sold to Alan Hagen for $40. John always does a good job marking records. Look what John had that marked for, $39.99. He's usually right on the money. He marks stuff, and I'll look at it, I'm like, let's go ahead and put that up for auction. I usually start stuff for less. And usually the auctions that I pull out for John's crates typically end up selling plus or minus $5 for about what he had it marked for. I think that Prince record we sold for $40. I think he had it marked for $39.99 too. I should just leave them in the crates, but for some reason they get left behind. I don't know why. I guess it's the allure of an auction, but they end up bringing exactly usually what he has them stickered. John Denver, a Japanese pressing of Farewell Andromeda, a $1 start for John Denver. $1 start on John Denver. So we have Warehouse Sound Company and Friends. That's a 1974, $14.99. George Benson, Living Inside Your Love. George Benson is $14.99. And Mark Anthony Thompson, a Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. And Third World, Prisoner in the Street, $14.99. GMB wants to know about any other no bids. He's starting to get a little antsy, folks. He's like, come on, please, something else over here. For the love of all things good and holy. We got Mariah Carey, MTV Unplugged, a 2020 U.S. limited edition, red vinyl, Target exclusive. Mariah Carey, $30. Lords of Acid, Voodoo U, a 1994 USOG, VG condition, $75. Jim B's like, please, these no bids are insane. Laura's already got these at cheap starting bids, well below market price, and then I can make an offer on them for less and get an absolute theft, a steal. And that's why Jim B's like, please, Chad, please have some more no bids laying over there. These are insane. Rob Thomas, The Great Unknown, a 2015 USOG, $55. The Black Keys, Thick Freakness, a 2013 sealed, $75. Led Zeppelin 4, a 75 US VG Plus, $30 start. And Natural Child, a 2014 USOG, $75 on Natural Child. And Jim B's over here just drooling. He's like, golly, this is like buying a scratch off at the gas station and it just rolling in. Holy moly. Otis is going to listen to some more music there. All right, let's put these right over here and let's see what happens on those. Okay. Now, Crosby, Stills, and Nash did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $10. We're about to sell John Denver, a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, for one bid of $1. This is your last chance. Mortgage guy Rob has this for $1. He's about to win the bid. Jeff Brindley says one of those duplicate King's X cassettes, send it to Robert Barnett. Okay? So that was a duplicate in his collection or in his stack, his bundle lot. He said, I'm pulling one out right now. He said, send that to Barnett. I've got it pulled out of the stack for the taggers. Okay? Thank you on that. There we go. We have the following. Mariah Carey 20, Mariah Carey 20. That must be the magical price. Jim B was first. Sell that to him for $20. Larry Gonzalez was second. I'll do Lords of Acid for $65. Sold to Jeff Brinley for $65. Okay? John Denver 5, John Denver 8. Mike Ponder on Crosby, Stills, and Nash for 10. Sold. Sold to Mike Ponder. Now John Denver's at 8. That was almost about to be the second $1 bid in Coletco history. The other one was for a Kiss Alive 2 the other night. We had a Kiss Alive 2 in like G condition, and it sold one bid for $1. And I was like, dang, I think I could have just showed the empty jacket and said, empty Kiss Alive 2 jacket for $6.99. You can take push pins and just hang it on your wall for $6.99. And it sold for $1. And it had inserts with it too. I was like, oh my gosh. Okay, now it's at 10. What's going on over here? Okay. All right, what time is it? Wow, 11:36. Still got 148 people watching. Let me update something over here. Great deals. Rolling them out. Don't anybody ever tell you anything otherwise. Y'all should be Coletco ambassadors. Y'all should be telling people, hey, if you want stuff for like 90% off every night, tune in to this live stream. We have Rick Saranjenko 14 on Raggedy Ann. That is sold, okay? Jim B, Rob Thomas, $40. Sounds like it's a $150 record. Sold to Jim B for $40. John Denver is tied. Mortgage Guy Rob bid 10. Alan Hagen, you bid 10. Final call. Mortgage Guy Rob has it for $10. All right, next thing is going to be this picture disc. This is Blondie, an original 1978 picture disc. This thing's always been kind of pricey. One of the few of the picture discs that came out in that year that I see the least of. Blondie, I think that's technically the front. I'm not for sure. That could be the back. Yeah, that's side one, her licking the vinyl there. Debbie Harry, $1 start. No condition notes. We'll say EX. The sleeve has a couple wear and tear marks. Does have a little bit of a stain down here. Blondie's a $1 start. That's for parallel lines. Good luck. Anybody else want to make an offer out of that? Sounds like I need to go find some more cassettes. Go through some of the ones from a previous time. Oh boy. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for, give it up. Stop. Give it up. Stop waiting any longer. All right, let me do one thing over here. 1 and 3. I won't come around here no more. Let's see. Dollar. Give it up. Stop. Give it up. Stop. Okay. So, Denver. What happened? Alan Hagen bid 12. Who had it? Mortgage Guy Rob said out. Sold to Alan Hagen for 12. Blondie's at 20. Let's move this right over here. Next auction. I have Bang Bang, your Terry Reid. A 68 U.S. Pittman OG VG Plus, a $1 start on Terry Reid. $1 start on that. Okay, I'm going to put this over here so I know these have been gone through twice now, once, and then best offer. I'm going to use some of that for, quote, flip crate material. And then, let's see here. Let's see. Okay, move some stuff around. It's getting that time of the night where I've got to strategize on what we're going to do next, folks. Hey, I just found a little basket of cassettes. That's why I'm digging around over here. I'm like, what is all over here? Okay, here we go. All right, we got, here we go, perfect. Blondie's at $25. I have an entire collection of Hank Williams Jr. cassettes. They're all different albums. Hank Williams Jr. Instant cassette collection here. You ready? They're all different albums. Hank Williams Jr. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20 cassettes, a $20 start. Hank Williams Jr., the collection. 20 cassettes, a $20 start. Now up for bid. Good luck, and may the odds ever be in your favor. All right, here's another crate, I think, from Saturday night when I was not here. I don't think Paul took offers, so let's take offers. Blondie's at $30. Terry Reid is at $5 of Margaret. Those are final calls. Now it's at $8. All right, here's some CD putbacks from no telling how long ago. Michael Monroe and MP Big Band salutes Duke Ellington. These are all $6.99. MP Big Band salutes Duke Ellington, and Michael Monroe, Simple Life. Not, I think there's another Michael Monroe, yeah, that's like Hanoi. I don't think that's the same one. That guy's playing a piccolo, it looks like, or a flute. All right, there's that. Let me see what else is around the corner here. There's no telling. It ain't easy. Let's see, what is in here? Johnny Hancock. I wonder if he's watching. He must have been an old putback or something. Okay, let's get started. Sorry for the delay. Okay, trying to dig around over here. It's that time of night. Hope everybody's not in too big of a hurry. So Blondie's still getting bids. Hank is still getting bids. And Terry Reid is still getting bids. These are all best offer. Grand Ole Country Stars play Grand Ole Country hits. Chet Atkins, Bill Monroe, Hank Snow, $9.99. We have MFSB, Love is the Message, $9.99. Larry Raspberry and the High Steppers in the pink, $9.99. The Great Grizzly Bear Hunt, 1971 sealed, $19.99. We have Meg Christian, Face the Music, 1977, $12.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Mirror Image, $14.99. Dan Fogelberg and Tim Weisberg, twin sons of different mothers, $9.99. Captain Blood, classic film scores for Errol Flynn, $14.99. And Southern Pacific, gold stamp promo, $9.99. So the last bid on Blondie was Leslie at $31, which means Cameron Davis, you're out. Let me know if you want to bid again. The Terry Reid has got up to 15 with Margaret. That's a final call. And the Hank cassettes are between two people, Alan Hagen and 007 Platinum. 007 Platinum has it right now for $40. That's 20 Hank Williams Jr. cassettes. And at first glance, it looks like they're definitely all different. So all different titles there. We have The Truth, Weapons of Love, gold stamp promo, $14.99. Anthony Newley in can. Heronyms, Merkin, Never Forget, Mercy, something, something, another. Some kind of soundtrack here. 69 sealed, $24.99 on that. Third World, Sense of Purpose. Third World is $14.99. And the Modest Touch. I think this is some sort of comp. The Modest Touch is $9.99. Ball and Jack is $19.99. And Cold Blood, First Taste of Sin. Cold Blood is $19.99. Terry Reid is Soda Margaret for $15. Final call. Leslie Holt has the Blondie at $31. Okay, there's that. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, New Blood, $14.99. Cameron Davis back in on Blondie at $32. And Alan Hagen's out on Hank. These are sold to 007 for $40. Okay, thank you, 007. Let me stack these. And let's get these right around the corner here. All righty. Making progress. Making gains, as they say. As the kids say. That was Bytor and the Snow Dog. We have Lee Michaels fifth, $19.99, and Carly Simon, No Secrets. Carly Simon is $9.99, and the Knights sealed a 76 U.S. Funk Soul, $14.99. Byron Lee and the Dragonaires Disco Reggae, a 75 U.S. promo, $9.99, and Sylvia Pillow Talk, a 73 U.S. Funk Soul, $29.99. Blondie still getting bids. Next auction, I got Justin Bieber for a $1 start, and Jim B just fell out of his recliner. Justin Bieber Purpose. It's a 2016 U.S. repress, a Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 7,000. It's a picture disc, Justin Bieber, and this is going to go up for a $1 start. That is the full album, and Jim B is having a heart attack right now. That's now up for bid. Now we got Knights at $8. The Knights, which was marked $14.99. Sounds like I need to sell that to you for $10. Now, that is a very, very fair price for that. $10. Blondie's at $35. Leslie, you've been outbid. Discover Me, Shaw, a 76 UK Funk Soul Disco, $9.99. Justin Bieber has one bid, going once, going twice. We have Lady Bump, Penny McLean. Lady Bump, Penny McLean, a 1976 Disco Funk, $9.99. Oregon, Winter Light. Oregon is sealed, or it's in shrink, I should say, $9.99. Jim B says he'll take the Knights for $10. Leslie, it's up to you on Blondie. Cameron has it for $35. Now, Justin Bieber's at $5. Jim B, you've been outbid. You've been outbid. He hates hearing those words. He's like, ugh, I'm going to have to pay more than $1. We got Wonder Woman, Harrison and Tyler, $9.99. Brazuca. Brazuca's a 1975 white label disco funk, white label promo disco funk Brazuca. No, it's Bazooka, just with a little bit different kind of spelling. $19.99 on that. Now Justin Bieber's at $10. I'm liking these big jumps. Imagine My Surprise, Dreams, $14.99. And then Fabulous Farquhar. And that is a 69 white label promo, $9.99. All right. Blondie is sold then. Cameron, that's yours for $35. Let me find a new inner sleeve for that. I should have them around here somewhere. I hope. Da-da. Okay, that's sold to him, and Justin Bieber is now at 15. With Robin and then Jim B. Oso and Regina, y'all are out. And somebody else. I guess 3 people's out. Robin, Oso, Regina. Yep. Also, we have Casey Kelly, For Sale, a 73 white label promo. That's a country rock album, $9.99. Tom Jans, the first solo album from Tom Jans, writer of Loving Arms, 74 white label promo, $9.99. And then Lexico, I think is what that says, a 72 US white label funk soul, $14.99 for Lexico. And give me 1 second on that. I'm going to try to pull this disc out. It's Lexia, a white label promo, sorry. Of course, it's in cursive. It might as well be in Japanese. $14.99 on that. Eurobamba, a 74 US, that's $9.99. The Carnival, a 69 US Latin Jazz, $14.99. Oregon, $9.99. And then Russell Morris 2, that's a prog album. I remember having that before. That cover, something I don't forget for some reason. Ellie Stone, a 69 US folk, sealed for $9.99. Remember, You Are a Womble. The Wombles, $9.99. I don't think I've seen that before. Mentor Williams, Feelings, $9.99. Punch, $9.99. A 71 white label promo, soft rock, pop rock. And then Saint, let's go to the label on this one. I think it's Jack Netchie. Jack Netchie, St. Giles Cripplegate, London Symphony Orchestra, promo $19.99, and Oregon in Concert $9.99. Mike Ponder wants to get the Bazooka record from earlier. That's right here. He offered 10. I'll sell it to you for, let's do 12. Not ready to go as low as half off on something like that. I'll do 12 on it though. Couple dollar bump. It's yours. Got to get something sold out of here. That is some deep cuts in there. My goodness. But if you're looking for something different and not the run of the mill, I don't know, I always tell people, try picking out something just completely random and then see what happens, okay? Justin Bieber's at $25. Let's see what our next auction over here is. And then it's getting that time of night where I think some people got some sleepy eyes. It looks like we got a lot of viewers, but there's no telling one or two things. How many people are zoned out right now, or they're completely unconscious. They're literally asleep, and this is still up on their TV. So my question is, how many active viewers? And for that question, for how many active viewers, I need to ask you, what do you want to see next? Because at this point, the show is about 90% complete. Maybe even 95, depending on how this questionnaire gets answered. So vinyl is pretty much near the end, if not over. So I got to make sure there's nobody on here wanting to buy silver or coins or what little gold I have left, or maybe see something miscellaneous. But we're getting near the end for vinyl for a Monday night. We're getting near the end. I have been through a lot of LPs. I have been through a lot of LPs. My brain is almost done reading off records tonight. I have went through 15 crates of new pre-owned arrivals. 85% of it is stuff I've never seen before in my life. And that's saying something. I mean, I've went through so much stuff tonight that I've never seen before. It is amazing. 8 hours a night, every night. 8 hours a night, every night. And a night like tonight can just be like almost exclusively records I've never seen before. That's how much music is out there in the world. It is crazy. Okay, let's go up to the top. We had Justin Bieber at 25. Mike Ponder got Bazooka for 12. Justin Bieber 26. Justin Bieber 28. Justin Bieber 30. No nonsense. No $6.99. No half off. No metal. No metal. No punk. No Fishbone Gore. You missed 5 Max Davis tonight. Ones I'd never seen before, Mega Blast. I'm not joking. There was 5 Mac Davis and new arrivals I'd never seen before. We might can do a $6.99 crate, but no half off. I don't have any. I don't have any really. Everything's recent over here. It's almost too recent, like tonight's. Justin Bieber's 30. I don't have any cassettes. And then 90s and JB31, JB32. So Cameron's asking for the $100 and up records. Those have already been sold tonight at auction. Those will resume back again tomorrow. So you're asking for the $200, $300, $400, $500 records. All that sold tonight at auction, and they will resume again tomorrow. Laura will have us another slate. Let me see what has been sent over here. Let's see what we have over here. 1 second. Justin Bieber, 31, 32, 35. What was I about to do? I was going to see if Laura sent me Monday night or Tuesday night's photos. She has not sent Tuesday night's photos yet, okay? So, yeah. Metal Punk and 90s is the $100 plus stuff. That's always auctioned between the hours of 6 and about 10 o'clock. Okay. Let me see what's left over here in $6.99 world. And that might be our last crate of vinyl. Mac Davis are $9.99 each. Because they're new arrivals, they're sticker price. And we have people begging for other mediums. I have literally, I thought I did. Now I truly don't have any cassettes left. I truly don't have any CD. And when I say left, I mean within my field of vision here. Anywhere around me that I can go find right now. Y'all have bought every single CD. Y'all have bought every single cassette. And to my knowledge, we have no 8-tracks within my field of vision. I'm sure there's hundreds, if not thousands, in this building. Same for CDs. Y'all are obliterating the miscellaneous music. He's also looking for Laserdisc, VHS, Select-O-Vision, reel-to-reel. We got people saying, listen, Chad, we want media on any physical format that was ever invented by human. Do you have any Edison cylinder disc? Do you have any piano rolls, player piano rolls? We're looking for anything. Any kind of physical, we can put our hands on it. Player piano rolls, Edison cylinder, 78 RPMs, reel-to-reels. We want to buy everything. If you can put it in front of us, we want to purchase it. Anything that media was ever released on, I want my house completely full of it, wall to wall. I want to take people into a room and be like, folks, this is my VHS room. I have collected over 38,000 VHS titles. They're sorted alphabetically. This is everything known to exist. And then over here is door number 2. This is every known Laserdisc that was ever manufactured by humans in alphabetical order. Everything, every Laserdisc. Over here is my other bedroom. This is my vinyl warehouse. This is every physical piece of recorded music that's ever been released on vinyl. Over here's the 45s. There's over 1.2 million of them. They're all in alphabetical order. This is my vinyl LP collection. There's over 2 or 3 million LPs here. They're all in alphabetical order, just rows and rows, every recorded music. Over here's my cassettes. I have over 39,000 cassettes. Every recorded album ever released in alphabetical order and pristine mint condition. Some of y'all are on pace to do that. Y'all are going to have like buildings attached to your house. You're going to have to build underground bunkers, and y'all are just going to have rooms and rooms and rooms full of physical media. It's going to be like, here is my Select-O-Vision collection. I've got over 3,800 pieces. Every physical one ever manufactured in the world in alphabetical order. Some of y'all are trying to, I know what y'all are doing. Y'all are trying to do that. Y'all are trying to obtain every physical medium of music ever manufactured and build warehouses and attach to your house, just full of everything ever manufactured. Any genre, rock, metal, punk, polka, country, just everything. Bootlegs, officials, unofficial, sealed, foreign presses. And I bet some of y'all do. There's no telling what some of y'all's houses look like. Just room and room and room, building and building, tub and tub. We have Justin Bieber. The last bid is Alan Hagen at $38. $38. Jim B's out. Oso's out. This sold to Alan Hagen for $38. Yeah, man, I got to get on the ball. I got to tell Paul, forget records, man. Anything that music or film has ever been recorded on in history, we need to start buying it, because we got people at this point begging for it. For the love of all things, Chad, we need more physical media. We hadn't even mentioned CDs and DVDs. There's some of y'all that probably have like rows, just columns full of CDs. Just imagine, you open a door and people's like, good gosh, are these all CDs? You've got them up on the ceiling, dude. How are you doing this? And they answer, I watch Coletco every night. I have box and box being showed up. I have box and box being showed up here. Here we go. Okay, so let's find one of those $6.99 crates. I'm going to start digging right now for any kind of physical media in this building. Are y'all ready? I mean, I'm going to start digging. The crowd has spoken. We want anything. I bet if I start moving stuff around over here, I'll find 8 tracks. Here we go. Here we go. See? Look how easy this was. You ready? These are some good ones, too. Take a look at these. Holy moly. Bob Weir, Ace. 8-track, padded, ready to go. Nice artwork. Rest in peace, Bob Weir. Ace, $5 start. Let's see if that'll stand up. Let's just lay it down. Bob Weir, $5 start. Kiss Love Gun. Label slightly worn, but still nice. Love Gun is a $5 start. Next auction, we have, let's put these two together. John Lennon and Paul McCartney, 2 solo albums, McCartney, and Walls and Bridges. We'll call that McCartney-Lennon, $5 start. Okay? Here we go. Physical Media Wonderland. New store name. Scratch Coletco. Physical Media Emporium. Y'all do realize you're in a warehouse with unlimited stuff. I mean, we're going to buy more on Wednesday, so you just got to give me time to dig it out and find it and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, let's find that $6.99 crate. That was almost exhausting doing my over-exaggeration that I always do. Y'all like my over-exaggerations? I get into my little side, just like blowing everything out of proportion. That's when my mom is like, okay, son, it's time for you to go get some rest. Why don't you go upstairs and lay down? Okay, son, you're letting your imagination get a little too wild tonight. Why don't you go up there, Chad, and just lay your head on your pillow, okay? Ace 5, Ace 5, Ace 5, Love Gun 5, Ace 6. We got Bob Weir 10, Love Gun 6, McCartney Lennon 5, Ace 12, Ace 7, McCartney Lennon 5, Ace 15. So we got Bob Weir, we got Love Gun, and we got McCartney Lennon. I am very tired. That's when I start getting off into these side, like, everybody's like, okay, Chad's starting to lose it. He's getting a little bit too sleepy. I don't even know what's in here, but they're about to be $6.99. Y'all ready? We got Ice Cream Tea, Strong City Records, $6.99. $6.99. The Scenarios, Pet Rock, with press kit, gold stamp promo, $6.99 for The Scenarios. Ralph Towner, Diary, Ralph Towner's a white label promo, $6.99 on that. We have Ice Cream Tea Soda Jim B for $6.99. Rocky and Other Knockouts, $6.99 on that. Everything in here is $6.99, including Hudson Ford Daylight, 77 UK Prague, VG Plus $6.99. New Era. New Era is a rare rock lounge soul, originally marked $24.99 in VG condition. So update, Bob Weir's at $15 with Jeff Brindley. Love Gun is at $7 with Chris Frazier. Mega Blast, you're out. And the McCartney-Lennon duo, the first person who bid $5 was Jeff Brindley. Pam Murray, you tied them, so Pam, you're out. Denise on N Few. N Few for Denise. That was for I Don't Know. And now McCartney-Lennon's at $6. And then for $6.99 is also Stories. Stories is in VG Plus, $6.99. Buddy Miles Express, Booger Bear, 1973. That was originally $34.99. How about $6.99 on that? Now Bob Weir's at $16. Now McCartney-Lennon 10. She wants New Era. I had a feeling. New Era. So did Denise for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Kenny Nolan. A Song Between Us in Shrink, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Harry Chapin, Heads and Tails, $6.99. I just seen where MoFi, I think, is that the one MoFi is going to do? MoFi just announced to doing one of his albums as an audiophile press. Jim B on Bear, which was Buddy Miles. Oso was second. These are $6.99. John Hurley delivers One More Hallelujah. $6.99 on John Hurley. Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon. Also $6.99. Mummy Calls, a Gold Stamp promo, 1986 synth pop, $6.99 on that. And we have Elijah Fanfares, Elijah, $6.99. Sounds of the South, that was that same label MCA had Leonard Skinner on, their first two albums. Ace, what I like about this, not only is it Grateful Dead label, a Grateful Dead artist, the label's in beautiful condition. Really cool gray cartridge. Does have like a little bit of a punch out on it, but it's really nice. That's at $20 with Jeff Brindley. The Love Gun is at $9 with Kathy. So that's still getting bids. Kiss Love Gun. And the McCartney-Lennon duo, two together here. That Pam went out after Jeff Brindley bid 10, okay? There's that. And then $6.99 for Smith, minus plus. Smith, they have some great music. That's $6.99. Oso Adventure on MC for Mummy Calls. That's sold to Oso. And then Rick Wakeman, No Earthly Connection. Rick Wakeman is $6.99. And Jackson Highway, and that's sealed from Jimmy Johnson. I bet that got mixed in. I bet that's from his collection too, but I don't know now. $16.99. Jim B has calculated he can't make any money on Ice Cream Tea, so he wants to put this back. So that's a $10,000 restocking fee. If anybody wants this, it's $6.99. He's realized he would break even on that. We have Oso Adventure on S for Smith. That's sold for $6.99. And we have the John Hall Band Search Party, sealed for $6.99 on that. And then Oso Adventure on J for Jackson Highway. That's sold for $6.99. And The Worst of PDQ Bach with Professor Peter Schickel. And that is EX, $6.99. Bob Weir Ace, Jeff Brindley 20. Who did he outbid? I think whoever did went out. Yes, okay. Jeff Brindley gets Ace for $20. Kathy gets Love Gun for $9. And then McCartney-Lennon sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. Okay, what was the other ones I had over here? Shaft's big score. Shaft is sealed, unopened, $5 start. Shaft's big score. I have, let's see here. Bear with me. Is this a double? Wow, this and still in the original boxes. Woodstock, Part 1 and Part 2 in the original cotillion slip cases. Woodstock, $5 start. $5 start on that. And then the other one I have, was there another handful over here? What happened? Okay, we'll just do those for right now. Boy, these things go through fast. You find a big stack, you're like, wow, look at these 8 tracks, and oh, well, they're all gone. These CDs are Michael Monroe and Mr. Bing Salutes Duke Ellington, $6.99 each. Go ahead and say, I'll take both of them. We have Dion and the Belmonts Doo-Wop, $6.99. Mink DeVille, Coup de Grace, $6.99. And the Zachariah soundtrack, Country Joe and the Fish, James Gang, Doug Kershaw, $6.99. The world is at a demand, the all-time high physical media, all-time high. Anything possible. Anything that recorded media has ever been officially published to. Shaft has a bid for 5. Woodstock has a bid for 5. What label promo record at the back at the beginning of the crate? Promo record at the beginning of the crate. The press kit, that was the Scenarios, Pet Rock. The Scenarios. $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99, no more, no less. Price on PDQ Bach, $6.99. Jim B's at $6 on Shaft. And then Oso Adventure on Z for Zachariah, $6.99. Shaft is at $7. Kathy on Worst. That's pending right now, the Nick Serenjenko. $6.99 for Cliff Richard with the Shadows motion picture soundtrack, Wonderful Life. $6.99. Up and Away, Gene Russell. That's a 69 mono. VG condition, $6.99. The Exceptions. 1970 U.S. Private Press Rock, originally marked $27.99, $6.99. Shaft is at $7, final call. Woodstock Part 1 and 2 is at $5, final call. Nick Serenjenko said, take it. And that was for this one right here. That means, Kathy, you were second. $6.99 for Earthquake, Leveled. A 77 rock album, $6.99. $6.99 for The Cascades, Maybe the Rain Will Fall. $6.99 on that. The Brains is sealed, originally marked $34.99, $6.99. Also on Exception for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Jerry Lee Lewis Keeps Rockin', $6.99. We have Hooters, Nervous Night for $6.99. We have Need to Put New Era back. That's another $10,000 restocking fee. Another $100 million restocking fee. This is a rare rock lounge soul album, VG $24.99, now $6.99. It's in the putback. Mega Blast on Jerry Lee Lewis sold. Jim B on The Brain sold for $6.99. Oso Adventure was next. Roy Ayers, Center of the World, VG Plus $6.99. Soft, Hard, and Heavy, Heavy Feather, 1972 Nashville Rock, VG originally marked $34.99. Also put B. He also put H for Hooters, $6.99. Adam Bernardi gets New Era for $6.99. Carl Carlton, Can't Stop a Man in Love, VG $6.99. Woodstock over here. This is officially sold, both of them together, for 5 doll hairs to Jeff Brindley. Shaft is sold for 7 to John Durden for 7. Tony DeGrady, Sweet Remembrance, an 87 jazz album, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Rare Silk. You guessed it, $6.99 for Joanna Connor, Believe It, 89 US, originally marked $17.99. Passport, Garden of Eden, that's $6.99. And BT Express, Energy to Burn, $6.99 for BT Express. Bum 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 ba da da da. Okay, well, if somebody buys this bundle, guess what's going to happen? We'll go through another one. Maybe. Potentially. Possibly. I am summoning all physical media. If you're in this building and you're a piece of recorded music, we want to purchase you. Okay? Here's 5 CDs. Blaze of Glory, Bon Jon Jovi, $6.99. The Mirror Has Two Faces soundtrack. Stewart Saves His Family. The Twister soundtrack. Iron Eagle, $6.99. Those are all $6.99. Michael Monroe, Big MP Big Band Salutes Dellington, $6.99. Y'all aren't going to be able to collect every CD ever made on Earth if you don't start with these. You're not going to be able to own every CD ever manufactured on Earth if you don't start with those. So you got to ask yourself, how committed am I to collecting every piece of recorded music in history if I don't start with those? $6.99. Denise says, what was the purple one? The purple one was Soft, Hard, and Heavy by Heavy Feather. 1972 Nashville Rock, VG, $6.99. GMB says, which Heavy Feather? Soft, Hard, and Heavy. Roy Ayers was that. Roy Ayers was the Center of the World, VG Plus, $6.99. Those soundtracks are $6.99. CDs I just showed. Blaze of Glory, The Mirror Has Two Faces, Stuart Saves His Family, music from the motion picture soundtrack Twister, Iron Eagle soundtrack, Michael Monroe, BMP Big Band Salutes Duke Ellington, $6.99. What condition was the New Era? This is VG, $6.99 for New Era. VG, $6.99 for New Era. Okay, here's another 8-track. The 5 Stair Steps in QB, Our Family Portrait, sealed, a $5 start on the 5 stair steps and QB. Sealed, a $5 start, okay? Let's read through these again. These are all $6.99, no more, no less. $6. Wow, there's Otis. Wow, what's this music coming from? Huh? What was this music coming from? Okay. So, first thing I have for $6.99, Ralph Towner, Diary. Ralph Towner is a white label promo, $6.99. What no bids do we have? We have these no bids. Natural Child, Led Zeppelin, and Black Keys. That's it. Let me know if you need a price on anything. Ralph Towner is $6.99, a white label promo. Denise says she'll take Soft, Hard, and Heavy. Jim B is pounding his fist on the table. New Era's a putback. I'm willing to give this to somebody for free. Does anybody want New Era at no charge? Free record, no charge if anybody wants it. First person say, I'll take it. First person says, I'll take it. First person says, I'll take it. First person says, I'll take it. First person, I can't even give it away. So to Jim B. So to Jim B. Free record. Next thing over here is Roy Ayers, $6.99. That's sold to Mike Ponder. Ralph Towner. 2 putbacks in a row means it's cursed and I can't touch it again. It's cursed and I can't deal with it anymore. At this point, it's bad mojo. 2 putbacks in a row is bad mojo. So Jim B just got a free. He is like, wow, free, unbelievable. No charge to Jim B. That's straight profit for his bank account. Next thing over here is Oso on Ralph Towner, $6.99. We got Oso Adventure also says he'll take, or excuse me, Mike Ponder says he'll take the Roy Ayers. Did I already pull that? Give me 1 second. So Denise got Soft, Hard, and Heavy. New Era went to Jim B for $0. Mike Ponder on Roy Ayers. And I got Oso on R. That's Ralph for $6.99. Next thing over here is Rocky and Other Knockouts. That's $6.99. Stories, VG Plus, $6.99. Hudson Ford Daylight, VG Plus, $6.99. The Black Keys is a 2013 U.S. limited edition bone-colored vinyl, Newberry Comics exclusive, $75 sealed on that one. There was only one person that wanted to claim that for free. That's literally a record where you hear people say he can't even give it away. That was almost what happened right there. I almost had trouble giving away a record. Kenny Nolan, the only person who wanted it was Jim B. A Song Between Us, Kenny Nolan, $6.99. Harry Chapin, Heads and Tails, that's $6.99. John Hurley Delivers, One More Hallelujah, that was $6.99. No one bid on the sealed 5 stair steps. That's $5 if anybody wants it, okay? Next thing is Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon. That is $6.99. Elijah Fanfares, VG Plus, $6.99. And that's a 1973 Sounds of the South, $6.99 on that. Rick Wakeman is $6.99. No Earthly Connection. This is Ice Cream Tea, $6.99 on that. Search Party, the John Hall Band, sealed for $6.99. Dion the Belmonts is $6.99. Mink DeVille was $6.99. And the Scenarios Pet Rock with the press kit, the Scenarios is $6.99. $6.99. How much did you say, Chad? $6.99. Okay, so I got Bessie Smith, The Complete Recordings, Volume 2. 2 CD box set, $9.99. $6.99 for Cliff Richard. Scenario sold to Oso Adventure. Adam Bernardi gets the Black Keys for $60. That's sold and sold. And Up and Away, Gene Russell, 69 mono, VG $6.99. We have Earthquake Leveled, $6.99. The Cascades, Maybe the Rain Will Fall. That's $6.99. Also $6.99 is Carl Carlton. That's VG for $6.99. Tony DeGrady is $6.99. Rare Silk $6.99. Joanne Connor $6.99. Passport $6.99. And BT Express is $6.99. Jazz Crate, the first two went amazing. Maybe the first three, and then a couple people said, Chad, I've literally had too much. And they kind of tapped out and had to leave, and they were overwhelmed. And the last three crates, we sold a little, but nowhere near as much as the others. There's a couple people that said they were hyperventilating, and they just couldn't take it anymore. This one guy said, I don't know what happened, but Chad was showing so much jazz, and I woke up in the middle of my yard outside. He had some kind of like hallucination attack or something. So I was like, buddy, just take it easy for a few days, maybe come back. I mean, he was like freaking out. He couldn't believe how much there was. We have Oso getting on the scenarios, and Nick Serenjenko on Dion and the Belmonts. That's for $6.99, okay? There's that. All right. So we have Bessie Smith, all these CDs in this 8-track. All this rare physical media here is going to go up for an auction for a $1 start. The Bessie Smith box set, the 2, 4, 6, 7 CDs and the sealed 8-track. $1 start on the rare and highly desirable recorded physical media lot. $1 start on all those items. Being sold together, $1 start. That's the Bessie Smith box set and the 2, 4, 6, 7 CDs and the 8-track. Rare recorded physical media lot. The high bid is now 1 and now 3. Good luck to all those involved. May the odds ever be in your favor. You're going to need it. You're going to need it. That is, we're going to call that a rare, highly desirable physical media lot. Laura has sent me tomorrow's hot pictures. Counting Crows, Hawkwind, I Don't Know, High School Rock and Roll, Everclear, Sid Barrett, Duran Duran, Grateful Dead, Down, Tracy Chapman, Jane's Addiction, House of Lords, The Wildlife, Clutch, Chickenfoot, Black Crows, Bon Jovi, Cranberries, Kid Rock, Cowboy Junkies, Elf, Dylan and Dead, Rush, Jerry Cantrell, Van Halen, Simple Minds, Foo Fighters, Leonard Skinner, Rush, Miami Vice, Stevie Nicks, Lemonheads, Lenny Kravitz, Midnight Oil, Joan Jett, Billy Idol. Wow. Bessie 5, Bessie 6, Bessie 7, Bessie 10. Jim B should buy the rest of the Jazz records at sticker price he owes me for keeping up the other night. Oh, he'll wear you out, man. Jim B is a true hustler. Okay, this guy, he gets on and he's like, I'm here for one reason, and that's to buy stuff. I will keep these guys awake and going until they literally pass out, and he will just keep buying and buying and buying and buying. The lot right here is at $10 with Nick Serenjenko. Let's count these and do a bundle lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 records at $3.75 each. I'm going to sell this bundle right now for $85. $85 for these 22 records. Okay? The one you don't know looked like Dred Zeppelin. Nice. Dred Zeppelin coming up for tomorrow. All righty. Oh, there's a couple people like Jim B. They would stay on here and keep buying until somebody had to come get them out of their house and take them to the hospital. They would be like, listen, I'm not standing up. I'm not going to go use the facilities. I'm not eating. Chad's going through $6.99 records. You're going to have to literally have SWAT team come in here and get me out of this chair. I will go until I pass out and I wake up in a hospital. I am not leaving this chat. He's going to keep going through records. I'm going to keep buying them. Kathy said she'll take this bundle at $85. Boom. Bundle deal sold to Kathy. I mean, there's some people it's like, Jim B, we realize you would stay up for 36 hours straight and just keep buying records. 36, 4, whatever it takes. I mean, he would have to have an IV plugged up, dehydrated, whatever it takes. Hey, Jim B's like, listen, I will put my own well-being at risk. I will literally have to make sure my insurance is up to date because I'm going to have to be hospitalized if you would sell me records for 3 days straight. I wouldn't eat or sleep. I would just keep buying and buying and buying. And I'm like, that's a commitment. That's a strong commitment. The lot over here is at 10 with Nick Serenjenko. All this stuff right here. Final call for $10. Final call. Kathy got the bundle. Let's go through some more at $6.99. Okay? There's a couple other people. They'd be like, listen, man, I don't know if you understand what I'm about, but I'm here to buy records and rare physical media. Whatever it takes, any kind of recorded format that media has ever been released on. I just grabbed a handful of more $6.99 records. Let's do it, okay? Let's sell these over here, and then Nick's going to get the lot over there for $10. At this point, whatever rare physical media doesn't sell, I'm just going to start putting in lots to make sure it does sell. Hope everybody's ready. We love rare, highly desirable physical media. Give it 10 more years. Kids nowadays, they'll be like, what is a CD? What is a record? What is a cassette? These will be like foreign museum objects. There'll be people going to D.C. and museums, and behind glass, they'll have records of Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. And there'll be like men in there going, see, kids, that was once our ancient ancestors. They listened to Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin when they walked the earth. $6.99, Leo Sayer, Endless Flight. You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. Boy, that's worth it just for that song. $6.99, Sophia Loren in Rome. That's the movie, the soundtrack by John Barry. That was originally $34.99. Holy crap. The Nighthawks is $6.99. $6.99 for the Nighthawks. Also $6.99 for Mandy Moore, Silver Landings. That is sealed for $6.99. Mega Blast on the Sophia Loren soundtrack. These are all $6.99, including Carole King Fantasy. $6.99 on that. Jim B was second. The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. Puff, the Magic Dragon. $6. If I Had a Hammer. $6.99. We have Chris Gantry, 68 US, $6.99 on that. Also $6.99, The Odds of March, Common Band. That was originally marked $29.99. Chris Christian is sealed for $6.99, and $6.99 for Scandalin, and that is Michael Card. $6.99. Robin Glenn on MM, and MM was Mandy Moore. So did Robin Glenn for how much? Just $6.99. Larry Gonzalez was next. We have the what? It's originally marked $49.99, $6.99 for the Mobleys, the Mobleys, the Mobahollies, the Moberleys. And Jim B just fell out of his recliner trying to claim this fast enough for $6.99. Lynn's Foreign Back and Forth, that's $6.99. And we have what? We have an 88 UK sealed $6.99. Spiky on the Moberleys. Jim B put a W. And then conditional Leo, no condition notes. Oh boy, what have I found? 1, 2, 3 cassettes. They were laying down here underneath this rack. Let me knock the dust off. Here we go. ELO, Discovery. Aerosmith, self-titled, Dream On. And Foghat, Stone Blue. 3 cassettes, a $7 start. Mark V sold on Leo Sayer for $6.99. Next is Kathy on Puff, the Magic Dragon. And that's sold to Kathy for $6.99. That's Peter, Paul, and Mary. What else is $6.99? Howlin' Whiff, not Wolf, Wilf, and the VJs. Sealed from that blues collection, if you can still believe it. Paul even wrote, not Howlin' Wolf. That's now just $6.99. Also, we have Billy Price and the Keystone Band, signed by Billy Price, Dale's Pittsburgh collection, $6.99. What do we have here? By George Hamilton, $6.99. What do we have here? Tiger, Going Down Laughing, $6. The 8 tracks are at $7 with Chris Frazier, going once, going twice. The Orson Family, Psychobilly, $6.99. The Midnighters, Easy Money, a Psychobilly record, $6.99, originally marked $29.99. The one before that was originally marked $19.99. Frozen Ghost, Nice place to visit. That's $6.99. Amy Grant in concert. You guessed it, $6.99. Mega Blast put Midnighters for $6.99. What else is $6.99? Eye to Eye, $6.99. What else is $6.99? Mondo Rock Chemistry, $6.99. What else is $6.99? Greg Sutton, Soft as a Sidewalk, $6.99. Oh, They Live. Is that a claim? Where's that at? Oh, They Live. Is that in here still? Or was that the one that Mega Blast just bought? No, that was Easy Money. I don't see that. Or is that just a random miscue? All right. These three 8-tracks are sold to Chris Frazier for $7. Done. I'm trying to find anything I can get my hands on to put up for auction in this miscellaneous area. Okay, let me move John's card out of the way. All right, there's that. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning, I'd hammer in the evening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay? 18 times 375. Quick small bundle, $67.50. I'll do them for even less. 65 on this one. 65 divided by 18, that's only 361.1111 cents per record. $65 bundle, everything that's left. And then I'll grab another handful. A half off lure crate. He's afraid to do it. That's actually not afraid. That's just him having good judgment. A half off lure crate is the equivalent of Coletco getting cash out of our cash register and going outside and setting it on fire. I know it looks like we're selling stuff, but in reality, that's us going outside and literally setting cash on fire. Kathy Hodges gets the bundle. Everything left in here sold to Kathy. And that is sold to Kathy for $65, these 18 records. And Jim B wants to give you a hug and a kiss. He's like, thank you. Now we get to see more $6.99 records. I can cash in on something else. And everybody else that's like, yes, we might find a great deal. Thank you, Kathy. All right, let's put these in this crate. That pretty much filled that sucker up. All right, that's a full crate of records right there. Speaking of records, we just bought like 2 more pallets of super crates for like $4,000. Okay, 75% off lure crates. You mean 25% off? Well, I've tried about everything of hers best offer, and that's a pretty dang good deal when I start taking offers on them. I mean, I've already gone through everything she's marked here recently, best offer. And there's, I think, a crate and a half left out of like 38 crates she's marked. That's it. There's not like there's a whole lot to show. They're all kind of spoken for. Or they've already probably been bought up when they were first priced or best offer. Wow, a copy of Danzig signed by Danzig. Is that what this is? Wow, look at that. We have we have a rack and 2 tubs now full of signed albums that we've gotten from these new collections. So we got a lot of stuff to pay to have authenticated. Here we go. $6.99. Here's the first handful. Kim Carnes' Romance Dance. Gary Lewis and the Playboys' New Directions. Julian Lennon, The Secret Value of Daydreaming. Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores. Freddie Hubbard, The Love Connection. Peter Cetera, One More Story. Fanny, Rock and Roll Survivors, VG Plus. The Association soundtrack, Goodbye Columbus. Lloyd Price, The ABC Collection. Dave Mason, Two Hearts. Morris Albert, Feelings. The Nice, Misera's Longa Vista Brevis. That was originally marked $34.99. Let me grab a new empty crate because we already have a claim. Anybody want to buy silver? Be one of my last things I showed. Does anybody want to purchase some silver tonight? Adam Bernardi on Fanny. Fanny was right here. Sold, if I can grab it. And then Peter Cetera. Did I say Dave Mason or Peter Cetera? Dave Mason, 2 hearts. I said both. This is from that dreaded Dick Connery, Sean Connery collection. $6.99. Willard Dunham on Gary Lewis. Whoops. Willard Dunham sold on Gary Lewis. Kathy on The Association. That is right here. $6.99 for Kathy. We have Alivo, Jose Feliciano in concert. $6.99. Adam Bernardi sold on Dave Mason. Also $6.99. Also $6.99 is Shaken Family. That's an 87 rock album, $6.99. Stories is $6.99. What else is $6.99? Spirit Wood, sealed. That's my handwriting. I marked it for $19.99. I think those sell on Discogs, but they're always all over the place. $6.99 on Spirit Wood. We have the Serendipity Singers. That's $6.99. Chris Knapp on The Nice. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Also $6.99 is Leo Sayer, Just a Boy. $6.99 for Leo Sayer and Steve Alamio, Every Day I Have to Cry, $6.99. Leo Sayer, self-titled, and Shrink for $6.99. King Curtis, That Love and Feeling, VG Plus, $6.99. And then Jay and the Americans, Wax Museum, $6.99. And then this is a picture disc. Oh, I thought she was nude. Never mind. This is who? Who is this? Who is this? Who are you? Bebe Bluel, $6.99. And Webb Pierce's Golden Favorites from Fred Goodwin's collection. Let me go ahead and get another handful out of here. How much are these? They're only $6.99. You got to be kidding. I'm not. These are only $6.99. Surely you're joking. I'm not joking. These are only $6.99. You've got to be crazy. How are you selling these for just $6.99? Ask GMB that. First thing over here is we have GMB on SF. Okay, he said he thought it was Samantha Fox. Mega Blast put boobs, and then Jim B put BB, and then Mega Blast put WB. So I guess this goes to Jim B for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Grape, Live Grape, Moby Grape, $6.99. Also Jerry Butler, The Soul Goes On, VG Plus, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Joanne Bracken. That's a white label promo, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Michael Hurt and his Haunted Hearts, Shreveport, Come Back to Louisiana, Baton Rouge. That is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Fire Beast Incorporated, 2006 Norway Press. That's a garage album, $6.99. Norway, I think we're now at war with them. Village People is VG, $6.99 for Village People. We have Bobby Darin, As Long as I'm Singing, $6.99. Spikey McVeigh on Fire Beat, so does Spikey. Also $6.99 is The Best of Sonny James, $6.99. How much are these, Chad? $6.99. Wow. We have Chi-Town, Chi-Town Hustler, Sons of Blues, $6.99 on that one. And we have Mink DeVille, that's 1978, $6.99. Denise Next on Fire Beats. Also, the Astro Musical House of Scorpio. If you're a Scorpio, if you were born between October 23rd and November 21st, you need to buy this. It's only $6.99. You listen to it and it will change your life. This is for Scorpios. Soda Mega Blast. Did you get Webb Pierce? I did now. That's Soda Mega Blast. Webb Pierce, $6.99. Hot Tracks, John Hammond and the Nighthawks. John Hammond, $6.99. Chisholm and Spence, a white label promo, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Kochi Swallowtails, $6.99. $6.99 for Tamara and The Scene. Okay, now that's worthy of a bundle. Anybody else thinking about wanting to get right now is your time. And maybe Come On Kathy Hodges. Come on Kathy Hodges. Come on, do a bundle. Step right up. Baby, let your hair hang down. Step right up and baby, buy a big bundle. Here we go. More rare, highly desirable physical media. Check this out. You ready? 8 tracks, sealed. Gabor Zabo, The Sounds of the Purifies, James and Bobby, sealed. Epitaph, Outside the Law, sealed. Don Nix, sealed. Jimmy Castor Bunch, sealed. Charlie Parker, sealed. Wow. 2, 4, 6, $10 start on sealed 8 tracks. Was Steve Alamillo a reissue? Yes, it was. This one right here was $6, 1984 Chess Records. Sealed 8-track. Gabor Zabo, James and Bobby, Epitaph, Don Nix, Jimmy Castor, and Charlie Parker. Sealed 8 tracks, $10 start. Where is Jeff Brindley? Where is Chris Frazier? Where is our highly desirable physical media buyers at? Come on, step right up. Step right up. How about a Laura crate buy it now best offer? We'll do that if Kathy buys this bundle, or Chris Knapp, or somebody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 30. 112.15. $110. 110. 3.6666 cents each. That's basically free. If you adjust inflation over the cost value of the dollar, pending forward markets, compounded interest over the last 20 years, et cetera, legal fees, copyright laws, everything involved, you're basically getting these for free. Everything, world markets, foreign currency exchanges, at that price, they're free. $110, that's free. You just consider everything, all things considered, that's free. 110 bucks, that's free. You really get it down on pen and paper. You really get out your notepad and start calculating that. All things considered, that's free. $10-ounce silver bar. 10-ounce silver bar. $950. The Joker is $24.99. That's a 50th anniversary reissue. $24.99. Pretty cool. It looks like a real vintage Mego that is now worth thousands in this condition. Definitely hundreds. A mint perfect one like that would probably, it's got to be over 1,000. Bundles under 100 sound better. I know, I should have bundled the first half first. 100, everybody goes, ah, Chad, you're starting to break the Benjamins. Starting to break the Benjamins there. Kathy's having an internal dilemma. She feels a lot of pressure on her. She's like, oh no, now I've started something. Now everybody's going to be calling on me for bundle deals. What have I done? I've got into this club. Now I feel immense pressure on me. Hey, Kathy bought a Joker. There we go. Mega Blast, if you decide you want one, I think I have another one up front. Are you doing any silver? I am. I was going to go through some of the stuff over here from last night one more time. Prices are virtually, well, yeah, I mean, virtually the same. I'll probably do it the same so there's not any confusion. And some people have requested their stuff they bought at the beginning of the show. I mean, we started the show selling $6,000 worth of gold and silver. Danny bought all the quarters, and he bought that gold coin, and that's it. Does anybody want to make an offer on the bundle? I'll throw that out there. I'll throw that out there. Anybody want to make an offer? That way we can go through this lower crate best offer. These lower records have not been offered at best offer. $10-ounce silver bar, $950. What is the market? Make bundle 100. Sold. She didn't want to break Benjamins. She just wanted to break one Benjamin. Breaking Benjamin? I get asked about them all the time. Do you have any breaking Benjamin? And I'm like, no, I don't. 93.81. Yeah, because it rose today, so it's down 66 cents right now, but based on last night's. So it's actually higher than it was right now when I was selling stuff 24 hours ago. Yeah, because it's the high's 94.51 in the last 24 hours. So even though it's down 66 in the last 48 hours, it's still up from the 24-hour mark from when I started. Yeah. Wow, the 30-day low is 68.98, high 90. So it hit an all-time high today. So the all-time high was hit today again. God, it's going to fluctuate a little bit, but it's going to break through 100 possibly by the end of the week. That is going to be national. Well, it's already making national headlines, but that's going to be crazy to see that. Never seen that before. That's going to be crazy. All right, so all right, she gets this bundle for 100. Let me find my sticky notes. 32 on halves. Where do you come up with these prices at? They should be going up. All the halves are bought. All those sold yesterday. There's no halves left. Those are all sold. Danny, you're going the wrong way. Stuff is going to start going up. I would basically start buying every physical dollar you could. Otherwise, it's just, you're going to be like, dang, I wish I would have bought more. This is sold. Here we go. Thank you, Kathy. All right. All these sealed 8 tracks, a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now. So those, and there's 2 silver bars. Okay. All right, there's that. And tomorrow, I got to go through all the leftover flip crates. I hadn't done that in a week and a half, all the leftover flip crate stuff. What junk is left? None. Danny loves buying the junk so he can call it junk to lower my prices. We've tapped into a secret little thing. There's none left. It's all sold. None of it's junk. I told you this one was short, but I've never took offers on them. I've got Bruce Springsteen Greatest Hits. Bruce Springsteen Greatest Hits. Red vinyl 2023 sealed $24.99. So I sold that gold earlier, look, for $4,700, which would be now below melt after I paid my 1% fee. TSO Houston, you did well. I bet those are $5,200 now on JM Bullion. You did very well. You probably got that $500 below market. Bruce Springsteen Greatest Hits, that's sealed on red vinyl for $24.99. Goodbye Yellow Brick Road is a picture disc that came out in 2019. $49.99 on that. MC5 back in the USA, a 2014 reissue, $19.99. Cat Stevens is sealed, $24.99, a 2019. That's sealed for $24.99. Mark Farner, Rock and Roll Soul Live, 1989. Mark Farner is sealed. That's $9.99. And then Run the Jewels. This is a 4LP sealed, $39.99 for Run the Jewels. The Young Rascals Groovin', an 88 US reissue sealed, $29.99. Spoon, Lucifer on the Sofa. Spoons on orange vinyl for $19.99. And the Eagles is $22.99. There's Jeff Brinley. I thought you would have bought all these sealed 8 tracks, Jeff. Where have you been? MC sold to Jeff Brinley for $14. Danny, you might get more responses. Most people call what you're looking for, they'll say 90%. Do you have any 90% sale? That's what I ask other dealers and collectors. Most people don't like using the word junk. You got any junk for sale? The more proper term is, do you have any 90%? Okay, that's what he's looking for, 90%. These are sold to Jeff Brinley for $7. Sold. Junk. Make it sound all evil and nasty. Junk. was afraid. One more. Okay. For each bundle. Pass. Claim now or they're going in the flip crate in the morning. They'll definitely sell there when I make some of them 14 to 19. So that was your chance. All right, let's go ahead and finish the rest of these $6.99. So I know I made like 3 crates out of it, but guess what? They all came from this one crate of $6.99, and this is what's left. This is what's left right here, $6.99. $6.99. Okay, so all those that I made the last 2-3 bundles out of, they came from this crate, and here's what's left right here. So let's finish this one up. $16.99. $6.99, excuse me, not 16. Mary Wilson, First Take. That is sealed for $6.99. I have Tilt Music, EX, $6.99. John Goin, Waltz at Big Sky, Contemporary Jazz, $6.99. Pure Prairie League Live, Taking the Stage. That's a double LP, $6.99 on that one. Volume 2, Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, sealed. Music Explosion, Petula Clark, Coasters, Drifters, Belmonts, Tokens, $6.99. Mary Wilson, sold to Adam Bernardi. Leslie Holt was second. Spurton and Cunico, Strive, Seek, and Find. $6.99 on that. Noel Harrison, Santa Monica Flyer. Noel Harrison, $6.99. Also, Juice Newton, Can't Wait All Night. Juice Newton, $6.99. $6.99 for Pat Terry, Film at 11. Gospel Rock, $6.99. Pat Terry, Humanity Gangsters. Sealed in 82 Gospel Rock, $6.99. Why is this so heavy? It's What Noonday Dream, Ben Howard, sealed, originally $21.99, $6.99. We have Charlie, Standing in Your Shoes, that's sealed for $6.99. Rich Mountain Tower, Playing to the Radio, 76 Country, VG, $6.99. Also, Loud and Rainwright 3, and this one does have his hit song on it, Dead Skunk, Ben Howard, sold to Jim B for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Jonathan Winters, The Best of Maud Fricker and Elwood P. Suggins, $6.99 on that. Anna Bernardi on Loudon, and that one was, what happened to that? I remember reading that. Jonathan Winters, oh, Loud and Rainwright, this right here. And then Jonathan Winters sold on this one, okay? Sorry, pass on Ben Howard. Jim B did a quick search on Discogs and went, dang, can't make any money on that. So Ben Howard is $6.99 for somebody that wants it. The Sherbs, Defying Gravity, $6.99 on that. Billy Preston, Behold. The Fifth Beatle, Billy Preston, $6.99. Can I see Juice Newton? You certainly can. Juice Newton, Can't Wait All Night. That is $6.99. Her 1984 album. Looks like her riding a horse. I didn't say who got JW. Jonathan Winters went to Mega Blast 9. Mega Blast 9. John Durden got that one. And we have Prodigal. That is $6.99. We have Prodigal again for $6.99. We have Prodigal again for $6.99. And we have Prodigal again for $6.99. All right, so 10-ounce bar, 950. 10-ounce bar, 950. Mark Vise on 50s. Mark Vise on 50s. I think that was this comp back here, right? You're talking about this one right here. Yes, that's sold to Mark Vise for $6.99. $6.99. Which Tilt is it? The Tilt album was got Tilt Music, EX, $6.99. Parachute, Casablanca, $6.99. Okay. Let's see here. All right, so 10-ounce bar, 10-ounce bar, 10-ounce bar, 10-ounce bar. All right, those are Pioneer metals. There's a smaller increment, 5 times 95. That should be $4.75 if my price corrects. If I'm correct on that, yeah, $4.75. Another 5 ounce, another 5 ounce, another 5 ounce. We're doing this one for $500. It's a little bit more vintage, a little bit more collectible. And these are $475 on 5 ounce. $500 on that one. Okay. Some bigger chunks, but go ahead. Your call. Are these which Morgans are these? These are the $85 Morgans because they're a bit lesser grade. 1898 Morgan, 1885, 1901, 1885, 1885, 1921, and 1885. And those are 85. Now that one on top looks pretty nice, but there is an X on her cheek, so that bumps them down a whole grade. Those are $85 a piece. Morgan silver dollars on those. All right, let's do, everybody done? Let's do a bundle deal on these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17, but let's not count these extra prodigals. So let's only say 14, and the rest of these, we won't count the extra prodigals. 52.50, so $50, and that's knocking, so 50 divided by 14, that's only $357, not counting the extra prodigals. So $50 for those right there. And we really, really need to sell those. Silver. Yeah, here's some other ones. Peace dollar 85, peace dollar 85, peace dollar 85. Morgan. Think you know what you're getting there. Okay. Freak out. Lushy. A freak out. Let's see here. Um, 5.44 bar, 5.43, 5.42, 5.45, 5.44, 5.46, 5.44, another 5 ounce bar, and a 4 ounce bar. That's an odd one there. Come on, bundlers. Where are you, bundlers? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Under pressure, pushing down on me, pushing down. So the only gold after he's made the purchase for the 1 ounce, the only gold I have right here is SpongeBob SquarePants. 1 gram, $400. That's it. Physically, all the gold left in this building that's in inventory for sale. It's been obliterated. And then here's the rest of the bars. Some more vintage odd shapes and cool stuff here. 10 ounce, another 10 ouncer, an 8.1, and another 10 ouncer. A lot of cool silver options there. These are all extremely fine or better piece dollars. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. We're so sorry if we caused you any pain. Boom. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. We're so sorry if we caused you any pain. The 4 ounce bar is $380. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. We're so sorry if we caused you any pain. 1 kilo. 1 kilo. $3,054.35 a kilo. I love when the soundtrack constantly playing in chat's heads occasionally leaves out. Wow, have I been singing? Have I been singing? It happens. Yeah, there's like, there's this music constantly playing in my head. Sometimes I got to let it out. Do you want some of that silver? Yes. Do I get my invoice from the last silver? No. Do I want some of that silver? Yes. Did I get my invoice from the last silver? No. Oh, you're talking about from last night. Okay, and then over here, only $5 between us. No, there's not. This is a 4-ounce bar. It's $380, and somebody else just said they wanted it. 95 times 4 is $380. 95 times 4 ounces is $380. And if you don't want it, then Seth, you're fired, does. A kilo of silver. He says he'll take it. These are 95 an ounce, no more. Danny, you could offer me $94.99 an ounce, and I'm going to say no. This is 95 an ounce for any of these bars, and some of them are going to be 100 an ounce. So Silver Eagles right now, I did get a price this morning from a dealer. Silver Eagles are $105 to $110 a piece, and he says he's selling them by the droves retail for $110 a piece. So Silver Eagles are selling for $110 a piece retail. So the next time I have some, they're going to be $110 a piece. How much are piece dollars? They're $85. So I have some right here, $85. These are all extremely fine or better. Extremely fine or better right here. Okay. All right, vinyl done. Well, nobody bought the last bundle. No one bought the last bundle. Chad, I sent a message to collect code for you. Are you interested? I'll pull it up right now. I need to look up Mark V's messages. Mark V's messages. Mark V sent a message. 1 a.m. bump. I'll have to look at this closer tonight. Not probably something worth dealing with, because we'll have to ship it and then ship it. You'll have to ship it to us, and then we'll have to worry about shipping it out. I'll take a look at it, but I'm just not for sure right now. How many pieces do you have? I should have 2 or 3 rolls. This should be 20 at least. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. There's 15. Okay, that's for sure the ones that came from the XF or better. And then I should have, let's see, rolls I got 20, 40, 60 here. Morgans, I got 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160. There's 160 Morgans. 160, 180, 200, 217. So here's 20 more. So there's 20, 40, 60. 15 here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. And then let me check these. There's one. These are actually pretty nice back here. There's 18. Yeah, those are good. 18. Let me see what else is over here. 18. These are pretty cool here at a great price. These Scottsdale stackers. These are $305.50 each. Scottsdale stackers. Those are 100 gram, which is 3.215 troy ounces. She can make an offer. I was waiting for somebody. She might be done, though. She might be like, look, I've already bought 3,000 bundles. Why don't you buy one, Jim B? That's probably what she's saying. She's like, well, how about you step up to the plate? Here's another 100 gram. That's another 305 on those. And there's another 5 ounce. There's more 100 gram Bisbees. The thick ones. You mean the kilo? I'd love to sell this tonight, but at the same time, I'm really not in any hurry on any of this. Which one particular? Where are we at here? The rounds. Yeah, these are Scottsdale mints. These always have carried a premium. I've got them marked at 95 an ounce right now, which is, I don't know. I hadn't tried to check these recently, but that should be pretty dang fair. 100 grams, which is, that should be 3.2, let me get my math right here. Should be 3.215 Troy at 95 per ounce. Yeah, 3.215, $350.50. 305.50 on those. Okay. All right, one sold to Adam Bernardi. That leaves one if anybody else wants one. 305.50. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. That right there was equivalent of doing 7 bundle deals of albums. That was just like, or that was more like 3. That's like doing 3 bundle deals on albums. One deal like that. Boom. Now I need a few more. We might fire this thing up and go into overtime. It's starting to build. I'm waiting for Oso to be like, yeah, go ahead and give me all those peace dollars. Go ahead and give me all 20, 40, 60, 78. Oso's about to say, give me all 78 peace dollars. Give me all 78 peace dollars for $85 each, which would be $6,630. He's about to say it. And then we're going to let out a huge air horn. Danny gets the other Scottsdale for $305.50. $305.50. Not $305. $305.50. Every penny matters. Of course, I showed y'all the rifle. We actually sold one. We sold one when the show started, $125. Stackers are gone. Yep. Stackers are gone. There's the 2 rifles. Now okay, the smallest fractional silver that I have right now that's pure bullion are these Bisbee bars. This is the smallest pure silver I have left. The other ones would be Morgans if you want to buy those. Now they're carrying a premium because they're Morgans and peace dollars. But this right here, that's the smallest 999 bullion I have left. They're the same price. They're 100 gram Bisbee bars, $305.50. The next would be a 5 ounce. The next would be a 5 ounce. And far as 999 silver bullion, that's it. Those 100 gram, and then it jumps all the way up to 5. Everything small is gone. Everything small 1 and 2 has been obliterated. All gone. That 8 ounce bar is WCM. I really hadn't done a lot of research in this. WCM. 8.1. The 5s, any 5 ounce is 95 times 5, which would be $475. Let's see. Morgans. I'm making sure before I say yes or no to your question, I'm making sure I have them all together. Let me make sure there's no more loose ones over here where I was cleaning up when the show started. I still got this really cool cracked Lincoln medallion medal. 5 ounce. Okay. Are you saying any 5 ounce? Does it matter? A Silvertown bar good? I kind of like these. Serial numbered on the back. Okay, let me think about this. A bundle price if you buy all of them. Okay, if I've got room on any of the peace dollars, if I got room on any of the silver dollars, it's or if I got room on anything, it's the silver dollars on the table is what I'm trying to say. Eagles are all spoken for. Well, I don't have any. I haven't had any since 2 weeks ago. And if you missed what I said, they're like $110 a piece right now. I saw somebody ask, a buddy of mine, it was in a silver group, it's like a buddy of mine has a roll of Eagles. He wants to sell to me a spot. Is that a good deal? And everybody was like, you should thank him. That's like, I mean, I would love to be able to buy them at that. Maybe not a bunch of them, but I would definitely buy some as a reseller, on the dealer side for sure. That's a steal right now. So you're good with a 5-ounce SilverTowne, $4.75. Okay, so let me think about this because this could be a big swing because there's a lot of units here. There are 18 peace dollars. 18 peace dollars, mint Engelhart. I don't have a 5-ounce Engelhart. I have a 5-ounce SilverTowne. I have a 5-ounce International Trade Bar. I've got fine mint, and that's it. I don't have an Engelhart. Okay, so we're talking 20, 20, 20, 18, 78. Let me double count these one more time. 2, 12, 18. Okay, let me think about this. 18. Oh, so you pay ACH transfer, right? I think he pays ACH, so that's only 1% fee. I was at 85. All right, let's do this. Now, I'll tell you the story to sweeten the deal. So all these that we bought back in 2019, I had a friend that said, I want to put quite a bit of money into some silver. He's like, I want to buy, when I get these, I want all silver dollars, and I want Morgan's pre-1900 and high grade. I'm like, man, we're going to have to go to a couple of dealers and get that much together. Like, most dealers don't have just that much laying around. So it took a while. I had one big coin dealer I know finally put together the order. It took him a couple weeks to get them all from other dealers, but he got the deal done. And he's like, well, I can get you about 4 rolls in peace dollars. But back then, they were about the same price because the premium was pretty low and silver was like in the 20s per ounce. So all these have been curated by a really good dealer I know, and they're all extremely fine or better. And, of course, I added 3 here, but these are also pretty nice. There's nothing wrong with them. So there's 18 total. 75 came from that curated buy that I did for a friend. So I'm willing to do all 78 of them if you're paying ACH for $6,500. $6,500 at 78 coins is 83.33 each. 83.33 each. That's where I need to be at on them. Especially if you're paying, you're going to pay bank wire. So if I times that by 0.99, I'm actually getting 82.5. So that's kind of my number. And if you take 1% of that, I'm getting 82.5. So 83, that'd be $6,500. Once again, divided by 78, that's 83.33333. Okay. So Jordan Underhill wants a 5-ounce. That's sold to him for $475. Thank you. Man, we took another big chunk out of the bullion tonight. Several bars sold. The rest of the quarters. I found 5 extra prospectors. They're all gone. We just sold another 100 gram another 100 gram, the 3 ounce, a 5 ounce. And I'm going to be on the phone saying, hey, you get off of my cloud. I need more silver. And they're going to be like, good luck. Good luck, man. We can thumb through a roll. They all look pretty nice from what I've seen. I mean, that one on top, but yeah. 1935, 22, 22. They're not all going to be, you know, that one's really nice. Some with some cool toning. That one's really cool there. It's got a toning, a rainbow tone down at the bottom of it. I hadn't looked at these. I went through them when we bought them that day back in 2019. We've been selling these for $85. Now, Morgans, so the other night, y'all know I went through some Morgans, and I told everybody, I was like, y'all can buy these, or I'm going to start auctioning them, and they're going to sell for $95 on the live stream. And I've got Morgans that I'll do. Here's the Morgans. And I've been selling these at $95 a piece. Piece at $85. Just because I know these are all higher grade, extremely fine, and they're all pre-1900. People say that so they don't end up with a bunch of 21s, because the 21's the most common. So people will ask, are they pre-1900? Two reasons. If you get a mixed lot, you end up with, man, some of these are beautiful. You get all the different mint marks and a bunch of different years. If you tell anybody, yeah, I'll take any Morgan you got, you'll end up at random, you'll end up with a bunch of 21s. Nothing wrong with that when it comes to pure bullion price, but for people like getting big mixed lots so they can complete sets or card them and look at all the different years. So a roll of Morgans right now, I'm going to say, because I'm having no problem selling them individually for that, a roll of Morgans would be $1,900. And I'll give you a whole roll of pre-1900 Morgan silver dollars. That's the price on those, $1,900. Mint marks, let's thumb through some of them. The mint marks on a piece dollar are on the back down here below the eagle. Let's see here. There should be. They're also kind of hard to see. Okay, there's an S. So 23S. There's another S, 22S. No mint mark. Boy, that's a tiny one there. Golly, look how small the mint marks are on these. That's an S, though. There are some called micro. S. Oh, so these are the smallest mint marks in the world, if you know these. They're really hard to see. And I have great vision. There's several S's in there. Let's crack open this tube. We hadn't looked through this one. But, I mean, buying that many nice Morgans right now, it seems what's happening is whatever spot is, that's kind of what nice Morgans are trading for. So, there's a D. No, that's another S. D. S. S. D. D. Yeah, there's going to be several mint marks. S and D's for piece. All right. Kathy said she'll take a roll of Morgans. Got it? Now, I'm going to give you this row right here that you got the peek at already, so you kind of know for sure what you're getting. Because there were some nice-looking coins in there. You've probably seen that. So I'm going to give you that row right there. That's going to be fun to go through. All right, that's definitely 20. It fits right in there perfectly. And these are sold to Kathy for $1,900. Thank you. We owe her an air horn. Let's wake up some people. Let's wake up some people. Let's do it. Air horn cometh. For whom the air horn tolls. Da-dun, da-dun, dun, da-da-da-dun, ba-dun, ba-dun, da-dun, da-dun, da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. Look, before us, that's the last time you will. Three, two, one. And we'll bring out Otis. There's Otis. Well, where's that horn coming from, huh? Where's that horn coming from? Corn sounds good too. Where's that horn coming from? All right. So I'm ready to blow a huge one for Oso here in a second. Trying to learn. Okay, let me, I'll give an education on silver, two different things. Okay, so let's say spot price is 90, let's say spot price is $94. It's back on the upside. Okay, so it's back positive for this morning. It's open for the day. It closes in 14 hours. It closes tomorrow afternoon. Okay, so that is the current commodity price for silver. Now, for something like, let me give you an even a better example. If you think about something like, that coin right here. So it has to be, if you're talking about raw product, it has to be mined, sent to a refinery, melted into an industrial size bar, sent somewhere like government mint company. They have to buy it on a future because they have to buy a bunch of it at once. So they typically pay a 10% premium. And then they have to remelt it down. And just imagine everything it takes to cast this, manufacture it, all the people, insurance, labor, shipping, getting the finished product done, advertising, shipping it, and pay employees. So when you have collectible silver, all that cost is going to be wrapped into the coin. So if you ever get something like this for anywhere close to melt, and you think about what had to go into to work to get it made, if you get a deal, then you've probably bought it since it's exchanged second hands. If you buy it brand new, a lot of those costs are wrapped into that. And then it's got to go to distributors and everything else. So the commodity price is what raw bullion is selling for right now. And that's typically what people use as a guideline for a lot of different things. Now, like a Morgan silver dollar, the pure value of this in silver right now is, for example, I can give you a live quote right now. The live price is $72.96. Now, that's once again for a raw pure ounce of silver. Okay? This is also a coin that was made in 1898. Do the math on that. I'm doing it right now for you. That's 128 years old. So the fact that you've got a 128-year-old coin that is highly collectible, the most collectible of silver dollars, the Morgans, it's going to carry a premium over its melt value. Now, the only way it's going to get really close to that melt value is when maybe you have one pretty worn, okay? And I'm hearing these are heading to schmelters. These kind of worn out coins like this, these are starting to hit the schmelters because they've now surpassed more value as silver than a 128-year-old coin. So you're not going to be able to buy a lot of these unless you just get lucky at melt value. You're going to be paying a premium for one of two things. The fact that that's been manufactured into a bar that's cool and collectible, or the fact that it's a 128-year-old coin. Anything you are able to buy at spot right now, especially in this crazy market, I think is a bargain. This stuff I'm pricing y'all at 95 an ounce. That's currently what it's trading for because right now it's a raw metal. But anything new and collectible right now is going to get really expensive because they've got to buy it on a contract and then go through everything it takes to make it into this. It had to be slabbed by NGC. That's not a cheap service, even if you do it in bulk. They had to serial number it. Y'all should go watch this video if you have time tonight when this sale drops. I know some of y'all are silver lovers. Y'all need to go watch this video. It's from this YouTube channel, Producer Michael. It's an amazing video. Don't go watch it right now because the sale's not over. But it's on Producer Michael inside of Fortress. But just I would just search on Google Sunshine Mint. But he takes a tour. He takes a tour of Sunshine Mint. And you can see everything going on in there. And this guy, he's on Sunshine Mint for years out in Vegas. Look at all the silver bars. So those are the 1,000-ounce industry bars that I'm talking about. And this was very informative for me because you rarely get to see inside these mints because they're locked down. I mean, there's like $4 billion in gold and silver inside of that warehouse. Not million, but 4 billion. So if you watch that, you'll get a better understanding of why some of these collectible coins sell for, you know, a lot more than metal. I get asked that a lot. It's like, why is silver 73 an ounce and you're selling this for, you know, that's a very common question. But if you watch that video right there, Producer Michael, and you show everything that mint has to go through to make silver. I mean, they've got 150 employees there, I think. It's pretty amazing. That was one of the best videos I've watched in a long time. So, Producer Michael, a YouTube channel, and that guy owns Sunshine Mint in Vegas. But, yeah, it's pretty amazing. But they end up making him a custom coin, and they're showing how they laser bars and do all that. So, okay. Abe Lincoln is $300. So this is a replica. They found the original die that was made to use this campaign coin, and it's called the 1860 Cracked Lincoln. And the 1860 Cracked Lincoln was a campaign medal. They found this cast, and they've made it into silver. It's through Government Mint. So they found that original cast, and they've started making them again. I think they did some in bronze and then some in gold. Excuse me, not bronze. They did some in gold and some in silver. So that's the original die. They found it. That's amazing. They found something like that for an original campaign medal when he was first elected president, 1860. And they've remade them into silver and gold. And this is the silver, $300 on these. I have 5 or 6 of them. But there's a wide variety of this. There's a wide variety of this you can collect. You have what people call silver stackers, and that's people who buy just bullion as close to spot as they can get it. You got coin collectors who are literally into these coins. They might just buy whole rolls of Morgans and Peace, or they're collecting dates and mint marks. Because if you go through a coin book, you can look up Morgans. And not every one of them is just worth melt or carries a premium. You can get a Carson City in high grade literally worth $500,000. I mean, $250,000, 100,000, 50,000. There's a world of Morgans out there that sell for $5,000+ every day. They're traded for, thousands and thousands of dollars. They're highly collectible based on the grade and, more importantly, the mint mark. This Abe Lincoln coin is pretty cool, though. As me being a history guy, a political science major, a coin dealer, I think that's an incredible thing. So I think I'm going to keep one. I didn't even know what it was till we brought it out last night. So, okay, and then, so what premium are charging on the piece dollar spots at $54.70 on Coinflation? The melt value right now on, if you're talking about price per melt, $72.86, and I've got these at 83.33 if you're buying them all. 83.333 minus 72.96. If you're talking about pure melt, you're paying about a $10 premium. $10.37 to be exact. You're paying a $10 premium, which and then if you want that as a percentage, let's see, 83.333 minus 72.96, 10.373. So we need to take the number we started with, 72.96, divided by 10.73. So, or no, we need to do 10.73 divided by 72.96. Yeah, you're paying a 14.7% premium. Most of the spread right now, buy and sell on silver, has moved around 10%. I think that's for bullion. So I think a 14% premium as both your dealer and I think that's pretty fair. I mean, let's see if JM Bullion even has any for sale, or Ampex. I doubt they even have any in stock. We can go try to find out, but I doubt it. Let's see. JM Bullion. High demand will cause slight processing and shipping delays. They're doing pre-sales on Coles. Coles. That's going to be like these, damaged and highly worn, at $77 per coin. Okay, those are modern piece dollars. Do they have any old ones on here? Those are all the modern ones. Silver dollars. Can we filter year? Okay, let's try 1921. That would be piece. I don't see any on here. Did that filter it though? Hold on a second. Let's reset. Yeah, with these, I would say buying these, okay, here we go, out of stock. Yeah, do they have buy prices? We're in this realm right here, about uncirculated. Do they have buy prices? I doubt it. Yeah, they don't have any in stock. Yeah, there's none in stock. They're not going to have stuff like that. You might can go, let's see if anybody's selling like a roll. But see, these are nicer too. You know, I've seen some people, you got to be careful on eBay. They might, well, first of all, you got to find out if they're real too. I'd be very careful. Let's see. Yeah, those look pretty bad there. I mean, this lot here, you're getting some really clankers in there for sure. Ooh. Okay, did I miss a couple questions? So why doesn't the worth of the extra stick with the coins that's sold over time? Well, it does with something like this. You know, I mean, it's kind of like if you're going to buy something new and collectible, if you're buying it retail, you're gonna have to pay that. But like this right now, per ounce, you're paying for the collectible value of it. This stuff here, like all this, was probably sold, and it's definitely went up. So, I mean, these were I know what I sold these to. The guy I sold these to, he was buying these at like $250 or $350 a piece. So all that, it's already surpassed its return. So right now, these are only at melt, but they've already surpassed their original investment, if that makes sense. And they're slabbed, but they're not graded. You can't really grade something like this. They just put gem uncirculated. They will grade tokens, but they usually, something like this, a mass submission, they just put gem uncirculated. I mean, these here were made back in the 80s probably unless you're talking about when the Hunt brothers cornered the market. These were made back in the 80s when silver was what, $6 an ounce? So if these did carry any kind of premium, they've already far surpassed it, if you get what I'm saying. Now, if you bought a brand new bar today, when things maybe get back to normal, they're going to be charging 115. The futures are 110. Has anybody looked today? That's what they would need to. That's what you would need to look at. That's what a bar is going to cost whenever they start manufacturing new ones. Silver futures. That's on the COMEX. There's COMEX. You got to get to this website right here. I have an account on one of these places, so I can look into this. You got to look at the contract price, if I can find it. Because spot right now is $94.55. It's being like a 10% a premium on the spot price, which would put it like $103 an ounce. So right now, probably the future buy on a 100-ounce bar would be $112 an ounce. So they'll basically guarantee you that price, but you might have to wait 30 to 60 days. So it'd be $11,200 right now, like for a guarantee. But that's for like I meant to say a 1,000-ounce bar. That's big money. Okay. So OSO has everything you've bought. You're probably in good shape then. I've told everybody, if you still want to buy, you can average it out. Because, if let's say if you're buying now at 90 and you start buying a bunch more, or you've already bought tens of thousands of dollars worth at 35, right? And now you start buying even more at 95. So you average it out, and you're still 30% below market. Because if you bought a ton back when it was 35 an ounce, and you're buying it now at 95, when you average those two, you're still in a great position. Technically 65, and you're technically still you're technically still 30% less than market. So if you bought a bunch when it was cheap, and then you start buying again right now, and you average out your price per ounce, you're still going to be having a 30% return, and that would be buying right now at the all-time high. So, and that's what I'm seeing people doing. They're still buying at today's prices because they're like, man, I've made such a crazy return when I was buying it from Chad at 30 and 22 an ounce and 38 an ounce. Am I still buying it? That way I can still collect, because you're rock solid. And if you average it out, even if you had to sell all this stuff tomorrow, even on the average, you're still golden. All right, we have a major air horn. 10 days to pay. That's fine. Ed will work out. We sold a guy a bunch last night. He said he needs a few days to move the money around. I said, hey, I understand that. When we walk in the bank, we have to call the banks when we buy all this stuff. We have to give them a heads up so they can get the money ready with the cash. Most of these banks around here don't have cash on hand anymore. They have to order it, and we have to wait for it to come in. It's pretty crazy. We'll have somebody say, Chad, we've got this much silver. And I'm like, golly, that's a lot. We better have the cash ready. So I have to call the bank, and most of them say we don't have it. And they have to get it from the Fed, which is scary. Most banks don't keep a lot of cash on hand for, theft, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, we got a big silver deal. Before I blow the air horn, Oso Adventure, great decision, 2040-60, 17, 78 peace dollars, $6,500, sold to Oso Adventure. Let's blow the air horn. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. All right. Done. Nobody wants an Abe Lincoln? Yeah, demand has definitely caught up with supply. These refineries are sitting on a lot, but they can't get it smelted fast enough. So it's like, what do we do? You just kind of wait it out. But from what I understand, there's a lot of factors in this. You're talking about, literally anything that could happen in geopolitics on a daily basis could affect these prices. A lot of it has to do with our president. One hint of something to the press about anything geopolitical, and y'all know the markets do this. So anything he says, and it's always been that way. It could be with Trump, or it could have been with Biden, Obama. It doesn't matter who's in office. But anything the President of the United States says, affects markets. So with Trump, as y'all know, it's a roller coaster. It could go, if he says this, he says that. If we're doing this to this country, we're doing that to this country. All that is going to affect it. But then also, the second big thing is, I think, the AI industry. And the AI industry, and I think just all the technology stuff, they've really went to silver now because it's a great conductor, one of the best, and they have to have this for industry. And so when they do melt this stuff, they don't use like these particular bars. I've told y'all before, they get them in those big 1,000-ounce bars. That's what like Tesla's buying, Apple, Google, Microsoft, the world's biggest companies that use this for manufacturing and industry. So they have to get it in those big forms. They can't, and then whatever they do with it, I guess they recast it into whatever, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of it, I have no clue what I would be like lost as last year's Easter egg. But whatever they do with it, they need a lot of it. And when supply gets hit hard, they're like, dang. And markets go up. But when you have other things going on like tariff, sanctions, anything else in that realm, one of the first things I do when I get done with these shows, I go to the White House YouTube and I watch every press conference, every gaggle on Air Force One. I pretty much listen to everything Trump says every day because I use it as a guide to what's about to happen. I listen to unedited, straight from his mouth, those press conferences, if he's speaking somewhere and he takes questions, or the little, what they call gaggles he do before he gets on Air Force One or on Air Force One. I'll listen to everything because I'm like, okay, we're about to get an idea of how our money's going to do in the next 24 hours based on whatever he says. If it's going to be this or that. Of course, sometimes he's pretty unpredictable, so it's like, okay, he's hinting at this. Is he going to do that? And I think him being unpredictable really gets people like, okay, what are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about that? And then the markets react to it. So, but this is also this is something you can't truly predict. I've told everybody it can swing one way or another. It could go, I mean, if you look at historically, let's look at 1 year. That's 1 year silver. There's 5 year silver. I mean, you see how long it stayed flat forever. So the question is, when is it going to plateau and then do this for 3 years? You know, because, I mean, if you look at that, for 4 years there, I mean, it stayed the same forever, you know, and then there was the election, right? There's the election. Actually, right there was the election. And you can see it started making jumps. There's 6 months. But those little things like right there is what worries. They're like, oh no. I would just say if you got the disposable income, buy it. But you got to put it away and forget about it. This isn't a get rich overnight type deal, okay? Nor am I advertising it to be. I view it as a commodity against inflation and a commodity against, I would view it as, you know, just like anything, buying high-end collectibles right now. I think that's why people are paying $1 million for sports cards and $1 million for rare comic books. It's because most people agree anything safe other than just cash, you know, that's just, you know, however it works, or stocks or bonds. I would say that would increase the value of silver. I would say that would increase the value of silver. Yeah, I think that's what's reacting to it right now. The news on tariffs to the companies involved in the Greenland deal. So that puts the American dollar at risk, which increases the prices of metals. That's typically how that works. But, my knowledge stops at being just a collectibles dealer, but I follow this stuff pretty closely. But the only thing you'll really know is whatever this number is saying right here. Whenever you check that, that's how you know. Okay? That's how you know. I mean, anything could happen. I mean, gosh, I mean, that's the only thing I could say. Anything could happen. He's pretty unpredictable. I mean, like any kind of attack he's done has been like under the radar, which in my opinion is a good idea. I mean, you don't want to be like, hey, we're about to come invade you, you know, but the next morning everything starts reacting to it. So if you're a day trader on this stuff like me, when people call me like, hey, I've got 300 ounces for sale, I've got to figure out like what I can buy it for then. And am I going to buy it at a good enough margin where in case it does take a dip, I can get rid of it and at least get my money back? Because that's what I tell people when I buy this stuff. I'm like, I'll give you a price for right now. I'll give you a price for like right now. Because I've got to buy it at a big enough margin. If it does take a dip, I can just hopefully get a lot of my money back. If it goes up from there, since like I've bought this, it's went up like $5 an ounce. I'm doing even better, and it makes it where I can make more money, hopefully. But if it takes a dip, whatever's left right here, I'm pretty much screwed on. I'm like, well, I got to get my money back. So a lot of the big dealers, they buy it and they sell it for a lot less margin. They'll make 3% on 100,000 instead of trying to retail it like I am piece per piece. But that's when it gets risky. I'm actually taking a pretty big risk holding on for this long, but I've done well so far. It looks like everybody still wants it and is still buying it. So I'm like, okay, let's just let it roll. I've almost sold most of it. That's what's left, and then all the Morgans. But to me, those are more safe because like I told Oso, even if silver takes a dip, those Morgans are still a 128 euro coin that's going to have the numismatic value. So I'm like, okay, those take a dip. If silver takes a dip, those still hold good because they're still an old coin. It's not just like a piece of silver. It's not like a fragmented, just pure bar. You got something there. You got the United States of America stamped on it. So same way with silver eagles. Now those have a lot to do, but people like them because they're government minted coins. That's why they carry the biggest premium. The U.S. government is guaranteeing that to be pure silver. These are definitely pure silver too. They're 999, but when you got the silver eagles, they're just beautiful. They're pure to the purest, beautiful coins. That's why they carry, like right now, they're probably $110 a piece if you check right now. 105 at minimum. So I'd like to leave some value to leave. Yeah, this is wealth building. Another thing people call it, wealth building. Just like record collections. It's a hobby, but if you do pass away, you've got a house full of records that could be worth a fortune. You got something to leave to your kids other than just maybe blowing money on stuff you can't hold on to. Colorized, everything like that's holding pretty good. But see, like what I told people, these statues, Tanner asked me again today, he said, at one point, when do we raise the prices of these? He's talking about this stuff right here. I'm going to call my friend tomorrow that's a dealer and talk to him about it. Like at one point, I've had this at $135, right? This one-man silver statue. Now, when I locked in this price and when I bought these from a distributor, I think silver was in the 40s or 50s per ounce. So whoever took time to make this cast, which was delicate and took a lot of work, he had to buy silver probably between 30 and 40 an ounce, cast it, and then the suggested retail price is $135. Well, since we've bought these, give it a little bit longer and this will be at melt. So what do you do about this? Of course, to me, I'm just going to leave it at this because it's retained a great it's a great price for y'all because I hadn't changed the price is what I'm trying to say. But at one point, do I say, oh crap, I can't sell this for melt. So the premium on this was about 3 times spot price. So that means if you still hold that by today's price, the Spider-Man statue should be $285. It should be $285 if you go by to what it was and then what it is now. So if this had to be remade today, if this artist ordered the silver, redid the cast, and he knows all of his cost, his time, his labor. So that means if he sold them today, they would probably be, I'm going to say between $250 and $300. So, I mean, right now, that's 1 ounce of silver. I sold, and we were selling them fine at 3 or 4 times melt value. So right now, they should be like a no-brainer. They're like really cheap compared, that's called replacement cost, you know. If somebody had to remake this right now, redo the art mold, cast it, refine the silver, they come out clean, make these cards, all the time to pay yourself, they would probably be charging twice as much right now. And I'm not seeing a lot of this stuff offered for sale anymore because they can't buy the silver cheap enough. And so they've got to ask themselves, man, people were going to pay $130, but if we make them again, are they going to be willing to pay $250 or $300? So before they take a lot of time to make them, I don't know. They kind of have to ask themselves that. How many Morgans do you still have left? Complete rolls of Morgans at $1,900 a roll. I've got, let's see, I've got 20. This is a partial roll. That's a partial roll. There's only 5 right there. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160. I got 2, 4, 6, 8. Eight more rolls in this safe box. I got 8 more rolls in the safe box. Yeah, the labor to make this collectible stuff is pretty intense. I mean, that's why when spot is $30 an ounce, they have to charge $135 at the end of the day, you know, or they suggest that price to us, you know, and we have to buy it where we have to make money on it. So the MSRP is $135. So they offer it to us at a wholesale cost. Hey, you can buy it for $115 and sell it for $135. You know, and I'm like, okay, that's a pretty decent margin to make on something like that, especially knowing it's a custom-made item. They've got to pay themselves. But, you know, before long, these are going to be at melt, and, you know, people's going to be like, well, heck, I'll take them. They're melt value, you know. So do we, you know, what do? You raise the price? Do you just keep them at melt? Yeah, all these Morgans are beautiful. I'm telling you, they've all been curated at extremely fine or better. And some of these in here are real winners. Even if they've got the dark tone to them, they have great details. Yeah, I can sell you, I mean, as many as you can handle up until I run out. Look at that one. Beautiful. Yeah, I've got 8 or, what did I just say? 8 or 9 rolls of them. Beautiful coins. Golly, that's a fantastic one there. And it's a O. This is Doc Holliday stuff here. This is what Tombstone, he's playing that, he's in there playing poker. And he's thumbing one of these through his fingers. Y'all remember that? He's rolling it through his fingers like that. I paused that before. I was like, oh, that's a Morgan silver dollar. Probably a Carson City. Okay. Anybody else? That was worth all the discussion. We just sold like 10 grand worth of silver right there, thanks to Oso and everybody else. So, and plus we started selling the gold, and Danny bought the quarters. So, thanks everybody. Discussion time over, but I would love to sell Kathy some more Morgans if she wants them. And then I've got to start lining up some more buys. Okay, give me a roll of the Morgans. Great decision. We got another air horn. I'll give you that roll I was thumbing through so you know what you're getting, okay? These are sold to Adam Bernardi for $1,900. Thank you on that. I'll sell these 5 individually here if you want some for $95. 1889, 1896, 1889, 1880, and 1896. I'll do those at 95 each. I'll do those at 95 each. There's some lower grade ones back here for 85, but if you want those nicer ones, that's where we broke up a roll and that's what's left. We owe Adam Bernardi an air horn. It's time. It's time. So we sold her a roll. We sold him those. There's another roll sold. These are going to be gone and I'm going to be sad. When I got the call that we was going to be able to do this, I was like, man, this is going to be awesome. All these Morgans. And now they're being bought by the roll and they're going to evaporate. And I'm going to be like, oh, it would take forever to get all these back like this. Plus the cost would be tremendous right now. If I called the same dealer and said, hey, can you get together 350 more silver dollars? He'd be like, you're joking, right? You really want me to get together 350 Morgan silver dollars and extremely fine or better right now in this market with this supply? Surely you jest. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I love that sound. I love the sound of an air horn in the morning. Wire the funds. Yeah, if you do ACH, so if Kathy, if you're serious about buying a bunch of these, here's what we can do. Let me give you the rundown. If you're serious about buying a bunch of these, we can send you a transfer through Square, an invoice through Square, or if you're talking about buying all of them, that's a big number. I can give it to you. I would prefer for me to get on the phone with you, or Tanner get on the phone with you tomorrow, and us just go through our banks, okay? And if you want to do it through our banks, that way it's fee. I mean, they might charge us a minimum fee like $5 or $10. It's something I've had to do before. I've had to do some pretty big bank wires on deals like this. But like, for example, I've got 2, 3, 6, 8. So there's that. Let me make sure that's all of them. But that's 8 rolls at 20 per roll at 95. So that's 15,200. That's 15,200. I think that's all of them. Yeah. So, or if you want any quantity, you know, you don't have to buy them all, but it's 1,900 per roll. So 19 times 8 is 15,200. So yeah, that's, but like I said, I don't mind paying 1% of that. The problem is if I do pay 1% through Square, look how much money that's going to end up being. I think that's me only netting, yeah, they make $152 off of that. That's just going down the toilet for both of us. So if we did like a true wire, I don't know what they charge. I think if I went to my main branch here, I'd probably talk them into doing it for $0. I'll be like, listen, I need $0, but I don't think there's really a fee. I don't know though. I hadn't done it in a while because we usually just send people Square and we pay the 1%. But man, 1% adds up over a year. Even some of y'all, some of these big transactions, I'm like, golly. But so yeah, 1,900 per roll. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8 rolls left, and I think that's it. Whoa, wait a minute. No, that one's empty. That one's empty. Most of my tubes around here I'm starting to pick up and there's nothing in them. I'm like, oh no, there's nothing in it. I'm running out. I got to call my guy and see if he's the guy we bought all the bars from. The guy bought all the bars from. This is like 10% of his collection. And I know because I sold him most of it. Him buying through our sales and then private deals. I'd get a 100-ounce bar. I'd get 5 gold coins, and he would say, sold, bill me, you know, for 5, 6 years now. And he's in such a good position. He's liquidating it all, and he told me he's about to start over, you know, and he likes collecting other stuff. He's got guns and knives. I mean, you know, just insane. He's probably got millions of dollars worth of stuff. So luckily we're getting the call to buy it all back, and he's making a ton of money on his investments. So we use the empty tubes. I usually don't like selling them, and they're definitely not for free. Drive to you with the cash. Hey, that's even better. If you want to do it, I'm good at whatever you tell me how many you want. All of them are 5 rolls or 8 rolls. And if you're driving with us with cash, that would be perfect. I love that. We don't have to worry about the bank. And for the IRS agent listening in on this, yes, we do pay tax, and we do pay a bunch of it. Everything's on the paper. We pay a lot in tax. Oh my gosh. But no, we need the tubes, because what we do, if somebody just buys 5, sometimes they put 5 in a tube and then they put paper down there to protect them, you know, instead of maybe a baggie. But no, Tanner we got big buckets full of empty tubes. They're not cheap though. Have you ever looked into buying these? I think they're $2 or $3 a piece, aren't they? I think if you want to buy like 50, they're like $106 shipped is what I saw. Maybe that was a while back. They could be more or less, but I think they're a couple bucks for more. Plus, you got to be careful on size. You know, they make some just for Cougarans. They make some just for Cougarans like those, because I think they're a different diameter. And then you got ones for bars. These are really nifty. The ones for bars, that's for like those Engelhart or any kind of square bar. And then these are for Morgans. It should say on the bottom, or the diameter. I think Kathy wants to buy these so she can come back to the store and dig through more $2 records and talk to my mom. That might be worth the $15,200 altogether. The drive back to Tennessee, right? You get the drive back from Tennessee. You get spend another day at Coletco digging through fresh $2 records. You get to go home with 160 silver dollars plus a car full of records. And you get to spend all day seeing Otis and talking to my mom. That's worth $15,200. That's worth it just for that. My legs are dried out. Not that y'all need to know this, but I need some lotion. And I need it bad. Talk tomorrow. We can do that. I was really wanting to blow a heck out of an air horn. Kathy, you almost set the most single-handed, biggest transaction ever in Coletco history. It wouldn't have been close. It would have been, you almost set the single, you know, we can start the sale tomorrow with it. We can go live tomorrow if we close the deal, and we can say, we have set a new Coletco single record transaction. This is one for the record books. But if you want to do it tomorrow, that's fine. Now, I doubt that price is going to change. Let me look at the market. I'm not going to charge you any more. And right now, the way the premiums are on these, they're probably not going to go up or down in the next 24 hours, okay? They're not going to go up or down in the next 24 hours. None of this stuff is. It looks like silver is going to stay pretty flat. It looks like right now it's done this and this and this. So it's pretty flat right now. Now, any more than 24 hours, it's still probably going to be about the same, but any longer than that, and it could fluctuate. Probably not... if anything, up, okay? But right now, I'd be willing to honor that and through tomorrow. But I tell people on some of these big deals, you know, there was a guy wanting to do a trade on a gold yesterday, and it already sold. So, but yeah, good deal. Okay, I'm going to wrap up there. I think Facebook's already expired, or has it? No, we started pretty late. Facebook hadn't expired. Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Just we'll talk tomorrow, or I can message you after the sale if you want to discuss something off screen for privacy. But we can take care of that, okay? So thank you, and we're done, right? And I'll start tomorrow's sale by trying to sell some more of this. There's nothing left really except bigger increments. 5 ounce and 3.2 ounces and 10 ounces. That's it. And then the little statues, which carry premium. And then I'm running low all of a sudden. I am running low. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. I've got some mandarin oranges to eat and some fruit. And I got to get to work. I got to get to the gym. I got to make videos. I got to take photographs of autographs. I got to research autographs. Good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you and good night.